wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh,
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020 in Shanghai. We already had a clash between LCK squads. It wasn't that hot, but today we'll get a different flavor of regional rivalry as the LPL's Suning and JDG face off. I'm Shox, joined by Vedius and by Frosk. And let me tell you, if you thought yesterday was a doozy, it won't be the same today. That's what we hope, at least.
I can assure you that while the series might be one-sided, it might not be. I can assure you both teams will participate today.
That's great. And, you know, if you don't know what we're referring to, yesterday we saw our first quarterfinal match and all the pre-tournament expectations of Dam1 dominance were in full display. They once again swept DRX 3-0, but honestly, I don't know if it was even any sweat off their brow.
It didn't feel like it. I think that many saw it as a predetermined outcome, especially after the finals from
DRX.
Confirmed, not a fluke.
And I thought that, I genuinely believe that DRX just didn't play as well as they could have in the final. So I was actually quite excited for this matchup because I thought, like, we'll finally get to see what DRX is really capable of, and it seemed like that really was all that they were capable of. They still showcased draft issues. A lot of their execution issues still came through, and I was overall quite disappointed because I felt like that there was more potential there with this DRX squad, and we just didn't get to see it.
And do not get me wrong, if there's, you know, concrete takeaways from yesterday, it is how powerful Dam1 is.
For sure.
But the thing is that sometimes you get series where both teams play well and one team plays better. That was not what happened yesterday. DRX did not play very well, and then Dam1 just slapped them repeatedly. And I think that while it's fine to, you know, hype up Dam1 and be excited about the precision, the discipline, how incredibly powerful this team is, I don't know if they can get away with that against some of the other teams that are still left in this tournament.
They weren't really tested. I think we can all agree on that. Also, in terms of action, it was the lowest combined kills per minute game compared to any best of 5 we had at Worlds in 2019. In fact, lower. And that's what it looked like. It looked like a slow suffocation from the side of Dam1. They knew when to pull the trigger. They knew they were never really in any real danger. That doesn't take away the human aspect, though. DRX looked absolutely destroyed afterwards, but there can only be one who goes on, and Dam1 was clearly stronger.
Yeah, it is unfortunately the nature of this tournament in that it is quite cutthroat, you know, like when you are out for good, and there are no second chances. Of course, the bright side for Dam1 is, as you rightly said, I don't think they had to show a lot. I think that one of the cool things about Dam1 is that they are a bit of a different flavor relative to any other LCK team this year. They are willing to scrap with you, and the JDG game earlier in the tournament is a great representation of that, where they'll fight you at level 1, they'll keep that snowball going, and they will look to dominate. So I'm still optimistic that what we saw from Dam1 yesterday is not their final form, and I'm hoping that whether they go up against a G2 or a Gen G, we'll get to see more of that Dam1 later in the tournament.
And I think that's the other kind of concrete takeaway from that series is that you can't play slow against Dam1. You have to try to match them, because if you do, they're just smarter than you.
Yeah.
It looked like DRX were trying to play Dam1's game, except Dam1 were just a much better team at doing it. So if any team wants to look competitive against them, you have to come out swinging, because otherwise they're just going to slowly suffocate you and put you in the chokehold.
It's not going to work. And for an inside take on Dam1, after our first quarterfinal yesterday, Lore caught up with Dam1's Canyon to learn more about their win.
And welcome back to the interview studio here in Berlin. Dam1 advanced to semifinals, and Canyon, thank you very much for joining me. It must have been an interesting matchup for you because you've been used to playing against DRX the whole year. So did you have any expectations coming against them today?
네, 우선 승리하시고 4강 진출하신 거 정말 축하드려요. 사실 담원은 이제 LCK에서 1년 내내 DRX를 많이 상대해 봤기 때문에 조금 이거에 대해서 이해도가 있을 것 같은데 오늘 경기 어떤 식으로 좀 예상하셨나요?
일단 경기 저는 DRX의 경기력을 봤을 때 좀 날카롭고 매섭게 플레이하는 거 좀 잘한다 생각했는데 그래서 좀 어렵겠다고 생각했는데 의외로 오늘 3대 0으로 빨리 끝내서 지금 엄청 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
So in the recent games, I think DRX, they were really on edge and they were super sharp with their decision making and performance. So we thought that this is going to be a very hard match for us as well. But surprisingly, we were able to pick up a 3-1 victory, and I'm very glad.
Interesting. So do you think it's DRX underperforming or you overperforming here?
그러면 오늘 DRX가 조금 부진했던 걸까요? 아니면 오늘 담원이 굉장히 좋은 경기력을 보여준 거라고 볼 수 있을까요?
DRX보다 저희가 좀 더 팀 합이 잘 맞고 의사소통을 잘한 것 같다고 저 생각하고 있어요.
I think we had better teamwork and communication compared to DRX.
Thank you for these answers. Now, moving forward to semifinals, I heard that you wanted to face G2 and maybe later TES. Tell me about these two matchups.
네, 이제 4강전에 대해서 먼저 얘기해보자면 G2를 만나고 싶다고 하셨다고 들었어요. 그리고 결승에선 TES를 만나고 싶다고 하셨는데 이에 대해서 좀 얘기 부탁드려요.
일단 G2는 저희가 작년에 좀 뼈아픈 패배를 했기 때문에 만나고 싶었고, 이제 TS는 지금 거의 다 인정하는 거의 탑 팀이잖아요. 그래서 꼭 이겨보고 싶은 두 팀인 것 같아요.
So for G2, you know, we had a very heartbreaking loss up against them last year, so we want our revenge. And for TES, I mean, TES is like the best team, and a lot of people are also already saying that they are the favorites and the best team. So I really want to take them down for once.
And I think we all want to see how you guys can compete against TS. Maybe in the finals, we'll see. But okay, focusing on the LPL quarterfinals, we're going to have JDG versus Suning. Tell me about the jungle matchups. We're going to have Kanavi and Sotham facing each other. What do you think about these players?
그러면 이제 LPL 팀들 간에 진행되는 8강에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데, 이제 JDG 대 수닝 경기가 치러집니다. 소품과 이제 카나비 선수의 약간 정글 맞상대 어떻게 생각하시는지, 두 선수에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
저는 개인적으로 두 선수 진짜 정말 잘한다고 생각하고 있고, 제 생각에 둘의 플레이 스타일도 좀 비슷한 것 같긴 한데, 약간 뭔가 픽에 따라 갈릴 것 같다. 둘 다 엄청 잘하는 선수라서 저도 예측하기 좀 힘든 것 같아요.
So I think both players are great players, and they are having a very similar play style. So it's really hard to predict what's going to happen, and I think it's going to come down to their picks.
To their picks, as often in this meta, it all comes down to the draft. But Canyon, thank you very much for the interview, and Jason, thanks again for the translation. And back to you guys.
Thank you very much. We're skipping a couple of stages here, already talking about Damwon versus TES. That would be a dream matchup, it looks like, but we're not there yet. And today, we're going to start with that LPL side of the bracket, Suning versus JDG. And as a primer for that LPL clash, we are going to dive into today's Red Bull top play, which looks back on SOFM's three-man kick versus G2. There were, in fact, a few moments that were great from Suning in the group stage. This was a beautiful one.
Yeah, SOFM, one of his signature picks is Lee Sin. SOFM stands for Style of Me, and that's exactly what he did in this play, is he styled all over G2. Probably one of the few players in this tournament where the Lee Sin never really falls off because of making plays like this.
It's a Knight's Vow, really.
Yeah, it was really impressive, actually, because many were convinced that Lee Sin had no spot in the meta, and I think that because of how talented SOFM is on this champion, he showcased that if you play it right, depending on how you use it, it can be very effective. And I was very impressed with his performance, especially on the Lee Sin.
I love when good players come to the World Championship, or great players, because it doesn't matter if something isn't in the meta. Of course, it can't be completely inviolable, but you know, maybe sometimes they even make that work, but it doesn't really matter if you are great at a certain pick. Sometimes that is just the best decision, and I think Lee Sin and SOFM are a great pair in that regard.
And it has been such a long time coming to finally see this Vietnamese jungler take the stage. He was a single game away all the way back in 2016, and that was the closest that he ever got to Worlds, and he didn't even know that he was playing in the Worlds qualifier. He thought he was playing in the Demacia Cup. So seeing him overcome a language barrier, seeing him join multiple teams, now seeing him rise to this echelon, like, it's about damn time the world knows of Style of Me.
That is a great note to end on as we're stepping away for just a second. But soon I'll be joined by LPL caster FLICKR for an in-depth look at today's quarterfinal. Don't miss it.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. The fallout we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are
遇到 LPL 队伍是我不太想遇见的，但是冠军毕竟只有一个，也没有那么多兄弟队陪你打到最后。
JD will match up here against Su Ning.
Team kill after team kill. That's the LPL history, my friends.
因为 LPL 队伍之间打的话，就不会出现那种很一边倒的局势，就感觉可以给观众们带来一个更加激烈的 BO5。
我们第一场就是要面对京东嘛，我觉得京东这个队的话，优势就是他们5个人打得很团结，然后指挥的也非常到位，感觉他们就是5个人就是像一个人在打。
Has the Hexagon has the engage, dives in, 3-man stun. There's the Hexagon.
我觉得我们打法可能就是比较偏上半区，所以作为上路的我觉得我肯定是要占主要开位的。
这个阵型船长，哇，还有一个后退，
他的对线风格，我觉得就是比较擅长于压制吧，然后比较喜欢推线嘛。我也经常打这种类型的选手吧，我觉得在这方面还是比较有经验的，应该对线方面还是比较有自信的。
Does find the brush, however, Zoom trying to dash around, and here's the Chinese Renekton we've been looking for.
我觉得杜姆也是个很优秀的选手吧，然后我觉得他的风格是跟我一些不太一样的，他会对团队考虑一些很多东西，然后不管是选英雄还是打法。
He's gonna get sent straight packing for the fountain. He turns it back around. He kills Canyon, and JDG Zoom may have just saved the game for his team.
我觉得我打法就是比较对团队考虑比较少，不管是选英雄还是打法，我觉得我是比较想要线上打出优势的这种打法，然后开队友。
Beaten my die actually. Oh, does manage to grab the kills. The rest of Suning turn up, and Bin gets out alive.
虽然说我们是 LPL 内战嘛，8强的话，但是我觉得我也不会就是怕一下 LPL 队伍会怎么样。我觉得就是肯定这种肯定是有实力的赢了就行了，不要考虑太多，因为谁的目标现在都是夺冠嘛，所以也不在乎对手是谁，队友是哪个赛区的，只要把自己 该打出的东西打好，然后赢下所有的比赛，想着这些，我觉得就成了。
Wonderful teaser video, and welcome back everyone to World's Countdown, where I'm joined by the perfect person to get us into this LPL clash, LPL expert Lyric. Hello, Lyric.
Hey, Shocks. Thanks for having me on. What a wonderful day. The e-commerce wars, as we call it in the LPL, a matchup we didn't get in playoffs. This is awesome.
This is awesome indeed. I'm glad you're as excited as I am, and it should be no surprise because this is your home region. Now, I know that for many fans and probably for you all as well, it's a bit of a bummer to see that all the LPL teams are on one side of the bracket. However, that could also be seen as something really exciting because ideally we should get some really good matches. What can you say to hype up the neutral fans for this LPL match we're going to see today and the further LPL teams in the side of the bracket?
So I'm the perfect person for this question because I'm betraying my LPL brethren. I'm so happy we got this matchup because, like I said, we didn't get this in playoffs. Both of these teams play very similar styles, right? It's about top, jungle, and support. We're going to get some explosive early games, great level ones, and some amazing team fights later on.
Yay. Okay, good. That's exactly what I was looking for. Tell me first your high-level thoughts about this matchup. As you touched on, these teams have not met in best of fives. JDG did get the upper hand when it came to the regular season matches this year, but how did they match up today?
For me, I think it's going to be very top jungle centric, but in very different ways because SOFM works more autonomously from his team, where Bin will still go for those aggressive trades. So maybe we'll see SOFM invading around top side, but not really in tandem with Bin, where we can expect Kanavi to give some ganks to Zoom, try to shut Bin down. And I think this top side is going to be a super important factor.
We're going to dive super deep into that topside matchup later, indeed. I do want to get your take on kind of Kanavi versus SOFM, because to me, it seemed like Kanavi came in with the biggest amount of hype. That high damage jungler, the meta is completely made for him. But it almost seems like SOFM has stolen his thunder so far when it comes to kind of the LPL team's junglers showing up. How do you think that's going to translate into this best of five specifically? And have we seen everything Kanavi has to offer yet?
I think, unfortunately for Kanavi, a lot of the level ones from other teams, and especially JDG's drafts, really prevented us from seeing the best in him. But matching up against SOFM, I expect we'll see that primetime Kanavi coming out today. You said SOFM has kind of taken that style, but he's really even pushed it further, even ignoring neutral objectives just to keep his jungle timers like cycling correctly. So I think it'll be a bit different, but I still think you should favor Kanavi coming in.
Okay, let's see what he can show us then today. There is so much to say about the top side, and I think that's super fair as well. But talk to me about the rest of the map and where you could see an advantage for one or the other team.
So I think one underlooked part of this matchup is probably mid lane because, right, both of these mids are more facilitators for their team. But I think an interesting dynamic that can happen today is their champion pools, because we've seen Yagao has a lot of pocket pick assassins, things like the Kiana, things like the LeBlanc, to where Angel and Summer has been a lot more about these control mages, the Orianna, the Syndra, things along those lines. So I think maybe the mid matchup for Suning, the fact that Angel does play a lot more meta champions, can give it a bit of spice.
That could surprise us. Now, I don't think it is taking anyone aback that Suning are the underdogs here versus JDG, who are the top two team coming out of the LPL. But what are your predictions and why?
So my head tells me JDG should inch this one out. You know, they've been the better team all year long. We've seen them tested and adapt in best of fives. But you got to follow your heart, Shocks. True. And my heart tells me Suning have improved from regular split to playoffs to Worlds. And most importantly, Bin's father sat him down before Worlds. He said, hey, son, make it to semifinals. So I'm betting on the fatherly buff coming out for Suning 3-2.
Wow, 3-2. That's music to my ears. I'm believing in Suning. I like it. Voting with the heart. Thank you so much, Lyric.
Yep, thanks.
No problem. I'm sure we'll hear from Lyric as the day goes on. I'm going to take the long walk as I show you our awesome studio that we have here at the World Championship. He gave us a lot of good information, I would say. And I feel like it's in line with what we wanted to touch on regardless. I do want to set the stage for these two teams specifically. In terms of JDG, they were the team that was the second best team in summer, but nailed it. But also, when we look at TES and JDG, the two best teams in LPL with very different styles, and today we get the brain on the riff.
Yeah, I think that LICKR did a great job of setting up the scene for us, because I'm really excited to see both these teams play. And I think that when you look at the history, what is fascinating is that they are branded as the e-commerce wars. Frosk, you have a lot more insight into this, but the huge brands that come in from behind them, the amount of investment that both these teams come in, I think that it was a huge domestic narrative that a lot of people were excited to see.
When they came in 2016, they actually bought fans to come and cheer for them. They had employees, and they would give out, this is actually true, they would give out tickets for their employees to go and watch the games. Suning is kind of like a Best Buy. You'd buy like electronics, blenders, TVs, things like that. JD is basically Amazon. I have bought everything from JD. Half of my wardrobe still comes from them. So they're massive corporations, which is obviously really big when you have endemic sponsors to this size getting involved into the LPL. Now, these rosters have been a long time coming. Knight used to play for Suning. Loken used to play for Top. Like, it's now a musical chairs of how these rosters all landed, and now being the final representatives of the LPL. Like, while the global audience might not know who these names are, they have been in the pressure cooker for a while now, and I'm just so happy to see them finally set foot on the stage.
Yeah, both of them hold a lot of promise. It is, of course, a bit tricky that they're now up versus each other, and one of them is about to go home. JDG, that stable team, the brain, the strategy, playing the games out in a controlled yet aggressive manner. And then Suning, kind of for me, such an exciting team to watch. Not that JDG isn't exciting, but I felt what Lyric said. With your heart, you just want these players to succeed and to show us the next level.
And that's the thing, you know, with JD, we've kind of seen those players, or at least some of the evolution of them, but it feels like they've hit their ceiling. Whereas Suning, this is, you know, very young, inexperienced players kind of slammed between these veterans in Sword Art and SOFM. And the question is, what does their ceiling actually look like? And will this be the start of their chapter where you get to turn the page and have a massive upset? And this is, you know, the start of the super team that could be, or do they still need some time left to cook? Is the pressure cooker not done for them? And it kind of, it's like, better luck next year, boys.
I think what's really interesting is when you look at their playoffs, they were incredibly dominant outside of their game versus Top Esports, right? And losing to Top Esports, of course, there's no shame in that. But when it comes to the best of fives, as Lyric was saying, and as we've been talking a lot about, we haven't seen them play up against JDG. This might be the perfect matchup for them. Like, there's still so much unknown about this. And when you compare it to yesterday's series where it felt like a foregone conclusion, I feel like that there's still a lot to happen in today's
like
best of five. Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting.
I do want to push back a little bit on what Lyric was saying, because while you can look at these teams and you can say there are very similar elements, you know, there are Lumao and Sword Art, captains of their teams, very engage-worthy supports. You know, you have carry-oriented top laners in Bin and Zoom, all-star junglers in Kanavi and SOFM, and then kind of your team-oriented mid laners that are kind of secondary supports. They still play almost in vastly different styles, and it's because of the jungle matchup specifically. Kanavi is much more his team plays for him, whereas SOFM is so selfish. Yep. He plays for himself, everyone plays around him, and then he kind of gives his advantage over into his teammates.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we talk a lot about how JDG are kind of considered the favorites, so I wanted to talk a little bit on the Telestrator how I think Suning could actually take down JDG today. Now, Frosk set that up beautifully for me as she talked very much about the junglers, because when we look at how JDG ended up losing during the group stage, it was largely what was happening in the early game. Level 1 plays are very important in the current meta. We all know that, everyone knows that, but specifically for JDG, when you shut down Kanavi in the early game, it's actually a great way to mitigate his influence on the map and actually be able to get into the mid game in a very healthy spot. Let's look at their very first game versus PSG. When we look at the map, what's happening in this early game is PSG is setting up for a very traditional invade setup into the laning phase as my arrow tries to respond, and you kind of get deep vision into the lane. When they're running the Caitlyn Lux, it sets you up very nicely. You then have the Syndra coming down from the river as well to offer that additional support. Now, typically what would often happen is the enemy opposition would go through the lane as well, and then they would look to try and contest that vision or make sure that they have information for themselves. But JDG choose to go through the river and actually get a collapse because they think they can actually get a pick. And when we look at things from JDG's perspective, they'll actually notice the Caitlyn out of position and they'll think, oh, this is a great opportunity for us to maybe get a bit of poke damage down. Maybe we can actually gain an advantage. Well, they don't realize is that PSG is actually lying in wait and they're able to get this initial pick. Now, okay, this doesn't look too bad initially for JDG, but things get worse as JDG try to get something back. Because in the bot lane, they've tried very hard to push in this wave. They want to try and get control over the bot side of the map to try and mitigate the influence of the Caitlyn Lux. Kanavi is also trying to invade, thinking that the Kindred is starting up towards the top side. However, the Kindred very rapidly went from red down to blue, and mid lane has the push, which means that everything for PSG is in a position to shut down this JDG level 2 play. Notice as he walks in, he's been spotted by the vision in the river, and Kaiwing and Unified can also collapse as well, allowing them to get this pick. And because the Syndra arrives first, it actually results in another 2 early kills. So this was a perfect setup for PSG to then transition into the mid to late game, where they were able to win a number of fights. We saw the same thing when they played up against Damwon. Early on, what they want to use with their composition, very common play with the Lilia, is a delayed invade onto the rafters. Now, as you'll notice with the Camille, she's lying in wait, hovering around the blue buff so that she can rotate down. Damwon know that this play is going to happen, and they want to respond with a numbers advantage towards the bot side. So Damwon is going to spot this one out as JDG is looking to set up the invade. Because the Twisted Fate is able to respond, flash in with the stun card, and Noguri is able to join to provide that additional manpower, it becomes very difficult. But then look what Damwon does. Canyon is going to get level 2 off of clearing this ward, and then he's immediately going to move up towards the top side of the map, straight through mid lane, and he's going to steal all these top side camps. This heavily mitigates Kanavi's ability to play through topside, shut down Camille, shut down Noguri, but also limit Zoom's impact. So he's just going to invade, steal away all these camps, and it makes things very difficult for JDG. If you attack Kanavi in the jungle, if you mitigate his early game resources, there are actually ways to shut this team down. So as I transition back over to the desk, I think that I want to highlight here, and the main point is that this game is going to be very much about the junglers and their influence on the game.
And just to kind of bounce off of that, and in tandem with what Lyric said and those beautiful, disrupting of to Kanavi that you just set up, it feels like Coach Ohm behind JDG has kind of fumbled the meta read and a lot of the priorities in draft. Kanavi is not being set up to the same amount of success, multiple Sylas picks is kind of a head scratcher, as someone like SOFM. So in this current meta, in this current moment, while I do still consider JD the better team and the favorites in this matchup, there is a very real world where Suning have a better read on the meta. The meta is perfect for SOFM right now to run amok on things like his Graves, and you could have a very real world where Suning are a true dark horse in this tournament, that they upset JDG and make a deep run.
And I think that what is so good about Suning is their ability to get these early advantages. Like, when you look at their 3 games against G2, they found themselves with those early leads in pretty much every single game. Where things started to falter was the mid game, and I think that that's where Frosk and I look at this matchup specifically and can see ways in which JDG can bounce back, because the mid to late game stages feel very in favor of JDG.
I'm very happy you brought that up, because it's easy to get lost in the flashy plays of SOFM, but we even saw in that initial game versus G2, which G2 somehow ended up winning, it's not always enough to only have your jungler be the one that is completely outplaying the opponents. Everything has to work, and that is where the machine, the well-oiled machine of JDG, probably has the upper hand.
In its most simplistic form, the longer the game stays in just lane phase, probably the better Suning's chances are, because SOFM is obsessed with jungle timers. Lyric said it, we will say it. I'm sure you'll hear it on the cast. Watch this guy on Krug, Raptors, Gromp. He will constantly forego a blue buff, a red buff, a dragon, a rift tail to make sure that he keeps his timers up, because he's obsessed with the jungle experience. He's obsessed with making sure that his CS is very powerful. What that means is that as soon as you get into the team fight phase, there are chances where you'll have a numbers advantage, because SOFM has decided that Wolf Camp is more important than this dragon fight, and his team didn't get the memo. And that's where JDG have the advantage. They are bigger than the sum of their parts. They don't have as many superstars as other teams in the LPL, but combined, they are such a beautiful, well-oiled machine. So if it's an even game and we go to team fight phase, JDG should win 99% of those.
And I do want to set the expectation for people at home. We are heralding this in as kind of a more aggressive game than yesterday, but it's not necessarily going to be in the first 15 minutes, right? We need to caution for that.
Yeah, I actually don't think that this will be that aggressive. Maybe both teams, like, it'll go... Well, here's the thing. It'll go one of 2 ways. Either both teams will gear up for level 1s, and they'll just try to run into each other, and then you're like, yeah, we got aggression all over. Or if everyone handshakes on it, we have split maps every single time. Because SOFM is obsessed with the jungle timer, and Kanavi's probably going to be playing a hard farming jungle anyway. It will actually be a really stable game until we get to that team fight phase that Shox is talking about.
I feel like game 1 is just going to be a bloodbath. Maybe I'm wrong in this, but I just feel that whenever you have two top-tier LPL teams meeting a best-of-5 at Worlds, like, my history of LPL teams in best-of-5 at this tournament has been nothing but bloodshed, violence, and action.
And so is going to look at his bot lane, he's going to be like, you're worth 300 gold, but these Krugs.
But also, like, I'm also looking at these top laners too, because I think that when we look at Bin, we already heard it in the teaser, right? He is a player that loves to play aggressive. He loves to get his own advantages. And I think that when you open up Kanavi, he's someone that will actively play through Zoom. And I think that both top laners have had a stellar tournament and have really been able to showcase what they can do on the international stage. So I think that a lot of the violence is going to come from these two. And I think there's going to be a lot of action towards the top side of the map.
What I don't understand is why Noah tries to take Bin down. They just leave him alone. They're like, oh, I'm sure you'll be okay. And the other top laners up there like, please, God, help me. But here's the thing about Bin. That's a perfect example. It's the 51% play. You know, when he had that incredible moment on Gangplank and he finds the flank and he blows up G2, that was Suning's game to lose, but they were actually in a position where they could have lost it because they had failed to close out for so long that G2 had gotten so much more powerful and could contest in 5v5s. And when they got the Baron, the safest play would be to stall out G2 on the Elder fight and have the Gangplank, who was already top lane, end the game. Use cross-map pressure. And Bin's the type of player that's like, I'm flanking on Gangplank. Let's go.
And let's not forget, that's how TES got the upper hand over JDG. The clutch factor was bigger, and that can be important in these best-of-5 moments. So I am expecting JDG to also step up to the plate in that regard. So that brings us to our predictions. I was quite surprised by Mr. Lyric voting with his heart and voting for Suning. Who's going to win and why and in how many games?
Who do you want to start with?
You.
Right. I actually predicted JDG 3-1 in this series. I actually think that while I think Suning have showcased a lot of positive things, some of their games versus G2 left me a little underwhelmed in how I felt like their ability to gain advantages in the mid game. And I think that they're not going to be given those same opportunities against a team like JDG. I think that their mid game is much crisper. I do think that JDG will just actively fight you a lot more in the mid game. And I think that that will look to punish Suning. So I predicted 3-1.
Okay.
I'm similar in the vein of Vedius. I have been a huge fan of JDG for a long time. I think that they do not get enough respect in this tournament because they haven't really shown their true strength yet, and I have a feeling that they'll show that today in the best-of-5. I do not think that this will be close. It may appear close for a moment, but as soon as it comes to 5v5 play, JDG are on a completely different level. Now, that said, if this is a Suning victory, I do want to talk about the X factors or the clutch. It has to be Ben. You know, we talk about those 51% plays. We talk about the fact that Suning have such an unclear ceiling. No one really knows the highs that they can climb to. The question is, do they do that today? Because that's what can eclipse JDG. It's the same way that top eclipsed JDG. That means Ben's the clutch here, and Yagao is the clutch here. Yagao has those pocket picks. He can pull out the Jace. He can change a completely different draft, and no one's really paying attention to him. And it's just unfortunate that this meta will kind of hide the differences between Angel and Yagao unless he does find one of those creative picks.
Right, and let's not forget, out of the 10 players on the Rift today, only one has been here before. In fact, Swordart has played 87 games at Worlds and at MSI in the last couple of years. So maybe that leadership will come in handy for Suning, but it's going to be a tough one. Time to see who comes out on top in this battle between regional rivals as we send it over to Captain Flowers and Azael for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. I am happy to be here on the world stage once more, and standing beside me, not literally, of course, he's on the other side of this wall, but he's still right here in spirit and right here on the broadcast, Mr. Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley. Are you ready for some LPL bloodbath here in these quarterfinals?
I am so ready for this. You know, after last night, that was more the slow, methodical, macro-style games. You know, these two teams have been very bloody, at least in groups. JDG second in kills per minute in the group stage. Suning fourth. They combine for over a kill per minute.
I love it.
If you look at the group stage stats, which is really, really exciting. And Shox's brain is too big. She just stole a line I was going to talk about, you know, right coming over to us. I think it's so interesting to see all of these high-level players. Only one of them has ever played at at an international event, just Sword Art. So a lot of these guys, there is going to be a huge amount of pressure. You're playing at home, representing the LPL, legions of fans, millions of LPL fans will be watching this intently, and we don't know who is going to rise to the occasion and who may crumble under that pressure, because there is an immense amount of pressure to perform here in what is the first international BO5 for 9 of the 10 players taking to the Rift tonight.
And pressure is often something that's talked about in a negative connotation, how it can make somebody freeze, how it can make somebody not be ready for the situation. But is not pressure also one of the greatest catalysts for success, to really build a legend, to write your name on this Worlds and say that one was mine? I sincerely hope we get all 10 players looking to do that here today as we're into Champion Select. And Isaac, you know what I love to see, man? I like to see that big old red goat with an X over his face, so we don't have Ornn in these games. He has been so powerful throughout Worlds so far. He has such an incredible impact in almost every game he's picked. Makes sense to see him banned out. Camille also taken off the table here, keeping that one out of the hands of Ben, as Lucian, Twisted Fate, Syndra, so many mid-lane power picks banned out right now.
And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially for Suning, to ban out the Ornn. Zoom is more the guy who, at least in the LPL, focused more on the Volibear, Renekton, Ornn, these types of picks that don't necessarily need as much attention up there to really function. Ornn can withstand so much pressure on his own. And Bin wants to mess you up in lane. When we look at the picks that this guy has brought to the world stage, we've got the Jax, we've got the Camille, the Jace, the Gangplank, the Aurelia. He is looking for these aggressive picks, and I think that is usually what is the bread and butter for Suning. Graves' first pick here for SOFM, one of his most played throughout the LPL, and it is his most played at Worlds. We have been seeing a ton of Lilia for Kanavi as well. Hadn't had, I think, as strong performances as Des was talking about at Worlds as he has compared to the LPL. So excited to see, if JDG is coming in here with more of a game plan to really enable Kanavi to take over, because this guy really is a treat to watch when he is playing his best games. He truly is one of the very best aggressive junglers in the entire world. And if they can get him ahead, he can reward them with the series win.
Well, we've got that Renekton. You already called it out as one of the champions that is pretty stereotypical for the type that Zoom likes to play and the way the team likes to play with him. So the Renekton locked in the top side means Suning will have the opportunity to pick their matchup into that. And the choice here is the Gangplank, that huge champ that ended up making one of the biggest plays in group stage against G2, the barrel that echoed throughout all of Europe, showing up here against JDG.
It's going to be very, very exciting. This is a matchup that Gangplank can win in isolation against that Renekton. Skirmishes can get more difficult for the GP, but when you're playing Grasp, you can whittle down that Renekton, and even at level 1, utilizing your passive, that Trial by Fire for the true damage on the Renekton, you can actually get some very impressive trading down and sometimes take advantage there. Galio coming in already does feel like they want to play somewhat to the side lane. I will say personally, I am not a fan of Galio comps without hard engage. When you have to utilize the Galio as a defensive tool, it becomes very difficult to find the correct ultimates, right? When the other team starts posturing forward, you pop that ultimate, they back off. You now have kind of wasted that tool. So I'm hoping that Suning is going to pair this alongside something of the likes of a Leona or Rakan, something like that. But because it's not already drafted, JDG has the ability to limit the support pool here, to ban away some of those hard engage picks, and to anticipate that before Suning even has their shot at grabbing it up.
Yeah, when you've got Lilia and Zoe both on the enemy team, that is the double off-screen sleep effect for pick possibility. If you don't have engage into this, you might as well just sign up, man, grab your blanket, grab a book, time to go to bed. Because that's what's going to happen if you cannot actually find a way onto these champions. It's so difficult to be dealing with trouble bubbles and bowling balls and all this other stuff just flying at you from 40,000 miles away. I do want to see what Suning have in store for the second half of the draft, but of course we got more bans to go through before we get there. Both teams having not picked up Marksman means we're going to see Marksman bans. It makes sense. Ashe and Ezreal banned out by JDG, as we've got the Caitlyn banned out here by Suning. I like that. The traps would also further make it difficult to engage on a Zoe and a Lilia and just complicate life for this draft. So it makes a lot of sense to ban that one away. What will the last one be here?
Senna or Jhin is my guess if they want to continue banning out the marksman. Those are the two ones that have been most prevalent that are still remaining on board. Did Suning miss their ban? No,
No, they go for the Pantheon instead. Senna and Jin both left up. Means they can be traded off here.
Yep.
And it looks like JDG will probably prioritize going for their marksman of choice.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Senna, you know, likely on the other side. They could go for a different look if they want to. You know, Draven has been brought out. You can go to things like MF. We saw Loken play that one. So there are some options, but if you want to play towards the side lane, I do think that Senna makes quite a lot of sense. Senna alongside some sort of hard engaged support here for Suning would be my guess, but they could have something spicy prepared for us.
Well, we're going to have to see it. Bring out the
MF,
spice.
okay.
All right, Misfortune's the choice. So there we go. Plenty of power in that one. We know she can pack a wall up in laning. And if you can land, oh man, if you can get a bunch of people stuck inside a Galio ulti,
I really
pepper
want
them
Leona
with
here.
the bullet time, it would be great.
It's
but-
such a strong combo. When you have Heart CC plus the MF, you can lock down some of these champions like the Zoe, like the Jin for the MF ultimate, firing over top. Leona goes in, Galio drops down. You have the GP ultimate over top, Graves ultimate with the backline access. You have that MF for the ultimate too, but it's actually going to be a range support here. So we do see for Sword Art going towards the Bard. You know, it can be a very strong roamer. It can be very good at setting up some of these plays with the Bard ultimate, but they don't really have follow-up CC besides that Galio. So it's like your best engage here is ulting someone, Galio runs up on top of them. You try to start the fight like that, but there's no offensive engage here. There's no tool to really give that Galio someone to jump in on. So we are in that situation that I'm not a fan of personally, where you have to utilize the Galio ultimate almost exclusively as a defensive option. And because there is, you know, a lot of kind of low commitment poke here from the Zoe, from the Jin, you know, even from the Lilia, just kind of throwing out those swirl seeds, there's the ability for JDG to try to be non-committal in these fights and try to poke you out, try to draw out something like that Galio ultimate. But I will say, Leona is one of those very one-way champions that if Lumao does go in, the Galio ultimate can come out, and there is very low chance that Lumao is going to be able to disengage from that, because Leona really is that one-way champion. You go in, you hard commit to the dive, and Galio can be there to try to answer that. So will be interesting. As a last pick, it does surprise me a little bit for that reason. I do think they could have gone for something a little bit more non-committal. You know, if you wanted to engage, you could even look towards a Nautilus, you know, use the ultimate to start it up, try to bait in that Galio ultimate, then disengage if that is needed. But both these teams are going to have their opportunities to play it out, and I do think that a lot of this is going to come down to the top lane. These two players have been some of the best top laners at Worlds thus far. These guys really have been crushing it as far as, you know, the overall damage is concerned. Zoom actually, you know, is the highest percentage damage player on his entire team. These guys are number 1 and 2 as far as, you know, CS between 15 and 30 for top laners. Bin does as much damage as Huangfeng, more than Angel. They are true carries on their team, every sense of the word. And when you have that Gangplank plus the Renekton up on the top side, you can play towards that, try to get Bin going. You have Galio to support him to try to get aggressive. We'll see if they can set any dives up, if they can set anything to try to really put Zoom behind and give them the ability to play heavily through that split push Gangplank option.
Right, and look at what the tools are available to Suning. You're talking about how it can be difficult and the Galio has to play defensively. This team is very powerful playing defensively and setting up a counter engage when you have zone control through barrels, through Galio, through Bard, and even with the Graves smokescreen, that's able to create a zone of control in its own right. But man, if the execution's not there, if it's just a little bit botched, Bard is one of my favorite support champions in all of League of Legends to watch, because he can create the hyphiest moments that supports can possibly be responsible for, and he can also legitimately grief his own team. I need to see the Bard play on point for this game to have faith in Suning's draft.
It really is one of the highest variance champions, right? it's kind of the same with Tahm Kench. If you use the Devour perfectly, it's amazing. If you use it at the wrong time, you can absolutely ruin a team fight.
You're getting 9 reports. Yeah.
So it's definitely one of those style of champions. We do know that both these supports are incredible roamers. Both these supports can play that Bard at absolutely a high level. But I do worry for the MF about how consistently you're going to be able to get high value ultimates, because you're pretty much solely relying on Galio taunt to set you up for those bullet times, because there's not really any other lockdown, right? You have Graves and Gangplank. You don't really have anything for that kind of point and click stun, lock them down, shoot them up with the ultimate, but we are into game number 1. Should be a banger. I'm really excited for this series.
Who needs CC when you got the Call of Duty duo, bro? A shotgun and a grenade launcher with Ben and SOFM put together. Give them the noob tube.
Even got the airstrike with the Galio.
Oh, yeah, everybody's in there. We got everything
call him
lined up.
Galio just launches in.
Easy money. But one thing I do want to look at here and draw attention to as we're looking at Keystones and sort of just setting the stage is I wanted to see this from Angel as we were loading in, like based on what you were talking about with the Galio. He has Predator to just run up there and follow up on some sort of an engage from the rest of the team, from the Bard ulti, helping him close the distance, be there, be ready to go. Because there's no real offensive ally on his team to ult to, he's got to have a different way into the fight, and I like the rune choice here.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. And when you are alongside a champion like Graves, Graves can just show up mid lane, help you push it out. If the Galio is roaming, Graves can catch waves, scale effectively into the later stages. You know, he really does like being that farm-hungry style. So alongside Predator, makes a lot of sense. You can cover for each other in mid lane and look to enable this Galio to get out on the map to make things happen here. Fits very well, you know, with that sort of rune choice. We can also see SOFM going towards Fleet Footwork. Makes farming even more healthy on the Graves, not really an issue for the most part. But we have been seeing it more on Graves. You know, some people are starting to pick it up into these range versus range jungle matchups where the Fleet isn't going to reduce as much damage. You go towards, you know, rather the phase rush. You go towards the Fleet instead of that, and just be able to heal through some of this damage if you are actually meeting up with Kanavi and fighting out against that Lilia.
Yeah, it makes sense in those sort of situations. Just keep the health bar topped off and have something that you can use more easily. Now, one thing I do want to discuss here a little bit is just because I know it's Worlds, not everybody follows every region, so it's important to sort of take stock of the histories between the teams when they do come from the same league. Last night we got to see Damwon versus DRX, which is a matchup that was actually a repeat from their playoffs that had the same result as that matchup. That's not technically a spoiler because I didn't tell you what the result is, so you can't get mad at me if you didn't watch that series already. But yeah, in this matchup, this one hasn't been played for a while, Mr. Azael, because these two teams were on the opposite sides of the bracket in summer. So their last match was in the regular season in week 2.
Yep.
That is 8 patches ago. And anybody out there who's played League of Legends, which I'm assuming is most of you, knows that 8 patches is a lot of difference in the game. Things exactly aren't going to look the same thing now as they did then, but back then, 8 patches ago, Suning lost 0-2 in that best-of-3 matchup. So that's the last we got to see of these teams. It has been a hot minute since they've gone head-to-head.
Yeah, they haven't played a lot, right? You know, they played once in summer, once in spring. JDG won in spring as well. That was a 2-1, so, you know, they have had the edge. And just as far as, you know, overall regional success, JDG has been the much more powerful team. You know, Suning didn't do much of anything in spring while JDG was winning the championship. So we'll see as this engage happens down bot lane.
Yeah, nice engage from Luma. A little bit of follow-up there from Loken. Takes a lot of the health away from Huanfeng, but look at that. We've got so much hot cocoa just ready and waiting. Heal on up. It's like a little baby version of the fountain as Kanavi shows up down here, moving towards the enemy Krugs, but SOFM is doing what SOFM does. The desk was talking about it, man. Krug camp is the most important objective on the map, and SOFM just got it stolen away. Kanavi had the smite ready to go, but now, there is your follow-up, there is your damage. SOFM with the flash to get underneath the tier 2 turret and keep himself alive, but I'm loving this aggressive play from JDG.
Yeah, both teams really getting aggressive, but the problem here is going to be the wave, because my guess is that Suning's wave is pushing away from them. We'll see what JDG does want to do, but you're kind of being zoned off. A lot of those minions don't have access to them right now. We saw that Yagao was threatening a roam down. Angel has moved to try to protect SOFM. They know they can't allow Kanavi on this Lilia to just be bullying him out of his jungle. So does want to keep him in a fairly comfortable spot. Top side, looks like it's mostly just been a bit of a farm fest here. Bin, though, in a pretty comfortable spot. You know, he hasn't been pushed back to lane early. He started that Sapphire Crystal on that Gangplank, so it means he's going to be able to get the Sheen buy, and that really is critical for the 1v1. Pretty much any time on Gangplank you can get Sheen on your first buy, you're happy. That is always what you're going to be going towards because it has such incredible synergy with your Q. That plus the grass proc all at once allows for some pretty awesome harass in this 1v1 lane.
Yagao knows that the enemy Graves is on that Gromp, recognizes that SOFM is there, but just sets down a ward. He knows that he's not going to be worried about face checking the Graves, doesn't also have the ability to go in and invade him, so Ooh, I like this creativity here. He won't be able to find an opportunity to make a play with it, but just Hex flashing over the wall, taking use of that extra minor rune there. Lumao in the enemy jungle will be setting down some vision here. I like the control warding that we're seeing coming out from JDG. They're up in gold by 600 with no kills on the board, which means they're building these advantages just by having stronger lanes, just by securing more farm, which means those lanes should have priority. And when you have priority across multiple lanes, I love seeing aggressive warding to try to take advantage of that and be able to invade the jungle.
Exactly, and that's actually the second time that Lumao has warded over there. You know, he used his trinket earlier on, now goes back to base, invests his pink ward there. This is, you know, trying to avoid some of what Vedius talked about of Kanavi getting behind early, and that's kind of what happened in both of the JDG losses. So they are trying to avoid that. They are trying to keep their superstar jungler in a comfortable position here. Both top laners having used their teleport, but it does seem like despite a lot of skirmishes, it is a more reserved game. We'll see if JDG can make a play here now, as they are roaming 3 people towards that mid lane. But you can see Sword Art moving up through the jungle, Graves over by that Raptor camp. So Suning is ready to respond if anything does break out.
Yeah, both these teams had pretty strong showings in their groups. Remember that it was Suning, despite the fact that Suning is the LPL 3rd seed and JDG is the 2nd, it was Suning who ended up taking first in the group. Both teams only had 2 losses in their groups, but at 2 losses, Suning was in a spot to have a tiebreaker with G2 for that first place spot. The tiebreaker went the way of Suning, so they took first. JDG, unfortunately, was in the group with Damwon, who was a cut above and finished 5-1, so no chance for a tiebreaker there. But both these teams have shown they've got what it takes, man. Both of them have had some pretty impressive games here so far. Kanavi continuing to just steal away whatever he can here with this Lilia, maintain that pressure. Both these junglers, man, the world's meta for jungling is being able to clear this stuff fast.
Exactly. I mean, it's been so much about lanes enabling junglers instead of kind of the more traditional route, which has been the opposite for a lot of years. It's often about junglers sacrificing their farm, junglers, you know, being able to stand in brushes and protect laners pushing things in. Now, in this meta, it feels so much more about your lanes pushing so that they can support the jungler on invades. You can take away Raptors, you can take away Krugs, you can get advantages through that gold. And then when you do meet up at these Rift Herald fights, at these Dragon fights, it's your jungler who is that stronger member, who is level 6 when you have these level 4 or 5 supports roaming up to try to contest, and you can make a much bigger impact as a result.
And looking towards that bottom lane, you're talking about supports. I'm going to switch to AD carries here for a second. Serrated Dirk on Loken's Jhin. So we will see lethality, at least here at the start of this matchup. He does have fleet footwork. Sometimes you do see different runes. You can see something like a Comet on a lethality Jhin sometimes in the past. But fleet footwork, of course, always giving him the ability to just go fast, be that Jhin that everybody loves to be, running around 400 miles per hour. Rift Herald is taken by JDG. As the Gangplank ulti comes down, initiation goes through, Lumao going in, Galio ulti shows up, and now here comes your counterattack. Lumao into the stasis, keeping himself alive. Kanavi tries to get in there, but Leona's running away. Into the mix goes the Renekton, but now he's going to be juggled around in the middle of 4. It's a 1-for-1 so far. SOFM is taken down, the firing range opens up. Here's your curtain call, baby. Ben goes into Ben, and Loken grabs the kill. It's 2-1 JDG.
Nicely done for JDG. They come up huge there. Suning roamed all the way up, but they were way late on this play at the Rift Herald. It was pretty much already done from JDG, so not only do they grab the Rift Herald for themselves, they get 2 kills to 1, and Kanavi is heading straight over to the Dragon here. Suning losing out big time. They could have just stayed bot, honestly, pushed the wave, probably taken a plate, taken additional farm. Instead, they try to contest. They are not able to pull it off, and JDG with a pretty significant lead off of that as they will grab both the neutral objectives.
Feels good for JDG picking up this Drake for themselves. Mountain on the board. And when it comes to the 3 neutral objectives in the game, Dragons, Barons, Heralds, we'll talk about it after a second, but the Axe replay needs to be addressed because this is how JDG made this lead happen.
Yep, Kanavi over on that side, kind of zoning multiple members. Bin gets collapsed on. We see the Galio ultimate used defensively over to that side. Sword Art able to land a nice binding over onto Loken, but Kanavi finding SOFM, flashing on top of him with the Q, puts him to sleep. They knock him down, and then despite the good use of that magical portal to retreat over the wall, they were already so low. And by use of that magical portal, you're lining yourself up for the Jhin, the ultimate, able to grab that second kill of the fight for JDG, and we'll see how much bigger they can make this lead when they drop that Herald, because we have the Runic Echoes already completed for Kanavi. That is going to be such a boost in his farming speed. He is already up 24 CS over SOFM, plus taking both the neutral objectives and still having that Herald in his pocket to grab some more gold. So they're going to have to try to look for an opportunity, and they need to track Sword Art, because if you just drop it and you don't know where the Bard is, Bard can actually deny the destruction of those plates utilizing his ultimate. So they want to get eyes on him and then drop it immediately across map from him. So we'll see if JDG is going to be able to do that.
Graves just there, hit level 7 with his most recent kill on the Gromp. So SOFM at least a full level behind Kanavi. I'm not aware of how far Kanavi's experience bar is, but at minimum, you can't be any lower than just hitting the level. So the Lilia having that very nice early lead here. Loken continuing to pressure in the bottom lane with Lumao right next to him. Huanfeng will just keep farming up underneath. They will still keep that first turret plate intact here, but SOFM's in the bottom side.
Yep, SOFM, trying to look around, trying to anticipate where Kanavi may show up in order to potentially defend against this, but Angel gets tagged and he's gonna be slept up.
Angel is asleep, walks away from the trouble bubble, but the follow-up CC comes down. Say hello to Lumao. Kanavi's gonna pick up the kill.
Nicely done. Lumao with the flash from long range to land the ultimate there onto Angel, locking him down, taking him down, and zoom up on this top side. He is honestly slamming Bin so far in this game. He has just been straight up farming way better, pressuring Bin off of that, never getting whittled down in this case. You see Sword Art is up here trying to match where Lilia could be, so they won't drop the Rift Herald just yet, but that is a 40 CS advantage. Yes, that will get closed a little bit, but Bin is getting slammed. It is not supposed to look like this. He has not died, sure, but he's losing turret damage. He's down massively in farm. The jungle advantage has been heavily in the favor of Kanavi. So JDG really in these early minutes looking a class above.
At least I'm not dead is not the most assuring thing to hear from one of your laners in a game of League of Legends, especially not in a game with this gravity to it. As the Rift Herald is summoned up in mid lane, Shelly will be making her charge. Sword Art's right there. This should be easily canceled.
Yeah, that's
all right,
a terrible
timing's
Rift
fine.
Herald. I'm disappointed. Shame on you, Kanavi. You've been playing a very good game, but come on, man. That one's not even trying. If you're just going to drop it like that, there was an earlier point where we saw Sword Art clearing a pink ward from JDG on the bot side of the map, and Kanavi was on the top side of the map. So if you don't have some sort of master plan on how to get the perfect Rift Herald, just drop it and get the guaranteed gold, because that did literally nothing, right?
Yeah, that was worthless.
You accomplished absolutely nothing with that. If anything, it's actually a negative play because you gave them the kill gold for the Rift
Gave
Herald.
him 25 gold. It's worth about a melee minion, but it's a melee minion you didn't already have.
You'll take that.
I mostly just enjoy the fact that you didn't even try to make it sound pretty. You just said that's troll. But let's see how the play happens down here. Galio engage comes through. Nicely done. Angel with the execution. Loken is gone. And Lumao, it's about time for Suning to get some revenge for all those roams. They tie this game up at 3-3.
Yeah, that is a huge TP for Angel. And you were talking before about how it never feels good to just be able to say, oh,
that never feels good either. Never feels good to say I had 80% of my health and now I don't.
I mean, now Angel could say, hey, only died once, killed the Rift Herald, and a TP'd bot lane. It's looking good. 2 kills over on the Huanfeng. They're able to take down some more here. Kanavi face-checking Bin. He could be in trouble.
Oh, that's real bad. Bambi wandered into the wrong jungle. Kanavi trying to get away here. Does survive. 200 HP. Sleep goes down. Bin getting himself away. Uses the barrel to make sure the enemy team can't chase this one any further. JDG was collapsing with 3, but they won't be able to find any more. Bin does lose half his HP there on the very back end. Zoom wandering around. Does not want to go for a dive.
I'm surprised he couldn't get in range for one last Q, because it did look like one more Triforce empowered Q would have actually killed off Kanavi. Couldn't quite get that last shot off to finish him there. So it just ends up being a trade of flashes and the ultimate down for Angel. So, despite a good setup and attempt for Bin, it actually ends up being a positive play, all things considered for JDG, because they do get that Galio ultimate down. And we do see JDG setting up for this dragon, looking towards the second. We know the first was a mountain, the second is a cloud. So it's going to be either, the ocean soul or that infernal soul. And those are the two that people are most willing to fight for. So it will be interesting to see if, as a result, Suning wants to contest here to try to keep JDG a little bit further away from that soul point.
And talking about a contest around a Drake, you're talking about the prospect of a pretty large fight, my friend. And when we're thinking about those possibilities, we have to look at what everybody's got locked and loaded. You can see that Trinity Force done for the Gangplank, like you already mentioned. Black Cleaver on Renekton. Zoe looking for a sleep there. Will not find that onto Sword Art. Bottom lane, it's Essence Reaver for Misfortune. Yumu's Ghostblade completed for Loken. So everybody's got those first items up and running. And it looks like Suning, they're not going to make any sort of a fight happen here anyway. That is the second of Drake going over uncontested. Ocean Soul will be the story this game.
So Ocean Soul, is always going to be really strong. You do have to mention that it's a little bit less strong when you don't have a true tank. Because when you have that Ornn or Sion or Maokai, you can never consider one-shotting him and just kind of erasing the potential to regen here.
Right.
These champions still can be burst down, and that's why we're seeing lethality come out from the Jhin, lethality come out from the Graves. It's mostly squishy members. There's not going to be a lot of defensive stats purchased up, so it can be very effective. As far as Loken is concerned, he gets the extra move speed from the Fleet Footwork. He has the Swifty Boots. He has the active on the Ghostblade, so a lot of ability to kite out and disengage just through straight up move speed when there is not that point and click CC, right? You can pop the Ghostblade and maybe dodge out of a Bard ultimate. You can run away and kite out from a Galioton and these types of things. So he's going to be looking to do that. And we can see Huangfeng is doing the BF stacking MF style builds. Some of the MF one-tricks really do like just going pure BF items all the way down. You get tremendous amounts of flat AD, and it does make for extremely powerful ultimates. It's so much about the bullet time. But again, you're going to be depending on Galio to set you up for that. And Galio doesn't have a slam dunk target to ult in on and then taunt someone up off of. So a lot of pressure on Angel to find that setup for his AD, and not a lot of setup for him to get it done.
Angel does lose a good chunk of his HP there. Yagao doing a good job here on the Zoe, just always maintaining his lane priority, this pressure. Angel getting hit by another big paddle star means he's down to about 1/4 HP, but he's fine just going home, taking the reset here. It's what you mentioned at the very beginning. SOFM is perfectly fine swooping in to clean up a wave or two for Angel when he has to leave. Once again, Lumao's in the enemy jungle, setting up wards, throws the Zenith Blade over the wall just in case somebody was waiting around. But Huanfeng has found the enemy support, and Sword Art can just go on a magical journey through the wall there.
Yeah, and they force out the flash there from Lumao, so that's actually a pretty big deal. If you do end up scrapping around this Rift Herald or even the next Dragon fight, it won't be available for. So not having the flash for an engage on Leona does significantly reduce the power here. I do think it's reasonable for Suning to just not contest at the Rift Herald, though. You have Bard for potential deny again on that Rift Herald, and you're not really set up for it. With the sleep landing on SOFM, they are going to be pushed back and can't really contest even if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But we do have to see them showing some respect up on that top side as Angel punches a tree and gets the worst of it.
Well, SOFM also had to use his ulti just to buffer the movement a little bit against the Zoe sleep, make sure he didn't get one shot there. Shelly going for the charge, and that's 0 for 2. Well done by Sword Art. JDG getting absolutely nothing for these Rift Heralds. There's another melee minion's worth of gold over to Suning. So Shelly and her sister Shelly really not doing a whole lot here today in game number 1. Currently, only 200 gold separates the two teams. It is a very minute lead for Suning Gaming, who have managed to secure themselves that very small edge just because of taking the turret there in the bottom side. It is 1 turret to 0 right now. Huanfeng in the top side will deliver this minion wave to the tier 1. However, they don't have enough information on where everybody on the enemy team is. He doesn't feel like it's safe to stay pushed up and try to put some damage onto that turret. Hex flash over the wall. I love how much we're seeing Lumao use this and how much confidence it's giving him to be in places he otherwise couldn't because he knows he has a way out.
Yeah, and I mean, he's always looking for these unique angles. This is something that Lumao does very, very well, is tries to attack you from angles that you are not necessarily expecting, using the Hex Flash to put him behind enemy lines and then wrap around behind your marksman player. Those types of plays can be pretty big. I do expect a huge fight to break out over this next Dragon, because I don't think that Suning are going to be willing to just give over a free soul point to JDG.
Not on Ocean.
Yeah, exactly. And for JDG, they have, I think, a lot of champions that are getting pretty damn strong right now, and I think they want to look to scrap. You don't want to just give this Gangplank free time in a side lane to just power farm the whole game long when you have Renekton. You want to try to force your advantages right now. The timing for cleanse will be pretty tight, but Hwangfeng likely won't have it right on that dragon spawn, so there is potential to try to have a Renekton flash on the MF, try to burst him down with that cleanse off, but he picks up a QSS to try to deny any chance of that. So very respectful stuff from him, and I think it makes a lot of sense because there is a ton of dive, multiple sleeps that you talked about. There's the Leona stuns, there's Renekton stuns, there's the root from the Jhin, and if he gets caught, he's probably dead instantly.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you break that CC chain without having a cleanse or a QSS, right? It's not like they're just going to mess it up and, okay, cool, now you get to walk away. This is not solo queue. This is an entirely different ball game. And Suning now has 10 seconds before they've got to be ready to contest this Drake or give up the soul point. The previous 2 Drakes have been no contest from them. It has been JDG with complete control of the neutral game so far. 2 Heralds and 2 Drakes in their possession. Bin fires off a barrel, but won't get anything with it there.
And now Suning actually has the gold lead. It's very slight, but they have been able to erase that early lead that JDG had. You know, they have been able to scale up on some of these champions, and they are looking potentially for a fight right now.
They got the CC down onto Kanavi. Solar Flare lands, but look at the damage onto the Lilia. Kanavi forced to run away as more comes through. Bard ulti's able to find it. Yagal's already down. Kanavi's gonna join him. Bullet time! Suning Gaming, they found 2. The 3rd is waiting in the brush on the back of the Drake pit. He gets himself away over the wall with the Hex Flash. That damn rune is doing so much work for Lumao this game. He has got to be sweating bullets, but his team lost big in that fight.
They're going to Baron. They're just going for it. 21 minutes in, they slam the team fight, and the immediate pings come onto Baron here. SOFM still has the smite available. They're looking to rush this down to force a response here from JDG. The TP is available on Yagao. He's up in 5.
Curtain call opened up. Sword Art going to be tanking those bullets here on the front at the start. Kanavi's back in the base. Sword Art down to half HP. TP's coming in. Zooms into the ulti. Baron at 2k HP. SOFM's coming in. He's going to be able to have to try to stop this. Ben's going to be taken down. Zoom is tearing Suning Gaming apart. He's looking for the kill, but he will be shut down. SOFM taking the kill now. Loken's in the middle of 4, and Loken is gone down. Hwangfeng on a rampage. Suning, they manage to outplay. They go 2 for 1. They won't find the Baron, but they win another fight.
What a gutsy call there from Suning. I mean, that was close to actually being stolen potentially from Yagao because he had the Spellbook Smite. And if they didn't stop at as high of a health as they had, Yagao could have actually just come over the wall with his ultimate on Zoe and Paddle Star plus Smite and finish off the Baron. So here's that previous play. Sword Art over the wall. Beautiful binding from the Bard. You talked about those Bard mains being able to land it when it counts. Sword Art lands the binding to start. Kanavi flashes the way. No escaping from Sword Art. Nails the ultimate. Sets it up with the slow for Hwangfeng to come in and knock him down. And this is the play I'm talking about. Suning intelligently pull off because they know that there is the potential of a steal. Look at this. If they kept hitting that, Yagao comes in, he just throws a Paddle Star straight at the Baron, and he actually hit the Smite rate on it, steals it away. But because Yagao had no flash, he's over the wall. Bin gets in there, does so much damage, but there's not the follow-up. Jhin gets isolated, he gets focused down, Suning kiting it out, forcing out resources there from JDG, and they are now 2,000 gold ahead after a very successful last couple minutes.
MVB, bro. Most valuable Bard. Finding the stun over the wall. The follow-up with the ulti on a team that is so hard-pressed for initiation, where it is so difficult to get those angles. Sword Art makes it happen at one of the biggest possible moments. Sleep comes out. A little bit of damage coming through, but honestly not a lot, and Hwangfeng is still feeling just fine.
You could recycle that one too, right? You've got MVB, most valuable Bin, most valuable Barrel, most valuable Bard.
We can use this joke all day long.
Yeah,
I promise you guys
good.
I won't run it into
Put that one in the bank. You can pay dividends later.
The most valuable bank? Okay, I'm done now. Anyway, Yagal's just clearing minions away up top side. Angel's still working on this tier 1 turret. Honestly, Suning hasn't gotten any more of those after that first one that they took in the bottom lane. JDG has been doing a good job defending these outer points here. You can see that they also picked up one of their own, also in bottom side, but bot lane tier 1 turret isn't exactly the most useful thing in the world 24 minutes in, so I don't think anybody's sweating a lot over the loss of those. Angel's here in the brush. Yagao walks up. The taunt is down. The follow-up with the Justice Punch. However, the Drowsy found SOFM as he moved forward to try to help his team. Now he's looking to get away. Now Lumao buying a little bit of time on the side with the Solar Flare. Angel through that portal. Curtain call opens up. 2 shots into the back of Sword Art. Make it 3, make it 4! Loken gets the kill.
Beautifully done. Yagao over the wall, softening up the bar enough so that that 4th Jin bullet could come in, clean up the kill, and they're going to get a tower off this too, so a good counterpunch here from JDG. That went so much worse than I think Suning was expecting because of that initial sleep onto SOFM. No follow-up being there, for that Galio taunt meant that it really didn't result in anything instead of being potentially an insta-kill over onto that Zoe. So nice play here for JDG. They get the kill, they get both the cleanse and flash off MF, which is big because MF is becoming a problem. He is getting so strong. He went for this very expensive build, even pit stop for the luxury item of the QSS, and he is still ahead in itemization over Loken. He's got the IE, he's got the Essence Reaver, QSS already in, and you look up the top side, Bin is going for that trifecta of incredibly offensive and expensive items here, IE, Essence Reaver, Triforce, and he's almost done that. We have seen what this man can do when he lands that barrel, and he is going for that one-shot style build. You land 1 barrel on one of these squishy members, and it can be the end of the fight.
30 seconds, man. 30 seconds till that next Ocean Drake. Last time it was Suning that made the big play through Sword Art to win that fight. Lumao fishing here with the Zenith Blade. They're trying to find SOFM, but Deadly Flourish, Trouble Bubble, all of it's going to come up just a little bit short. Bin is off to the side here, has the barrel ready to go. Nice little bit of chunk damage onto Lumao and Kanavi both. Ulti ready to fire here. Suning without control over the pit. It's JDG with priority right now. Sleepy Trouble Puddle still on the ground, zoning Suning Gaming away. Zoom tanking the Ocean Drake right now. It's SOFM who dashed over the wall. He's waiting in the brush, he's waiting in the pit. Now he's drowsy. He could be in a real bad spot as the follow-up is coming through. They're able to get him into the stasis, keeping him alive. The Ocean Drake's gonna be taken low and secured by Kanavi. Lumao stuck in the pit. He should be dead here. That's 2 deaths on the side of JDG. Suning loses the Drake, but they're 5v3 on the map. The enemy team still has their jungler this time, but Suning is heading to the Baron.
This is going to be so hard to stop this Baron in the 5v3 at 27 minutes. They are very healthy. Kanavi does have Flash, but they have Angel, who can be in a position to try to zone him out, and they're going to start this up. Some incredible team fighting here from Suning, playing a lot of that fight over the wall, utilizing the MF ult, the GP ult, to be able to come through and chunk them out. And now Angel, he's caught up.
Angel running that interference, making sure that Yagao can't get as close to the pit as he wants to be, but now Bin's going to be tanking Yagao. He finds the kill into SOFM. The enemy jungler is down. This is huge for JDG. Kanavi manages to bait Angel into a bad spot. The stasis will not keep him alive, and Loken picks up the kill. JD Gaming just tears Suning apart, and now they're onto the Baron themselves.
Yeah, Suning really mismanaged that split calls, as half of them are trying to continue hitting this Baron, half of them are peeling off to fight, and they lose out in what was that 5v3 setup. Wangfeng almost has his ultimate, but not quite. JDG look like they can just finish this Baron.
Yagao going over the wall here with the Zoe. It was his snipe onto SOFM that guaranteed Suning couldn't stay here. Zoom is diving around and slashing him down. Zoom in a 1v2. He grabs the first. Can he get the second? The Baron goes over to JDG. Zoom's kill onto the Misfortune just makes it a party, man. Ben is also gone. Suning has completely lost control.
Oh my god, Bin almost took out multiple members in the pit too. Bin at the same time killed off Loken. Kanavi sneaks out with almost no health there, but JDG coming out massively ahead off of this last series of play. They lost out on the kills by that dragon, but they got the dragon, so they put themselves at this whole point, and you're thinking, all right, Suning, you are going to get the Baron here. But the split calls cost Suning so much as some of the members were peeling off, they get picked off, and then JDG go to this Baron. Look at Kanavi barely sneaking away here, and the missed ultimate from Bin. The move speed on Lilia can be so difficult to deal with at times, but JDG now slight gold lead, soul point, and they have the run of the map here with that Baron buff. So Suning really cost themselves huge in that last Baron fight, and they're going to have to play almost a picture-perfect game from here on out, because I don't think they can afford to give up this next dragon. Yeah. And there's going to be 3 chances for JDG to steal one away.
Red Bull Baron on for the next 1 minute and 45 seconds. Drake spawns 30 seconds after that. You can see total champion damage this game. It is Bin's Gangplank, topping the charts with Yagao's Zoe coming in at a close second place. JDG, man, This is what I wanted from LPL versus LPL. I hope we get 5 games of this. Both teams have had such great high moments, from Sword Art's Bard, and then now into Yagao Zoe being able to find the pop on the enemy jungler in the Baron pit to stop what looked like a sure thing Baron. Both teams clearly showed up to play here today, and this has just honestly been 30 minutes of super fun to watch gameplay so far.
It really has, and it's still not over. I mean, JDG have the advantage here, but Suning have all the pieces they need to still win team fights. When you look at the itemization over on the MF, he is closing on a full build here. Yes, he can still complete the QSS, upgrade that up into Mercurial. He can upgrade the Executioners, but he's really ready to go. The GP is on that massive 3-item spike, but SOFM caught out.
SOFM getting chain CC'd. Look at all of those stuns, making sure he's not able to get away. Yes. Meanwhile, Kanavi showing him exactly what Lilia can do with that movement speed, just kiting all over the place. And Angel cannot catch him. Meanwhile, Ben's in the bottom side doing that split push thing as JDG continues to push down the top lane. Kanavi is fine, just distracting. Sword Art and Angel are stuck in a 2v1. They cannot deal with the Lilia. Kanavi is making them look foolish as they try to find this. Kanavi continues kiting away. He's just fine. It doesn't even matter as JDG have moved all the way to the enemy Nexus. They take down a Nexus turret, and now they're getting out. Lilia is the world's greatest distraction.
But I mean, at the same time, Huangfeng as well as Bin were pushing mid and bot. They actually almost killed off Zoom in a 2v1. And if Zoom dies there, JDG might have lost double inhib, so this was actually insane. Skirmishes happening everywhere. The Lilia is delaying Angel and Sword Art. At the same time, Zoom barely surviving against Bin and Huangfeng, keeping his team alive as the rest of the members of their team take an inhibitor. And now on spawn, Suning has first position here. They can just take this and then get out with the magical portal. So pretty crazy series of events. It looks really dicey for Suning.
I mean, this.
That was close to just like being game over. But at the same time, at the end of the day, they pressured 2 inhibitor towers. They lost just the 1 inhib. They take the dragon off the reset, and the Baron is gone. So really, they didn't lose that much. And I actually like the counterpunch because had they executed a little bit better, and taken down Zoom, that could have been potentially like game-ending damage. If you lose 2 inhibs off that play, like that would be insane.
Oh my, what a game of League of Legends we got going on here. 5th item now completed on Huangfeng's Misfortune. You were talking about just how expensive this build is. Well, it's almost done. Once the QSS is completed into the Scimitar, he cannot go any further. Bard ulti comes through. Lumao's the only one getting caught. Angel's able to find the taunt, following that one up. Lumao incredibly tanky, using Eclipse plus Aftershock, keeping himself alive. Redemption goes down. Suning cannot pursue. This is the problem with not having any follow-up engage, with not having more of those tools at your disposal. Suning goes for it, but they can't quite make it happen. Kanavi trying to keep on throwing those swirl seeds, looking for anything he might be able to find. Drowsy down onto Bin. Gangplank getting himself away now. Curtain call opens up. 3rd shot hits. 4th shot hits. Lumao once again in some trouble, trying to run away, but Huangfeng's got the damage. Kanavi shows up, trying to provide some sort of an escape route, but it will not work. Swirl seeds, paddle stars, everything. Oh my, toss the kitchen sink in there, why don't you? Suning still doesn't care. They get themselves back. It's a 1-for-0, and JDG loses their support.
Yeah, it looked like JDG were winning out in a lot of ways there, poking them down. And I'm not sure if that was a conscious decision from Lumao to just hold on to his flash, saying, all right, I'm dead, I want this for the next soul fight, or if he really just underestimated the crit damage that came through from MF, because he did go down very, very quickly. But you can see kind of the power of both sides, right? If you do actually catch someone and lock them down, you can kill them off pretty quickly here with Suning's composition, but at the same time, they're so slippery. And all you really have is the Galio taunt. Lumao has a lot of tenacity here. He's got the Merc Treads. He may be going into, Legend Tenacity and some of the other runes as well. I'm not sure exactly what he has spec'd into.
Unflinching in defense trees possibilities too.
Exactly. So, it's not going to last that long, right? And we can see that Huangfeng is going to have a hard time actually finding the correct ultimate because, there was times in that fight around mid lane where he would have wanted to go for the ultimate, but you have Kanavi on the side who can sit there, and if you start channeling it, you get tagged by a Swirl Seed, you can just get slept up, lose that ultimate, potentially have it turned around on you. So you have to find your moment to really nail that ultimate here on MF because so much of the power of their team fight is going to come from their AD carry.
SOFM needs to make sure he's playing very carefully on this Graves as well. We've seen JDG target him throughout this game. He does have 3 deaths so far, tied for the most on his team, and he doesn't have any luxury items. You mentioned the QSS for the MF and how she was able to stop off and buy that. Graves does not have that same good fortune.
He doesn't have cleanse either.
Yeah. If SOFM gets tagged, there is a Mikhail's Crucible from Sword Art that could liberate him from that CC chain, but that is all. If Sword Art is not nearby, SOFM is doomed, and he must be cognizant of that fact and be prepared to play around it. Lumao will once again eat a little bit of damage, a little bit of CC, but he does not care. SOFM trying to escape. Sword Art with the flash over the wall. Zoom, flash into the follow. Sword Art is in danger, and he is destroyed. Angel shows up with Calm down, but Ben's coming around from the side. Lumao might be in a bad spot. Bullet time goes flying. Lumao still hobbling away, but it's a double kill for Yagao. The Zoe, the artillery, has arrived as Ben tries to run away, but Loken, the power of the Jin to slow him down. Ben won't be able to turn this one back. No, sir. Stasis only buys an extra second. The damage comes through. JDG finds a big win.
That is huge for JDG, getting both the solo laners and the support. This should be a Baron for them pretty much for sure. I can't see how Huangfeng and SOFM would get over there. You know, thankfully for Suning, at the very least, they should be back up on the map with both teleports available for the potential game-deciding Soul fight, as JDG is at Soul Point here, but SOFM has moved over. I just don't see how you ever get in range to actually take it, so I just don't think it's even worth going for with Soul on the table here in 30 seconds. He's got to make the call to give up the Baron, try to play towards the Dragon here. JDG with another big win off of that pick. You know, right as you talked about it, the Mikhails actually got used from Sword Art over onto SOFM to try to save him. And then it's Sword Art who has to flash over the wall, gets followed on by the Renekton, knocked down, and Angel is put in a spot where he can no longer escape either because he's used the ultimate defensively on his support. Thankfully for Ben, he at the very least did kill off one member here, but getting knocked down, losing the stopwatch is very critical, and now we are on this potential Soul Point.
All right, it's Ocean Soul for JDG if they're able to find it. Big sleep coming through for JDG, but a good bullet time's gonna scare them back away. Zoom is diving into the back line, looking to keep everybody else away, but Suning's right back into the pit. Lumao's gonna be taken down. There goes the Drake. It is over to JDG. Kanavi secures it, and the Ocean Soul for his team. But now JDG has to get the hell out of town. Huanfeng's looking to chase, but Zoom is still fighting 1 versus 3 in the back line. SOFM will be shot down from a million miles away as the bullets keep pouring in, and Zoom refuses to die. The man is just spinning around in a circle like a gosh darn Beyblade, and he is tearing all of Suning Gaming apart. Zoom grabs the kill. The Ocean Soul does what the Ocean Soul was made to do, and JDG comes out on top.
Nicely done for JDG, and this could be the potential death push here. We'll see how long Suning can hold on. It is just Ben and Huangfeng right now. 10 seconds on Angel, 30 on Sword Art, 20 on SOFM. At the very least, they're going to lose multiple inhibitors here, but this could just be lights out. They only have the one Nexus turret remaining here.
That Ocean Soul secure was so big.
That decided the fight.
For Kanavi. It honestly was so incredibly important. It may have been what won the game. Sleep onto Ben. He gets away. You can't say the same for Huanfeng. Shutdown credit over to Loken. Ben will join him now, and JDG, they clean Suning Gaming up in the base. The Ocean Soul was the secret ingredient, Mr. Azael. Sword Art's back alive, but he's 1v5. It will not matter. Game 1 goes to JDG.
Back-to-back multi-man sleeps there from Kanavi, showing up huge in game number 1 here between Suning and JDG. That was an incredible engage from him, and the secure right after was a good response that Huangfeng was able to avoid that. You know, he had his cleanse, he had his QSS, he backed off, he had a great MF ultimate to push back JDG at that fight, but that smite was so huge for Kanavi. Not only did it allow Ben to fight his way, or excuse me, Zoom to fight his way out of a position, you know, where he should have been dying to Ben, it potentially actually saved Yagao as well, who was able to sneak out of there with very low health. You can see them celebrating as they knew the game was theirs after that point. such an explosive game one to start this series off, and it is really closely contested. You know, this one was a game of inches. So many risky plays from both sides. These guys have supreme confidence in themselves. You know, the fact that 9 of these players have never played at an international event, and that is the game one they give us, where they are going all out, you know, not holding anything back, playing incredibly aggressively, trusting in their own individual mechanics and skills, trusting in their teammates. That is a thing of beauty, and I'm excited for a really good series.
I'm just loving what we're seeing with the support play in particular. Both of these guys hungry to constantly make plays. If you've ever posted about not knowing how to carry on support, watch this series. But right now, the Takeover remix was just released. You can check out this brand new track on the official League of Legends playlist on Spotify. Go ahead, hit that one up during the break. We are going to have more insight on game one here in a couple of minutes, so be sure to stick around. Cool.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network. Because when every click can tip the scale of an entire season, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the world's most powerful network will do.
I got the height of a lion. I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for the war. I'm at the top again, now if we lay the groundwork, count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger. Everything I carry up on my back, you should paint it up with a target.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. That is exactly what we are talking about. This game delivered. It was only the first game of this best of 5, which is setting out to be pretty epic. In the end, JDG take it, but there's a lot to go over. We talked so much about Kanavi versus SOFM, and Frosk, you took a closer look at exactly how they played out the early game.
It's a very simple image to look at, but basically it works like this. SOFM loves his jungle timers. He loves clearing his camp, so what do you need to do? Depending on what side of the map you're on, you make sure that you have the winning 2v2 or 1v1 or wherever it is, and you can test him. Because knock knock, he's coming in no matter what. And if you're there with the firepower to match him, you can really throw a wrench in what SOFM wants, because he would rather die than let this camp go, and he almost does here.
Exactly, and that's what we kind of talked about before as well. And we were wondering who of these junglers is going to shine and who's going to get shut down. Lyric, what was your thoughts on the early game of both these junglers in this game?
The thing I loved, especially about that play, was how they coordinated it so well with the bot lane right when they took the trade. But I definitely think this early game was favored from Kanavi. They have the winning bot lane 2v2, and we saw that Zoom absolutely crushed Bin in a matchup that shouldn't be that one-sided. But props to JDG for taking those advantages and pushing them to the extreme.
And we see how much starts in the jungle, but, you know, SOFM, he didn't really care. He caught up a little bit later.
Yeah, there was at one point where he fell down about 15-20 CS, and then he was ahead by 2 CS, but ultimately, again, it's those moments where it slows down the setup of Suning, which is why their team fights are so inconsistent. Again, you see the incredible highs of Suning when their individual performers pop off, and it looks like for a second that they've got the bold play, that they can beat JDG, but then, you know, the setup is slightly fumbled, and then JDG are making better, more consistent calls, which is why they're the favorites in this matchup.
And looking at a specific team fight with Verius now, sometimes, though, things that shouldn't work, work for Suning. Verius, what is this all about?
So this Drake fight looked a little confusing to me, so I wanted to take some time to actually break it down and better understand what happened. And it really sets us up beautifully for a lot more of the later Drake fights that did happen. Now, the thing about Suning's comp that I want to illustrate is it's actually very difficult to be able to get mid lane priority against champions like this. When you're playing against things like a Zoe and a Jhin, the amount of poke, the amount of oppression can be very difficult. And specifically in this situation, even when the Misfortune was able to reset first, because she didn't have cleanse, they had to think on their feet. This means that what they decided to do instead was actually play through the bot lane. They're going to look to get push here, and they're going to have 3 members hover around this entrance. The purpose is to try and keep JDG on the top side while they push up through bot. So, as I roll out the clip, what you'll notice is Juan Feng with Sword Art covering him as they're looking to continue this shove. Now again, the point is, at this point, you'd think, okay, well now maybe they move into the river. Now that they've got this early prio, they actually want to contest and actually challenge this vision, especially when they don't have that much control. But they actually keep going. They keep pushing in through the bot lane, and the reason is because of their global ultimates. The ability to join and protect, which actually then allows them to get this very clever collapse, and then the Bard ultimate comes through to set them up for this beautiful engage. Meanwhile, Zoom is kind of left unknown what he can do in this situation because he's stuck clearing out all these minion waves. So huge props to Suning to recognize in this situation the limitations of their comp, adapting and actually finding a really good fight that initially looked good, but then as Frost said, ended up not going especially in their favor.
Indeed, and that's why I was feeling pretty hypey and positive about Suning in that moment. But Lyric, your heart must be a bit broken because you said my heart tells me to vote for Suning here. But do you agree with Frosk that in the later stages of the games, due to the individual class on the Yagao, on the Zoe, due to Zoom and the team fighting of JDG, it just doesn't look like Suning has enough to offer in that department? And do you think they can work on that in this series?
I think this was always the area where JDG would completely outdo Suning. We even saw it in the tiebreaker game of Suning against G2, where they got so far ahead, but almost let G2 back with that Senna comp. So I think there's no doubt JDG in these mid and late game team fights are just a clear cut above Suning. Suning really do rely on a lot of these individual outplays, like Finn on the GP almost did it again this game in the mid lane. But I want to see some different champions come out from Suning. I want to see them switch over to red side and, you know, get some winning lane matchups, because I think this is a team that relies on some of these early advantages to kind of band-aid that mid and late game.
Yeah, and I think push priority and winning lane matchups are especially important for them because, again, the nature of their jungler and SOFM. You know, if he has winning matchups and he doesn't need to kind of tend to his lanes and his lanes can give him so much pressure, then this guy can single-handedly run circles around other junglers. But when his laners are getting contested, when the jungle starts to collapse on him, he doesn't really change up his style as much as he should. And it's this I guess, tendency or pattern or habit that teams who play a lot against SOFM can punish for.
So with what you know, Lyric, from these teams in the LPL and how they react to best-of-5 losses or wins or situations that change over the course of a best-of-5, how much faith do you have that Suning will be able to find some different answers and some different avenues in the next game?
I feel pretty confident that we can still see more from Suning. Like, even though the Galio was quite nice, we saw Yagao punish it so heavily in the mid lane. I'd like to see, again, a more aggressive option come out in top side. GP's supposed to be a pseudo counter to Renekton, but it didn't work out. So get Bin on more of one of these bruisers that can carry something like the Camille maybe next game. But I'm curious to see if JDG will just stick to red side, because I really think red side could be the answer in this best-of-5.
Yeah, I really like what Lyric brings up there, that it's about changing out certain champions, but I don't think the strategy changes too much for Suning. I think you saw exactly what they are, which is it's relying on those individual outperformers, those clutch moments that they can do, but you know, there's no more depth in the strategy. It's just like, can I pop off on this champion? Can I pop off into this matchup?
Let's see what happens after the break. Worlds 2020 returns with Game 2 of Suning versus JDG.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb. your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
You just heard Suning's comms when they were up against G2 in our Sounds of the Game presented by Bose. I love the advice there from Angel at the end. Advice we can all live by. Just don't int. If you're thinking about playing bad, play better. That's how you're going to win some League of Legends. Or you could step up the way that we saw JDG step up in that first game. It was a close battle, but they are up 1-0 here so far in the series.
Exactly. And something I wanted to talk about, going into this game is we highlighted the top laners a lot. The analyst desk highlighted the top laners a lot. But something that a lot of fans who don't follow the LPL might not realize is that traditionally the LPL has really heavily imported their top laners. When you think of, LPL World Champions, you think of top laners like the Shy, like Khan, like Gimgoon, even guys like Duke have been imported. And, in the past, the Chinese top laners were more like role players, guys like Zatai and Core One and Let Me. And now we have this kind of new era of these young Chinese top laners in the LPL who are so damn good. You have guys like Bin and Zoom and 369, all incredibly, incredibly good, all native to the region. It is something that the LPL is incredibly excited about, is the fostering of their talent and this new wave of players coming up and kind of representing the growth of that talent in a region that's already so damn good is something that is very frightening for the rest of the world.
And I'm sure both these top laners will continue to have large roles to play as we move forward in this series, as is indicated by the fact that once more, both teams will be banning top laners as their first bans, Ornn and Camille. For everybody who might be curious, Suning does have side selection this game because loser gets side selection. Suning elected to play on blue side again. Their bans will be the same as they were in game number 1 with Ornn, TF, and Lucian. Nidalee, Syndra, and Camille banned off on the other side. And so far, we're running it back, Mr. Azael. It's Graves first pick, blue side, Renekton, Lilia red.
So honestly, I don't mind this as long as you're changing your support pick. I actually thought that Suning had a great draft. I think they played the game individually very well. Yes, there were some mistakes here and there on both sides, but overall, I think Suning played great. They just were playing a little bit, I think, on hard mode. When you don't have hard engage to actually, give someone for the Galio to jump in on, you don't have that extra CC for lockdown for Huangfeng to get a really good ultimate. So, I don't mind some of the picks going a similar way. They may already be changing it up, moving towards that Zoe. If you don't want to go towards hard engage, this makes a lot more sense. So they're kind of taking the other side of it now. They're the ones grabbing the Jhin as well as the Zoe, pairing it alongside the Graves. So snatching some of those picks away from JDG that they used so effectively last game.
Right. We're still seeing 5 champions that were picked in game number 1, but 2 of those now switching sides with Yagao and Loken's picks from the previous match going over to Suning. Now, how is JDG going to adapt to this? All right, they're saying, fine. You want to trade? We're going to trade.
But you had the right champion. You just sucked at it. Let me show you.
Let me teach you the ways.
This is how you play Galio.
Well, they'll have a Renekton that's going to be jumping into the back line. We saw what Zoom was able to do in multiple team fights in the previous game, where he dashes and slashes into the back lines and just creates all this pressure. So having a Galio that can jump in on top of you can seriously create some threat with that. But Renekton is still not a primary engage mechanism. His slice has a very limited range, often needs him to have something else to dash through first, so he gets the dice on top of it. We'll see how both teams complement themselves in the second half of the draft. Both teams still needing some primary engage here. You would hope. They, of course, do have Lilia and Zoe on either side, so either side can go fishing for a Trouble Bubble or a Swirl Seed, but I would prefer more of a trigger pull than that.
And I mean, the thing is, you can also use the Renekton kind of for flanks, and then also off of that. Either way, this is already better setup. Even the Lilia with a Q flash in the backline, as we saw Kanavi pulling off in some of those big fights at the end of the game, that being followed up by a Galio ultimate landing on top of you, you all go into a sleep, into a taunt, that can be game over. But it is critical that there's not parity in the picks right now. There's not marksman bans coming out from Suning. I think they are feeling like if both teams aren't banning it out, you're not going to be able to limit the pool enough to really make a difference. So instead, they're targeting the supports for now, taking out the Bard, TK, banned away on that other side. This is already a very heavy CC style composition from JDG. And if you get your wish and we get that hard engaged support, something like Leona, guess what's also good in that? Tom Kench. So very intelligent ban here from JDG, both with what they have and with what we're assuming they may want to build towards.
Caitlyn banned away by Suning here yet again. They banned it in game number 1. In game number 2, they will keep that habit. Now, one important difference that Suning has made in this draft is they're still waiting on picking that top laner. Last time around, as soon as they saw the Renekton, they're like, okay, we'll play Gangplank into it, no worries. This time around, waiting to see a little bit more. And yeah, hey, it's mid and 80 carry traded for mid and 80 carry of both sides. So let's see how Suning wants to adapt. You don't get any more information. You got to make these next 2 picks based on what we're already seeing here for JDG. And then that last pick will show up for them.
And I want to see, are we going to get a spicy counter pick top lane?
Well,
because we have seen in the LPL some people going towards Quinn into Renekton as a matchup that you can play very heavily towards, and that it's very difficult for Renekton to do anything in, especially when you do have that cleanse Quinn, as people like to go to. So that could be an option if they want to go for a kind of more risky style counter pick. The Gangplank did work well, though. We have to remember, Bin was getting trashed in the early game by Zoom. He was down 40 CS at one point fairly early on. He did have a very strong game from then on, but the early laning phase was definitely not in his favor. And we saw that somewhat pouring over into the jungle, where the lanes for Suning were on the back foot. They were getting pushed in. And as a result, it was Kanavi who was actually getting a lot more farm. He was also very far ahead of SOFM. So now that some of these roles have been reversed, that we have the Leona, we have the Jhin, we have the Zoe over on the Suning side, perhaps SOFM can get a bit more of an edge in that jungle. If he can have that Galio locked down under his turret by Angel, he can maybe get priority to move around, try to take away some of these camps from Kanavi, or at the very least protect his own camps and keep it closer to parity, because that was really a big part of the early stage for JDG in game number 1.
That's one of the things that I really wanted to look at, too, is just how far behind that Graves fell. When Lilia was level 8, Graves was still level 6 and had to take 2 camps to be able to catch up. It felt like Lilia was always playing on the Graves side of the map, and SOFM's just like, well, I don't even own my own jungle. How can I go take his? And it felt suffocating. Everybody that's ever played jungle has been in a game like that before, where it just feels like the enemy has 2 halves of the map and you just get to sit there and hope that there's something when you walk up to one of your camps and farm. Not quite that bad, of course, but still a game where it felt like he was never in the driver's seat. But we're in here yet again. It is Fleet Footwork once more on the Graves. Everything looks pretty par for the course across the summoner spells here. A change from last game. Remember, we saw Angel play the Galio. He was playing Predator, needed that to try to reach the backline. This time around, Yagao will be using the summoner spellbook instead.
And you can actually note that Loken, I believe, is starting Boots 4-pot. So this is something he did last game as well. We may see a Flash Force out here if he can land the... Oh, that sidestep!
That was so good, man!
It broke his ankles!
Juke him!
You know what I would have wanted to see, though, is Angel actually back up, do a max range sleep into that little corridor. Because if you just block his escape path, then he probably has to flash.
He has to, yeah. You can't step on the pool, and you can't wait it.
They got the Ignite out, though, and that was really clean from Lumao. Really, really fancy feat there to be able to avoid it. Nicely done by him. But yeah, it's Boots 4-pot start for Loken, both games on Jhin, and now on the other side of the matchup, he's doing it as well. We are seeing more of these in matches where people feel like they could be on the receiving end of a lot of poke. Keeps you very healthy in lane. It's a lot more sustained than a Doran's Blade is going to be. Of course, the Doran's Blade has lasting value where those potions really do not. But it is interesting to see that's just kind of the start he's most comfortable with. I'd also say we didn't get to talk about the support set, but support set was actually for me that along with the mid lane set was 7-2 in group stage. You know, this was a really, really successful pick. Had incredibly high impact, and Lumao is one of the greatest support sets at this tournament. So I'm excited to see how he can perform if he can make those plays come teamfight time.
And I think one of the big reasons behind a scoreline like 7-2 that does have such an incredible win rate is the fact that it's not a general pick. It's not something that you pick into any matchup. Usually you're not seeing people just say, yeah, sure, set mid, why not? It's one of those things that you generally have a plan in store for it, and it needs to slot into the current draft well, which means that it's never being picked into those situations where it's like, oh, well, he's stuck, he doesn't get to do anything, right?
Exactly, and I also think it's additionally, only people who are really good at set support are actually playing set support. You know, it's not just one of these kind of generic picks that everyone is playing. It's so much about the playmaking, and if you really can't make it happen with this pick, if you can't find the flanks, if you can't make those roams happen, the pick becomes very low value compared to a lot of the other traditional engaged supports like Nautilus, like Leona. So I think that's part of the reason too. But I am excited to see how this does go, both in the LCK and in the LPL. Set was very high priority, so we're going to see, I think, a pretty impressive game likely from Lumao.
SOFM clearing through the jungle with a slight camp lead over Kanavi, but they're both arriving towards the bottom side, and Kanavi is here much more quickly. Flash away from Hwanfeng, keeping himself safe from the engage of Lumao, but that's Flash on a champion that has no inbuilt mobility, so they could return here soon. Now, SOFM does have Scuttle Crab Prio because Kanavi went down into the bottom lane, so that means this crab will be secured by Suning, and Kanavi goes back to farm his default camps in his jungle instead. Now, Angel going for the Trouble Bubble onto the Galio, but a good buffer of the movement. Graves just fires off the smoke canister to pop the sleep for the extra damage, but there's no playmaking there. Speaking of playmaking, bottom side, it's Loken eating a bunch of damage, but using the cleanse gets him away and means Sword Art is just as hurt.
Yeah, and that was really good stacking there from Sword Art. He lands a stun, waits till it's cleansed, then ignites immediately after, because otherwise they can both be cleansed by that same spell.
Yeah.
The fact that Kanavi actually went for that gank, it didn't work out, meant he got pushed off the bottom scuttle, but more importantly, we saw SOFM running through, and that meant that SOFM actually got topside scuttle as well. As we see again, Lumao popping the Ignite. That is for the Nimbus Cloak proc for the additional move speed, trying to get in there and take down Hwanfeng, but he does have his heal as the response. And things already looking quite good for them on this bottom side. They've already taxed all 4 potions out of the MF. They have 4 summoners, but they've got to be careful about the return ganks because Yagao is missing. He is returning now to mid lane, but Lily is down here too.
Could have been a 4-man play. Hwanfeng with no summoner spells, no mana, half HP.
Ooh,
this is a very vulnerable Jhin. SOFM showing up, we're getting a 3v3. Lumao running away, trying to disengage. Sword Art with the follow. Lumao tanks some damage, Kanavi does too. Redemption had showed up from the Zoe, but Angel is here. Remember, Lumao doesn't have a way out this time, and that means first blood over to Angel Zoe.
Really nicely done on the roam there. Yagao had to return to mid lane, and then Angel had a timer to move. Finds that kill. So much pressure from both sides down towards this bottom lane. Continued efforts, and it is Suning that comes out on top. This was a pretty dicey back and forth fight here, as both sides, you know, we're low on health, we're out of resources, so that first kill can be very critical in a game like this.
It's a game of chicken, is what it is. Both sides are just driving straight at each other, 80 miles per hour. Who's going to swerve first?
No cowards here.
No, absolutely not. Somebody eventually just gets run off the road. And Huan Feng on the Jhin, looking vulnerable for so long, it ends up just baiting in the rest of the team to show up, and Lumao pays the price. Top side, you can see Bin once again getting jumped on by Zoom up here. That CS lead starting to build in a similar way that we saw in Game 1. Zoom seems very well versed in this matchup, knowing how to deal with the gangplank and get the edge in these trades. Ninja Tabby first item means he's able to close the gap on the gangplank, negate some of that advantage the champion would have by just staying back and spamming Qs. So I expect Zoom to pretty much play this like we saw previously.
And Graves is a jungler, right? So if you can go tabbies against GP Graves, you're feeling really good. Oh, yeah. But they actually spotted them on this invade, and they're looking for a collapse. Everyone is here.
Oh, but Zoom has joined the fight, and Angel could still be in some dire straits. He tries to get away. He uses the flash. Angel is disengaged for now, but Bin's coming around from the top side. Lumao is also here. Gangplank ulti summoned up. Zoom walking away. Uses that Q to try to keep himself healed up. Over the wall comes Angel. Zoom's taken low. Zoom's taken down. Bin disengaging here once more. Trouble bubble over the wall, but Sword Art is still in a bad spot. Lumao's getting himself away. Here comes the Swirl Seed. Sword Art stays alive. Sword Art finally drops. Angel looking to provide some cover fire over the wall. Gets right back over in time, and now the pickup kill onto SOFM. The double kill for Kanavi.
What a close fight. Skirmishes on both sides there. SOFM trying to take down multiple members. Still had the flash. I wonder if he could have flashed, you know, some of that CC at the end to try to turn that around, because there was such low health bars. Here's the initial play, the stolen flash from Angel, getting him out, and then Zoom is left with no flash and getting collapsed on. And then look at the top side of your screen. SOFM waiting it out, buying time, goes over the wall. He's able to heal back up a bit and re-enter the fight as Bin gets out after the kill onto Zoom. And this is where you're thinking, all right, this could actually go pretty heavily in the favor of Suning, because SOFM is walking in here very high on health, but Angel over the wall is not able to find any damage with that Paddle Star. And that Paddle Star would have killed anyone that it hits. And then we see SOFM getting locked up, doesn't get the flash off, and does go down. So game of inches here, and this is really top level LPL teams at work. This is the kind of stuff that you'll see them go for, because they have supreme confidence in their ability to outplay, in their ability to take these fights that look so dicey and execute on them. And with teams like JDG and Top especially, you know, they go for these plays and you're like, that's a 50-50. And then they win it 10 games in a row and you're like, you're just that good, okay.
That's a 50-50, but it's a trick coin. Every single time it comes up heads, and it's, man, I just love watching this kind of aggressive gameplay, like playing around a 50-50, playing around a 51-49. It makes League of Legends just the most exciting that it can be.
And it's cool because it's like, you think it's 50-50, but it's not, because they're just that good, right? Like, they are seeing it differently. They are believing in their ability to execute, and Bin now locked down.
Oh, Bin, you got to get out of there, man, but I don't think it's happening. He buys as much time as he can, but they make sure they put the kill onto Zoom, giving Renekton as much of an edge in the matchup as they can. And meanwhile, JDG has once again secured a Rift Herald. They are 3 for 3 of those in this series.
No Bard here.
Coming into this series, Rift Herald was the only one of the neutral objectives of Rift Herald, Dragon, and Baron that JDG had a better control rate of in groups compared to Suning. They get 54% of their Rift Heralds in group stage, and so far they've got 100 here in this series. Flash over the wall, Lumao makes sure he doesn't get caught out as Suning moves up to collapse. The turret is still alive. The Leona ulti summoned up. Here comes the engage from Sword Art, but they got to be careful. Not everybody's here just yet. Here's one Maker from Lumao trying to get him away. They do manage to grab the first kill, but what else can they get here? They had already lost the first turret. They need to find something else. Zoom gets hit by 2 shots, dodges the third, tries to get away from the fourth, but Huan Feng has the damage, and the shutdown will also go over to Bin, who picks up another. It is 5-3 now, and Suning finds a way to bite back.
Angel would have died to a stiff breeze at the end of that fight, but he just walks out. I don't even know how much health that guy had.
Not even close.
He's got 1 more health than he needed. Let's just leave it at that, right? So Angel able to walk out. Suning, again, going for that fight, able to even out the gold on what was a lost fight into Herald. It is still JDG taking this first turret here. There was no Bard for Sword Art to actually deny it, as he did multiple times last game. We see this engage, sidestep from SOFM, dodging out on so much of that and getting tremendous amounts of damage. Then Huang Feng arriving first to the scene. He has the Jin ultimate on the chase, really hard to both run away from your opponents and actually dodge out on a lot of this. You can see the turnaround ultimate from Loken just barely does not kill Angel. I'm not exaggerating when I say if MF had 1 or 2 more AD, you probably kill off the Zoe there. So that is always frustrating, because it can feel like those plays can snowball into the next one, where you barely don't kill in the first play, and then you don't barely kill in the second play, and you're telling yourself, well, if I just had that extra longsword from that previous kill, he would have died this time.
That's the difference in the amount of AD that would have killed the Zoe is the difference between an adaptive force rune or an attack speed rune.
Yep.
That's all it is. It's incredibly minute. As the first Drake of the game, going to be taken here likely by Suning 11 minutes in. That is a slow first Drake. Last time around it was about 9 or 10, so even later here in game number 2, Suning Gaming and JDG dead even in gold 11 minutes into this one. Bin's Gangplank, after that counterattack they mounted in the top side, does have his Trinity Force completed, which will help him a lot in dealing with this Renekton. However, that turret was the first one to go. The Rift Herald usage, much better for JDG when Bard's not on the enemy team, so Bin's got to be careful with how and where he's farming.
Exactly, he really does, but Angel in trouble here.
Oh boy. Stasis tries to keep him alive long enough, flashing away. Now they can bite back a little bit here, but Zoom shows up. He's in there, and Bin has to walk away, so each side has enough guys nearby to scare the other away, and nobody's dead.
Yep, flash for flash. They do get that stopwatch off Angel, so that's pretty big as far as playmaking in this early game. Yagao does not have to burn his. Does cost him the summoners, but nice attempt and counterpunch from those two teams. And you said it, I mean, the Bard was actually really big for Sword Art last game. I mean, he denied both the Rift Heralds. It wasn't just the first. They got nothing from it. And it was such a critical fight for Bin, because Bin had actually been falling very far behind. You know, prior to that top lane play, he was down 20 CS. He had just gotten killed off. You know, they lost their tower. So he needed something like that. And he does end up getting an 11-minute Triforce because he didn't make a pit stop for anything else. So, you know, he is now at a very comfortable spot, because even if you're behind, when you hit Triforce at an early time on GP, you're one-shotting the ranged minions with your barrels. You're starting to farm up those coins to upgrade the ultimate, and you really do get into a point where it's pretty hard to actually push in and punish you whatsoever.
Speaking of pushing in, Lumao once again pressuring enemy territory with these wards. I love how aggressively this guy likes to ward on support, always making sure they're looking for opportunities to make plays when they've got a lead somewhere. Bot lane Prio, invade the jungle, look for a play. Now in the mid lane, they're looking for a play here. Sword Art tries to disengage. Leona is tanky, but not tanky enough to get out of the showstopper. It's Loken picking up 300.
Yeah, and as soon as you see that set is behind you like that, there's no point in even flashing as Sword Art. You're just going to get dunked right back into the team either way. So Lumao finding the angle to punish the roam there from Sword Art. Both of these supports are really the type of players to try to match the roam. You know, it's not necessarily the type of player who's going to try to zone off the AD. They're comfortable to leave Loken and Huang Feng farming 1v1 to match those roams, to look to scrap, and to constantly try to find advantages around the mid lane for their team.
And that's the kind of support play that's exciting to see. That's the kind of support play that can dictate the game better. As fun as it is to sit in the brush and watch your buddy farm the minions and then give him the thumbs up emote every couple of minutes. No, it's terrible, but I'm trying to justify people who enjoy that, because we're not trying to judge here. I'm just trying to pump up the Chad style of supporting, where you roam around and look for some of that lockdown, look for some of those moves, and it's been really cool to see here between these two. But you can see up in the top right now, as turret plates have now evaporated, 5 versus 2. Of course, a lot of that is the Rift Herald difference. As Sword Art shows up, here's some of that playmaking I'm talking about. The damage comes through, and the shots are true. Yagao is there, but it's a little bit late. He only loses half his health bar and gets out. SOFM taking the Gromp tax on his way out. Kanavi getting popped means the jungle is free picking.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate how clean that play was. Sword Art flashing over the wall, hits the Zenith Blade into a stun, perfectly overlaps with the ultimate, and Huangfeng does not use his root until the ultimate is expiring, and Kanavi gets rooted immediately out of the ultimate. That was beautiful. And yes, Kanavi did not have his flash. Maybe he would have gone down either way, but that just shows the coordination, the combination coming through there from long range, having the confidence to land those skills, having the confidence that your teammate will be there to back you up. And that was really, really clean to punish Kanavi.
And is this not exemplary of what you mentioned in game number 1 as your problem with that draft from Suning? How you wanted to see better engage and more playmaking. You're not going to get the same level of chain CC and burst ability from Bard. Sword Art on the Leona has the ability to make so many plays here. As now, Suning has decided to contest the Rift Herald. They don't want to give away this second one for free.
Oh,
Sleepy Trouble Bubble down onto Lumao. It's SOFM taking over the Rift Herald, and now the engage is coming through, but Sword Art's in some trouble. The Haymaker finds him, and now Yagao has arrived to find the taunt onto 2 enemy players. They try to disengage it, but now they've got Huangfeng coming in from the side. A very nice bullet time at the very edge of the sleep. Angels in a bad spot, but they may just turn it around. Good golly, Miss Molly. Everybody on JDG is seeing black and white, and Suning Gaming get the 8.
What a scrap 10-man fight around the Rift Herald. You gotta love it. And Suning, as Huangfeng comes in from the side, it's the flanking Jin of all things that helped clean it up after Bin, it looked like, landed a massive amount of damage to soften up JDG, who were piling forward, thinking that they had the edge, thinking that they were going to be the ones to win around that fight. Suning looking so good in this game, up 4,000 gold, 2 dragons to 0. They are crushing game number 2.
Suning Gaming striking back hard after that first game loss. And ooh, what is that, Mr. Azael? I do believe we have a second game of an Ocean Soul, which just makes it that much more fun because you know these teams are going to fight over it so
Slap on some sunscreen, get the picnic, get the sunglasses, because we're going to have some team fights.
Somebody forgot their pool party, Leona. Shame on you, Sword Art, for not being able to see in the future, but you know what? I think the man's been making enough plays throughout this game. We're going to forgive him. So mid lane tier 1 turret falls. Suning's going to put more money in their pockets. Let's take another look at how this top lane Rift Herald fight went.
Yep, SOFM grabs that. Sword Art getting taken out immediately, and you have the flank here. Multi-man taunt there from Yagao, and you're like, uh-oh, Suning, you are doomed. Yep. But Huangfeng on the side here, and then look at the damage coming across that barrel from Bin.
So much.
Right as he's entering the Drowsy and going to get slept, that lit them up. And then SOFM was over on the side. He's able to go over the wall, rejoin the fight. Huangfeng is on the side flanking on this Jin. And yes, it looks pretty silly until you see that barrel land. And then all of a sudden the Reckon has like 1 hit, right? And you can clean that fight up. And that is a really gutsy move from him to position himself like that. And it works out brilliantly.
Dive maybe onto Zoom up here. They get the Dominus out of Renekton, so no reason to continue trying to dive right now. It'll just make things look a little bit sloppy.
Yeah.
But in that last team fight, just one more thing about it, as might not even have time to do one more thing about it. But yeah, the bullet time onto Angel doesn't manage to wake you up from the sleep, so he was doing so much with it, but again, just not
TP
enough.
coming in, we're
as the
scrapping
TP
flowers.
shows up, it's not done. Sleepy Trouble Bubble immediately down onto Yagao's Galio. He goes into stasis, trying to buy himself some time. A beautiful interrupt. Meanwhile, back up in the top lane, it's a double kill for Loken. 2 for 1 overall, but the fights were both lopsided with expected outcomes in either one. Lumao now running away, Swirl Seed covering his retreat. Angel is still here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will not find Zoom.
19 kills, 18 minutes.
I love
it's
PLPL
a beautiful
so
thing
much.
here.
This is the kind of League of Legends that Worlds is all about, man. I love this League of Legends. Huangfeng on the top lane. The final tier 1 turret will fall. That's 3 turrets now for Suning.
Yeah, they get it in the end. You know, it started out as just a little bit of initial pressure, trying to tax some resources from Zoom, but, you know, he hit Graves with the hard counter of standing behind something, so Graves could no longer hit him when he went behind the tower. But as the rest of the teams are coming up, they look for the flank, and it's a deep teleport flank from Galio on the other side that we saw on screen, but Kanavi able to land the multi-man sleep, able to set them up for the Lumao dunk there, grabbing 2 kills over onto Loken, who was having to deal with, again, a barrel from Bin. The GP ultimate dropped on his head as he's going into that ultimate, because if you want to keep channeling, you got to tank that. Yeah. And that's going to get even more difficult. I'm not sure if Bin actually has the Death Starter upgrade, but the true damage at the center is actually especially good against champions like MF and Xerath, who have these long channeled ultimates that are, you know, really important parts of their kit as far as damage goes. You know, you pop that, GP immediately, point and click, drops that on your head, you get the bonus true damage, and a lot of times you can actually force the MF or the Xerath to just straight up cancel their ultimate and take a lot of damage, so it can be pretty win-win.
Now, this is still a 5,000 gold game for Suning, despite the fact that JDG won that last fight in terms of number of champions traded. Both AD carries this game, having really big impact in what they're doing. 4-1-0 on that misfortune after picking up the double. 3-0-6, 75% kill participation, deathless so far for Huanfeng's Jin. You mentioned earlier how crazy it is to see the Jin come around on the flank. That's not where you expect that champion to be, but the man made it happen. And let's check back in with what we were talking about at the beginning of the game back in the draft. Can SOFM have a better game this time around on the Graves versus the Lilia? 47 CS lead with a 5-1-4 scoreline? I'd say so.
Yeah,
I'd say so.
He's looking really good, and he has the Zeal, probably going to pick up a PD for himself, a little bit of a defensive option. Ruby Crystal could be towards a late Black Cleaver, you know, to help set up for that. And they find Zoom up on this top side, does have Flash, so we'll have to use it.
Well, he gets away at least. If he doesn't have Flash there, they know they have the follow-up. Sword Art is tanky enough to facilitate the dive and guarantee that they kill him with all that firepower. Kanavi's just trying to farm. He's in the same spot Sword Art was in the previous game. SOFM was in the previous game. Oh. Excuse me. Lumao clears out the ward. Always got to be aware of where that set is. If he can come around from a flank angle and find a showstopper, things can change pretty rapidly. Drake in 10 seconds. Suning, if they get this, will put themselves on Soul Point. Remember last game when JDG was at Soul Point? Suning was able to stop it. Kanavi in a bad spot, forced to flash over the wall. That's a big summoner spell to not have available. Trouble bubble over the wall, but now it's SOFM in a really bad place. He gets away, but he's running right into the waiting arms of Zoom. The Galio's coming around from behind, but the fight is already lost. JDG, they tried to play offensively, but they split their forces, and now
chase for a penta here?
Everybody dig an extra grave, put a fourth one in the dirt. Bin grabs the kill. Here's your curtain call. Take a bow. Your gal's getting the hell out of town. They don't even need to kill him. They got what they came for. Fight's over. Take your drink.
There's so much I want to talk about. This was actually insane. There's 3 blue orbs on the side of Suning, and we saw Lumao setting up in flank positions multiple times in a row, warded out by the long-range blue trinket. He gets in the brush over by the red buff, immediate blue ward. He's in that side brush over in the river, immediate blue ward. They are anticipating everywhere that he wants to go, and that is what started off this fight. It looks like it could go pretty well for LGD, or excuse me, JDG, as you do see, Zoom coming in from that bottom side, cleaning up the jungler, but the rest of Suning is coming in from that top side of your screen, crushing through the fight. The Jin is so strong already. People talk a lot about how Jin cannot deal well with tanks. There's no true tanks on this team, and he is playing from so far ahead. Jin has these execute mechanics built into his kit with that 4th hit, being able to use the ultimate that does more damage on low health targets as well, and he is snowballed so far ahead now, already on that big ticket 3 items at 23 minutes. He can do really an incredible amount of damage. Like, if you get 1 4th shot plus a Q on someone like Kanavi, like, they just have to leave the fight now, right? It's actually insane how much you do on squishy targets at this point in the game.
And look at Suning's jungler and support duo. Flexing those muscles in the enemy jungle, laying down that control ward line, cutting off the map yet again. Loken is in a bad spot. Gets tagged by the slow. Collateral damage doesn't find the kill, but the barrel does. Bin is there for the follow-up. They find the damage they need. Hwanfeng goes godlike. Where's Kanavi at? It's going to be a whole lot of fun here, my friends. Bambi's out of the picture once more. Yagao is here, but 1 versus 3 is not where Galio needs to find himself. Justice Punch away, keeps alive yet again. Ben trying to chase this up, but where is that?
What?
It's Jin!
He's in the
enemy base! Behind the curtains with the curtain call! Everybody is done, man. Hwanfeng is legendary. They pick up the last 2 kills. I tell you what, of all the places that thing could have opened up from, next to the rock in the red team base was not where I was expecting. That was a beautiful subversion of my expectations. Jen should have wrote Season 8 of Game of Thrones. It wouldn't have sucked. But Suning Gaming is now taking down that mid lane inhibitor.
It's Secret Agent, man. Hwanfeng snuck into their base, bribed the guards, and ulted the team behind him. I have never in my life seen a flanking Jin ult with towers still up in the base from inside the enemy's base. That was incredible. They are just chasing him down, and it's just not fair. 1 or 2 hits from the Jin is killing off everybody. And look at this man. He's just sneaking right past the minions and finds the angle. Everyone else is dead, so it actually makes perfect sense. There's no one there to punish him inside the base. How do you escape from this? You are now surrounded on all sides. You can't run from anywhere. This is the most big brain Jin ultimate I've ever seen. Hwanfeng, you beautiful man, you.
Hwanfeng is putting on a show with Jin. This is literally the role player Jin game.
This is Jin.
Yeah, this is the role player Jin game where you set up the most theatrical possible performance to show off what you can do. Incredible stuff from Suning this time around. 10,000 gold lead. More than that, actually, if we want to be really, really specific about it. But we don't need to be, because the lead can simply just be described as catastrophic from JDG's point of view. This team is running out of options. They are running out of plays. They are running out of hope, because Suning Gaming controls the entirety of Summoner's Rift.
I mean, it's got to be some sort of a miracle flank. Find these backliners and kill them off, because if you do not, they are definitely going to make no mistake about killing you.
Yagao Justice punches away. It doesn't get
the flank here, Zoom and Kanavi.
But now around the side, Kanavi goes for the swirl seed, but it does not find Hwanfeng. JDG's in a spot where they might be able to make some sort of a move. They're going after the Jin. They're looking to make them plays, but Ben is able to get Hwanfeng out of there, and now Hwanfeng is still alive. Escaping the haymaker. The man's making some plays. He goes legendary as they look to end the game here. Yagao will try to hobble out. He's done it in the past couple of fights, but it won't do anything anymore. Kanavi's the last one to go. 5 dead for nothing. Just walk through the enemy base. Take whatever you please. Suning Gaming, we've got ourselves a series as they take down JDG and secure the win in Game 2.
And what a way to do it. 26-minute win over JDG, the favorites here. And 26 kills from Suning alone in this game. They were knocking down JDG like fish in a barrel.
The trade of the Zoe and the Jin for the Galio and the Misfortune definitely went the way of Suning. And I think if you're JDG, you're going to remember this Jin pick, because Hwanfeng's presence on this champion was undeniable.
And he was honestly, even in the loss in Game 1, he was really standing out in his team fighting on the MF for me. Played a beautiful game number 1. You know, really was looking good. I think Loken was really strong in that one too. But in Game 2, Hwanfeng was really taking over. This was an incredible Jin game from him. The coordination on the engages with him alongside Sword Art, the creativity on angles and the confidence to execute on plays, flanking at the Rift Herald, ulting the team from inside their base with the towers still up. If that's not a beautiful thing to see, I don't know what is.
It was incredible stuff, my friend. And now with the series tied up 1-1, we're going to be waiting for Game 3, but only a short wait, don't you worry. In the meantime, listen to the Takeover Anthem remix on Spotify's official League of Legends playlist during the Spotify Song Break. This is the first time we play this on air, so let's check out that new version. It's on everyone's mind.
来时候，哪怕再迟也不想以后，就在这时放肆的斗。I got the high. Top again, Norwood. We lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain, and we be up here for the 着，还有其他吗？我左右，节奏琵琶着，时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让未来稍后，哪怕再迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的战斗 I got the height of a lion. I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for the war. I'm at the top again, now. Happy lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strapping for a long one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger. Everything I carry up on my back, painted up with the target.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, and I'm just happy we're going to get more than 3 games today. Vedius, you had an apt comparison to what we saw yesterday and what we've already seen today.
So yesterday was
Lay it on
like a
us.
ballet, okay? It was calm, it was calculated, it was sophisticated. But then I imagine that the LPL like kicked the door down. They've got the fanfare going with the trumpets. They brought fireworks to the show, and they've turned the ballet into a circus, and it's great. And I love it. It is so much fun to watch, especially when we have such talented players, such talented top laners and junglers specifically that have made this game so exciting to watch.
I don't disagree with you, but I do want to pump the brakes a little bit because I feel like while I'm all for the circus, I'm all for the fiesta, the party hats are on, it does do a disservice where the audience then thinks that what we saw in this best of 5 is somehow lesser than what we saw in yesterday's best of 5. Just because it's like, here's the thing, audience.
From an entertainment perspective, Frost.
When you face a team that fights you, you don't get to call a timeout and be like, actually, let's play a macro game. If they fight you, you have to fight. You have to get down and dirty. And it doesn't make it any less powerful League of Legends. What you're seeing, this is creme de la creme. This is top shelf. This is that good shit.
Oh, God, she dropped it. She dropped the S-bomb. Let's move on. Let's start maybe with Suning's Mercedes drive to victory. The ace around the Herald, 16 minutes in, very early on. And although you thought it was going to get some more team fights, they were really far ahead after this play.
I feel as though this was the play that kind of swung the game heavily in Suning's favor because for the vast majority of it, it was very close back and forth. But I actually think initially JDG had the better setup. It looked like they were in the better position, especially with this beautiful sleep. But then the barrel came through that was actually so clutch and doing enough damage to allow SOFM to clean up on the backline. And like, it was one of those things that we've been talking about a lot and something that you and Lyric spoke extensively about on the last analyst desk, which was that when you look at Suning, a lot of the ways in which we expect them to beat JDG is through the outplay. And I think that when you look at team fights like this, you get to see so many of those beautiful outplays, the positioning of the barrel, the uses of the Graves ultimate, like the Jin flanks, like what were those?
What was that? That was so cool.
Like the outplay potential of this Suning roster just kind of ties everything that we've been talking about all day. This talent is young. Well, it's a combination of young and veteran talent where the ceiling isn't really known. But this game, I think you really get to see what that ceiling looks like.
And let me then ask the question to Frost, because Frost actually called this at the beginning of the day. She said it's going to come down to team fights, and you thought Suning is perfectly capable of running away with an early game lead, but it has to be big enough so that they don't get outplayed in the team fights by a JDG who should be superior in playing them to a T. Has this changed your perspective, or has it strengthened it in that you think, well, if JDG doesn't let this happen again?
I think it's the same rule will always apply, which is Suning are on a clock. They cannot enter a 5v5 on even footing because the safe bet is always that JDG will pick the right call most of the time, whereas Suning is relying on those outplays. I think what we're going to see an adjustment to is the draft, specifically the priority on Zoe. Zoe is a champion that has such high agency. A single bubble can change the course of a team fight. And what you see when Suning will be at their best is when everyone is on a champion that has individual agency, where it does come down to those outplays. Does a massive barrel hit? Does a Graves ultimate just destroy something? Did Zoe catch someone out? And then their ability to snowball off of that, whereas JDG will almost always draft for team fight cohesion. They will sacrifice lane dominance and lane power so that their composition makes sense stylistically. So when Suning win, they'll win hard. They will snowball out of control. But JDG just need to slow everything down, enter the 20-minute mark, 5v5 even, and it should be like clean cut and done.
Talk to me about the trading of the mid laners we saw here. You know, in the first game, we had the Galio versus the Zoe, and Yugao really popped off. Then the second game, he goes, you can have the Zoe, I'll play the Galio and beat you with it. Hold the phone. That's not what happened. What do we make of kind of the mid laners in this synergy of teams, because we talked a lot about how they do go more for utility type champions in the games we've seen in groups so far. How is this going to influence the matchup going forward?
Well, I think what's interesting is that whenever we look at best of fives, you get in-series metas developing. And what we've already started to see is that, okay, Renekton versus Gangplank, that's one match where we look at, is this matchup going to keep continuing? Will we continue to see the blind pick Renekton? Will we continue to see Bin being allowed to play the Gangplank as a response? On top of that, the Zoe Galio matchup, as you've already talked about. I think that Zoe, as Frost makes a great point of, the amount of agency it's currently giving in this series, especially when it comes to setup in the team fights, because a lot of the fights happen like well before the fights actually start, right? Who has the better vision? Who's in the better position? And that Zoe bubble does so much in terms of how the execution comes through. So I think that Zoe is either going to start getting banned, it might even start getting first picks, and then it comes into, well, what can counter Zoe?
I also think it's really interesting because these teams have so much history with each other. Like, we talked about how Suning and JDG have never really played a best of 5, but they scrim, they know each other. It doesn't just become a best of 5 of what's best for JDG. It becomes a best of 5 of what is the best iteration of Suning versus JDG. What is the best iteration of JDG versus Suning? And these relationships are in the draft. You know, Zoe will be a high priority because Angel and Yagao are incredible Zoe players. Bard is now getting picked and then was banned. And he will continue to be a high contested pick because Lumao is one of the best Bard players in the LPL. And Sora is also phenomenal at that champion. And that's what's really cool when you have brackets. I know everyone's like, oh, I wish we got more LCK versus LPL matchup. No, this is what's cool when you have all of teams that know each other on one side of the bracket, because you get to see something that is really incredible at the highest level of play, which is how well these teams know each other, and not just a tournament meta, but a JD versus Suning meta.
And this is why we were hyping up the fact that we would see the LPL side of the bracket today, because this is what was promised, right? How much staying power do you think Suning have in this series now that you've seen this, Vedius? What do you expect to happen?
Well, I'm not surprised that people like Lyric predicted the 5 games. I think that whenever we see two LPL teams face off against each other, you know it's going to be chaotic and back and forth, and they're going to adapt fast. They're going to adapt quick, and I expect JDG coming into this next game will pivot their draft pretty dramatically, and we're going to see a little bit more firepower coming out from them. So I'm expecting this to potentially go to 5, but for now, I'm sticking with my 3-1 prediction. I think JDG is going to figure Suning out and will hold.
Final note.
The one thing that I really want to say is I am starting to edge towards Suning. Like, I do. So here's the thing.
Okay.
Because top JDG beat Top in Spring, and then Top sprinted past them. Suning can do the same thing because they do have, I think, a higher ceiling individually, pound for pound talent. And this is why this series is so important. This could be the day. Imagine if at Worlds, in your first quarterfinal, in your first go, you decide that, hey, we're now the second best team in the LPL. We'll see you in spring, boys.
Let's see. Cool. It's getting spicy. Time for a quick break. We'll catch our breath. Game 3 is coming up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
For me, this is what literally made the name of Huni an international play.
And that is the miracle play that keeps CLG alive.
This was a magical moment to show that finally North America can actually strike against the world's best, actually take games, and actually go far in tournament.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보던 좋아할 거야 we so tough let's get it show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down,
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2020 and today's quarterfinal between LPL rivals Suning and JDG. It's been a close series so far as we are tied going into this third game of the day. You're watching the teams arrive at the venue in Shanghai earlier today, captured by the Oppo cam, giving you an inside look at Worlds 2020.
Man, that's looking, I like all the wallpaper there. The takeover, it's looking pretty nice. It's too bad we can't be there in person, but nice to see a little bit behind the scenes. And this series so far has really been delivering back and forth. Game 2 was a bit of a stomp, but Suning, you know, firing back after that really closely contested game number 1. And I'm so excited to see that they came to play with the big dogs here today, because I think a lot of people were really looking at this and saying, we don't know if Suning can match up with the likes of a JDG, of a Top. You know, in playoffs, they did not play against JDG, but they did against Top, and they got handled by them. You know, we didn't see, even with advantages, Bin and SOFM be able to create leads and maintain those leads and close out games against Top. And now here against JDG, against this team that really is on that same level as Top, it has been the case that they have been able to play well. They have been able to create these advantages and keep them. And really, I think it's so cool, though, to see Huangfeng stepping up so much, because traditionally Suning are playing so much through top lane, and I think Bin has been good. You know, SOFM has been good as well, but Huangfeng has stood out so much in these first 2 games. If they're having performances from this guy, it is really going to be hard to beat this team who is already so solid around the map.
First thing we got to mention going into draft in game 3 is that, remember, loser has side selection. Since JDG dropped game 2, they are now playing on blue side for the first time this series, so the draft should look somewhat different. First bans are still going to be the same. It's Suning banning out Ornn as their first one, Camille the first ban for the side of JDG. Isaac talked about it in game 1, how Ornn makes sense as a really good ban for Suning because it doesn't allow Zoom to just play that hands-off type of doesn't need attention top laner. But this is an interesting change. Previously, it was Suning that was happy to first pick the Graves on blue side. JDG clearly doesn't want to do the same thing, so instead they're going to ban the Graves away along with that Syndra. Nidalee's also banned out, means Lilia is still up, but TF was banned out by Suning in the previous 2 games and now is left open, so JDG will prioritize that as first pick of the draft.
Yeah, very interesting, because now there's not going to be that trade of Graves for Lilia. Nidalee is banned out, and those are kind of the triumvirate of those super powerful speed clear style junglers. So if Suning does want to grab one of those for SOFM, they can grab the Lilia right now and look to secure an advantage through that. Jhin was critical in both of these first 2 games for either team. Makes sense to be able to grab that. I would expect the Lilia to come through here unless SOFM wants to go towards something like his Lee Sin that he is very well known for. But with 2 of those premier junglers banned out, I would be pretty surprised to not see the Lilia. Kindred, wow.
No, okay.
Kindred blind.
Kindred blind. Lilia's still open.
Okay, so this feels like, I wonder if he's trying to deny it away from Kanavi a little. You know, Kanavi was one of the premier Kindred players in the world. This guy, throughout really all of S10, did play a ton of Kindred. You know, 14 games on the champion, 71% win rate for Kanavi. So perhaps SOFM was feeling like this would have been a draft for Kanavi to take it. SOFM is also good on the pick, but it works somewhat as a denial there. And going to be interested to see what they want to pair alongside it, because you do have that physical damage jungler. They may have wanted an AP mid laner, and that could be something that is kind of coming into play here as well.
Yep.
SOFM, though, you know, in competitive play, this is actually his first Kindred, you know, this year. So it has been quite a long time, you know, since he would have played it in competitive play whatsoever. So a bit of a surprising pick. And, you know, going to the Kassadin could be really, really interesting. It is AP jungle, AP mid laner, so that is an angle for the Kassadin, but just having a little bit of a laugh there. We'll be going towards the Galio.
Yep.
Now, I talked about how I don't really like Galio as that defensive ultimate option, so I still want them to grab Engage for Sword Art, but I will say, if you are going to use it defensively, Kindred is a great pairing for it, because you can drop that Kindred ultimate, and then Galio can time his ultimate so that it is landing as the Kindred ult expires. You have that damage just kind of come down in and execute out those players that are stuck at that 10% HP mark. If they somehow don't die, the taunt is there to follow up, so that can be pretty powerful if your opponents stack into that Kindred ultimate in a close fight.
Right, the name of the game with Kindred Ultimate is timing as it ends, because even with the heal from Lamb's Respite, most people are still going to be around a quarter of max HP. It's very easy to get killed off. The wombo combo potential is there. Also important to note, we will not be seeing the Jhin MF matchup again. Ezreal was picked up by JDG before the second round of the bans came through, wanted to make sure they got an AD carry that felt good in this situation. And now we're getting into another situation that hasn't occurred yet in either one of the previous drafts, where top laners are yet to be picked. In both previous games, JDG on red side was confident picking that Renekton first, just saying, all right, play whatever you want to against it. This time around, not the case. So the Renekton's banned away by Suning. They're saying, all right, play a different card. You have to now. And so the Jax will be banned in response from JDG. Engage supports also targeted as Leona and Nautilus are removed.
I think it could be Volibear, actually, for Zoom. Because Jax is really good into both TF and Volibear. You can actually block the stun from both of them. You know, with the Counter-Strike, you can block the gold card. You can also block the Volibear Q. So that feels like the angle here would make a lot of sense. And it's an intelligent ban. You know, it's a respectful ban over to Bin. There's a high chance that he was always going to go towards that fifth pick on the red side. They do like to do that for Bin. So being as Zoom is such a good Volibear, that makes a lot of sense, and I think Pantheon also makes a lot of sense. You know, I was going to talk about perhaps the Bard or the Pantheon as the answer, because when you're going to Ezreal, you're tipping your hand a little bit that, at least in this meta, you want to go towards a roam-heavy pick. You want to go towards a support that can say, all right, bud, you farm with Qs, I'm going to be going top lane, right? And this is that style of pick here with the Pantheon. It's a point-and-click ultimate. Again, for Suning, though, I am surprised that they themselves, you know, banned out the Leona, did not go towards something like a Rakan or the Leona or even a Nautilus for hard engage, because they're putting themselves into a similar spot as what they had in game number 1, where yes, you can set up fights with that Bard ultimate, but there's no one to go in and have Galio ult in. There's no real point and click go button like they had with the Leona in that last game. So we'll have to see if they can actually find their way around a lot of these fights without that. Because, yeah, they have the Kindred ult for the defensive utility and try to Galio out of that. But on the other side, there's a lot of poke. You can be throwing wild cards. You can be throwing the Swirled Seeds. You can have Ezreal poking you down. So there's a chance that JDG doesn't even commit to a fight, and the Kindred ult can have to be used defensively, where Galio Ultimate now does nothing. You know, it's only useful if they are stacked on top of it, looking to contest for kills coming out of it.
One thing I do want to point out in contrast to the first game, though, I remember a long while ago, because you know how Zoe's been a very contentious champion ever since she came out. People have super strong opinions on it, and you know, on Twitter any day of the week that ends in a Y, you can go on there and see somebody saying Riot Games delete Zoe.
It's a lot of days.
Yeah, it's a lot of days. But anyway, I saw a thread, I believe it was LS that was talking about it, about how he actually thinks that Zoe was really good for competitive play, particularly because it stops teams that never want to fight from being able to never fight, because you can just fish for trouble bubbles forever, and eventually you're going to hit one, and you're going to make it too dangerous for anybody to deal with something, and now you've moved the game forward. Zoe stops a game from roadblocking. And TF doesn't have the same range that Zoe does. So what I'm wondering about this game, will they be able to roadblock enough to not worry about not having those big engage mechanisms? That's the question.
It'll be interesting, right? You know, you can play heavily towards those side lanes. Yes, Galio can try to go out to a side lane and answer, but that's not Galio's primary function. He doesn't want to be side laning. He wants to be scrapping and making things happen and roaming. And he can use the ultimate to try to answer TF ults. But if TF is playing in a 1-3-1 here, and you are sitting out in a side lane, and you have, you know, GP answering the Volibear, and you have TF splitting in that other side lane, that's a position that JDG are going to find themselves very, very happy in. So we will have to see how it does all shake out. Yes, you can also attack that Gangplank, because if you can stack waves, sure, you can actually, you know, orange out of the Volibear stun, but you can't orange out of the Volibear stun and the gold card, which is going to come right after it. And Volibear can actually turn off the tower. Plus, there's potentially an ultimate sleep coming through from Lilia. So there's a lot of things to cleanse, and you can't do it all. There's point and click stun from the Pantheon. So Bin is going to have to play a pretty careful game, because this is one where if he loses control of that top side, he could be getting pushed in and dove consistently.
Yeah, you mentioned how the Ezreal makes a lot of sense when you have a lane partner like Pantheon that wants to roam. I think Volibear makes a lot of sense when you have two globals that want to dive with you. That ward over the wall is going to be able to find two. It's some trouble for Yagao, who tries to get himself away, but Bin grabs the first blood, and Suning is immediately in hot pursuit. Lumao, see you later, bud. Double kill for the Gangplank. You said he might be in some trouble. How about 700 extra gold? For anybody out there who might have skipped math class, remember that it only takes 700 gold to turn a blue crystal into a Sheen. He gets Sheen at 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Get me out. If I'm Zoom, I do not want to have to lane against a level 1 Gangplank with Sheen. Are you kidding me? That just basically erases everything I talked about, because there's not really any chance for Zoom to actually control the wave whatsoever now. And they just had a beautiful setup there with Angel over the wall with the taunt. Bin started barrel level 1, not Q, to be able to barrel over the wall there. So at the very least for Zoom, he's not going to be getting Q'd from level 1. Thank God for him. But Bin could actually just look to push this in, and set himself up to have a really nice level 2, and Zoom knows he doesn't get to play this lane in any sort of a normal way now. Grasp plus the Sheen and Trial by Fire. Notice he never uses auto. Look at this damage. He's already lost 2/3 of his health because the Sheen proc comes off the barrel there. He now resets the Trial by Fire. Note how Bin is not autoing minions. He's intentionally not spending that Trial by Fire passive until he absolutely has to, so that if Zoom ever walks up, he gets the free true damage, the grass proc, the Sheen proc, and pretty much just ends the lane.
Engage in the bottom lane, 2v2 going all the way. Logan takes some damage there, but now it's Juan Feng who's got to be respectful. Pantheon very, very strong in these 2v2 situations, sidestepping away from the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah, Pantheon can be really powerful and frustrating to deal with when they actually have really good use of that Empowered E, of that shield, where you're absorbing and blocking out so much of the damage while, dealing it yourself. But that being said, you have to be careful on your exits from those trades as a Pantheon, because if that root lands, all of a sudden you have no more spells on cooldown. You're getting hit by a Bard and a Jhin, who both have those ranged attacks, and you don't have the ability to actually turn around and fight. So you've got to be really precise with your trades when you're playing in that type of matchup.
Bin with the shot from the Sheen,
just
with
not
that
fair.
grasp. All you do, just auto-attack the minions, get the grasp ready to go. As soon as that proc is locked and loaded, it's just a bullet in the magazine, man. Fire it off, collect your free trade win. As Suning will have control over the top side here, taking this Rift Scuttler, and that's also the one that the mark spawned on. So SOFM will pick up his first mark of the game.
Yep, nicely done by SOFM. Going to be able to grab that. Sword Art maybe getting picked here, though. Great setup.
This is a good one coming out here for JDG. Going after Sword Art, who gets a binding and lives, and they follow him over the wall. They're right into the waiting arms of Angel. And JDG, they missed the kill by less than 50 health. And Sword Art baits them into a really bad spot. Angel goes for the Winds of War, but they don't quite find their target. Suning Gaming having the early game of their lives.
All right, I got a little bit excited when I saw that taunt. Thought it was going to be more of a turnaround, but we are still early in the game, so they couldn't quite finish off those kills. Still, things going incredibly well for Suning. And remember, Bin had strong games where he was very far down, in the early stage, both the last two games, right? He was down 40 CS in the first game. He was down a good 20 CS in the last game. Now he's gifted the Sheen at level 1. Zoom is just in such an awkward spot, and Zoom is going to take a lot of damage there. It's just so tough. Like, he now has no TP. So both his charges of that refillable are used. And if he actually has to go back to base on a bad timing now, his game can be effectively over. Like, it's actually the second time you get sent back to base that you're just so screwed. And he's going to have to go back to base. The wave is pushing away from him. And this is going to create, essentially, a disadvantage of an additional 10 to 15 CS. Because the minions that are grouped from Zoom will be killing off Bin's minions, and Bin will be last hitting them himself. It looks like he is going to elect, instead of freeze, to just push and reset and save his TP. So either way, it's an absolute disaster for Zoom, and really through no fault of his own.
Right.
It's just one of those situations where this is an unplayable lane, and you've just got to try to not die and pray that your team can carry you to victory.
It's all about that level 1, right? Because when so many people are involved in the fight, the only way Gangplank gets the money for the Sheen like that is if he gets both of the kills. And tragically for Zoom, that's just what he rolled. But now Sword Art will face check another brush. This time the follow-up is there. JDG punishing this bar.
Yeah, really nicely done. They lay a trap again. It didn't work out that first time, but Sword Art is punished the second time. And even worse for him, he actually portaled into Loken, so giving Ezreal the kill there, definitely what you don't want to have happen.
Right.
So JDG are honestly navigating this out about as well as they can. Loken is in a good spot now. You know, he already had the tier, he gets an early kill. Sure, Zoom is not going to have any fun this entire game, but doesn't mean you can't win.
Lumao might not be having any fun either. Deadly Flourish hit the mark that time around. Gangplank ulti summoned up. Just get the assist money in there as well. Feels Goodman. And it looks like Suning Gaming now have the chance to go after the earliest first Drake of this series by a mile. The other two, remember, taking around 10 minutes and 11 minutes respectively. This one taking it 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a silly invade from Lumao. He's trying to go for some deep vision, but you see the pink ward there. Your Ezreal's in base, your Lilia is topside, your Gao is not near you. You know, do you really think the opponents cannot respond in the time it takes you to clear out an entire pink ward? Of course they can, right? And that, I think, is just a little bit of a brazen play there from him. And rightfully does get punished. They lose the dragon, they lose a kill. So a bit of silly stuff there from Lumao, but thankfully for Zoom, at least on the top side, he's picked up some armor. He is stabilizing a little bit, but when you look at the inventories, it's pretty sad.
Nice barrel chain. No, that's what I was going to point out. He was able to get another Trinity Force component on his first back bin was. Compare that to cloth armor, plus the insane itemization of cloth armor. It's just not in the same ballpark. The amount of power on this Gangplank. I know, but it's just... Oh my goodness, it's a very different world between these two players up there in the top side.
Bin showed up with a Ferrari, and Zoom's like, I have 2 wheels from a bicycle.
They're not attached to the bicycle right now, but I'm just waiting to get the rest of the bicycle. Unfortunately, needs a little bit more money to get the full-on bike, and he's not going to get there for a while. Yeah. So that top lane's going to keep going the way of Bin, and like you already pointed out, the important thing will be to see how he's able to impact these mid-game fights, playing from a power position instead of a position of recovery like he has in the previous 2 matchups against the Renekton, where he was pressured early on in the lane and just sort of had to concede a lot. Bottom side, Loken might be able to pick himself up a plate here. Yes, sir. 160 gold in his pocket on that one. Does have a minion lead as well, but plenty of minions to farm up there for Hwanfeng to get that one a little bit closer.
Yeah, and honestly, credit to Zoom. You know, it's not as though this is like a Jace who got those 2 early kills and just straight up kills you. Like, Gangplank can harass you, but Zoom is taking the L's as he has to, but he's keeping healthy, right? He's not greeting it out, trying to stay around to pick up extra farm. He's accepting the fact that he's been put in a bad spot, and he's making the best of it. Yes, he's down 20 CS, but I would say that's actually pretty impressive that he's, you know, really been able to hold on fairly well here, given everything that has happened. So Zoom really, I think, showing his worth again as a top laner, and really one of the world's best, as he may be picked on here by Sword Art.
Yeah, both these top laners are such high caliber. You mentioned already about how it's so cool for the LPL that now they have this native talent showing up, and to have them going at it like this in the 1v1 in this quarterfinal series, they just get to really show what they're worth. Sword Art up here will not facilitate even a summoner spell being expended, so Zoom's still happy about that. The Volibear does have the ulti, and remember the Volibear will still have a significant impact in a fight because of the extra health he gets there, even if he's behind.
9
he's
minutes.
Strong. Yeah, Triforce versus Ninja Tabby. Not the most even matchup.
Cool shoes.
And as I'm saying, the Volibear will be impactful in a fight even if he's behind. Well, you just can't quite match the same impact as Trinity Force Gangplank.
I mean, JDG have no business fighting this. I actually think it's silly that they even moved up. I would much rather just see Ezreal just farming down on bot side. Allow Jhin to go top side and answer this, and have your Ezreal pushing down on bot side, try to take a plate, try to get more gold into the hands of the Ezreal, because he's going to have to do the heavy lifting. You're going to the side of the map where it's Ninja Tabbies versus the Triforce and saying, all right, let's fight it out,
bro.
It's just not going to work.
Well, Deadly Flourish finds the Volibear.
Nice ult.
Stun into the wall, will be stopped. Now, let's see how good Hwanfeng is at aiming. 3 for 3. Oh, the flash away from the 4th one just to make sure of it. Hwanfeng on the Jhin, losing nothing in between games 2 and 3 here. The skill the man's got to hit those shots, so very important, and it means that first turret's also going over to Suning. That Rift Herald guarantees it 2,500 gold lead 10 minutes in.
That Jhin ult may not have been from inside the enemy base, but it was still pretty good. Hit 3 of 4, only missed 1 when the enemy flashed, so
You'll take that.
We'll give him a passing grade on that one. He's looking good, and you can see Bin and Huangfeng really, really rich already. SOFN up there as well. Angel, doesn't have as much gold, but honestly, he doesn't really need it. He's just going to be working towards playmaking items. He has the Predator boots on Lucidity. Is going to be able to have the additional cooldown reduction on the summoner spells there too, which I always think is very nice for champions that are heavily reliant on their playmaking in the form of flash, in the form of teleport. Work towards that proto belt, which is even more playmaking, as well as the wave clear. AoE passive on your auto, your Q is AoE, your E is AoE, and you can proto belt in pretty much one-shot waves. So it allows you to just push out the wave and move to the side lanes where you're trying to make things happen.
Suning Gaming not falling asleep at the wheel here, wants to continue building this lead up as effectively as possible, moving into the mid game now, rotating all over the map, picking up more plates. We've still got 2.5 more minutes of plate-based gameplay. There's plenty of standing gold on this map for either team to try to take, and with the lead Suning has, you expect them to be the ones looking to smash those plates, either in mid or in bottom. Bin is down here now dealing with Loken. The Gangplank still very strong, has the free boots kicked in, so that now he's got a little bit of extra move speed here too. TP shows up. Suning is going after the Drake, and they're making sure they got all the firepower nearby to do it. JDG will be moving towards this area, trying to collapse. I don't think there's any reason to really fight this. Your opponents already have priority. They got there 10 seconds earlier. Doesn't really mean a whole lot's going to happen. TP comes through. Nice turnaround. Sword Art again in a bad spot. Sword Art taken out at the very, very end of the fight. Lumao grabbing the kill on that one as SOFM and Yagao are into the 1v1, but it will not be a 1v1 for long. Lumao showing up now as SOFM goes into the Lamb's Respite. Here comes Galio. Here comes Jin. The whole damn party's here, baby. It's time to get crazy as Suning Gaming shows how you back up your boys in enemy territory.
Yeah, and JDG are just overforcing. They don't need to continue chasing onto these plays. They're looking to fight at a time where their opponents are so damn strong. I feel like they can play it more passively, let Ezreal get the 2 items, allow TF to try to play to the side lanes, and just try to slow this game down a little bit, because when you're going into these scraps, Suning is playing from such an advantage that it's really hard to see them winning out in a lot of cases, and Suning is making the most out of it.
And Yagao falling there 0-2 and 0. Now remember, the first death was the level 1, and now this second one here to the Kindred in that 1v1 in the enemy jungle. SOFM 2-0 and 3. We were surprised in draft to see him opt in for this pick with the Lilia still up. But now let's take a look at this replay here in the bottom lane where Sword Art died at the start.
Yeah, it was a great turn, honestly. As soon as the TP is coming back in, Sword Art just kind of wants to slowly walk it back out, but the flash in from Lumao there, finding the kill. And then SOFM, he is low, and that looks very scary, but he knows with just a Rod of Ages, there's no CDR built up on the TF. Once he spends that first rotation of spells, it's going to be a long time before he gets another gold card, before he gets another wild card. So he can actually punish during that window. And then despite the fact that Lumao got up there, might have been able to punish in the 1v1, Galio is there to back up his jungler, and SOFM already in a really, really good spot. Has the Warrior, has the Merc Treads, which is going to really lower the chance of just kind of getting CC chained before being able to ult, because there is a ton of CC over on JDG. So I think you have to pay a respect to that and grab yourself up the tenacity. Otherwise, it's just such a high chance of looking silly and getting CC, dying before you can ult.
And it's not even CC that you're allowed to outplay either. Both Twisted Fate and Pantheon are a point-and-click stun. So
with Volley.
If they're Volibear, of course, at least he has to run up to you. You can try to kite him away. But the other two have the ring. Yeah, point and run at them and hope they don't have any mobility. So either way, really deadly stuff there with that CC. You do like to see the tenacity coming out. Lethality in SOFM's inventory now. So really looking at this enemy composition, saying nobody's tanky except for Volibear, and he wants to make sure that when he hits those non-volley targets, they're going to take a lot.
Yeah, this is really interesting. The build that I prefer and that I see a lot of when you don't need to go towards Black Cleaver is usually Stormrazor. I think it's really effective, especially kiting back and forth against some of these champions. But Lethality can be pretty powerful too. We'll have to see where he wants to go with it. Is this going to be a Ghost Blade or a Dust Blade, something really aggressive, or is he just going to go more for the vision control?
Well, bottom side, Yagao's trying to deal with Bin. They're flashing emotes back and forth. Angel swooped around from the side, wanted to use the Predator there. But Loken will get away. Yagao! He joins the fight, but then he has to flash away to try to survive. Curtain call. Let's see what they're able to find with this one. FOFM forced to use the Lamb's Respite, keeping himself alive. Loken's still barely living, but you can't say the same thing for Lumao. He gets picked off in the jungle, and look at what Suning is able to do. You've got to focus on so many different things at once, because they're starting to fight in the mid lane. They're falling back. They're punishing you when you TP in. Now they're going to start a fight on the flank, and that's where they grab the kill. This team is on the same page, and now they're taking their third turret of this game.
JDG is falling apart. You know, that ult from Yagao smelled a little bit like tilt to me. You know, when you're ulting in front of multiple members from the opposing team, no stopwatch, no Zonias, your team isn't there to back you up. You know, not only did that cost him his flash, his health bar, and you know, eventually the turret, Loken had to actually block out so many of that shots that Loken also couldn't stay to defend. So not only are you losing the bottom lane tower to GP that no one's marking, you lose a member in the jungle, you lose your mid lane tower, Ezreal and TF have to go back to base. They are just losing full control off of some of these plays. You know, I honestly was pretty impressed with the early minutes after that level 1 went so bad, how they had relatively found stability, you know, in this game, right? They got the kill for Loken, things are looking okay, but they're going for these plays that feel like they don't need to force them, and maybe they're not realizing that they were still kind of in this game, right? And now at this point, you forced a number of plays that were very low percentage. You lost them all because Suning executed well, and now it's 2 dragons to 0. You're down 5K, and the third dragon, Soul Point, is coming up here.
Well, I will say this about Twisted Fate. I mean, the champion, you can jump into enemy lines if you have that stasis like you were talking about, right? Yeah. If you've got the stopwatch, if you've got the hourglass. But when you think about it, Messiah and Misplay they share a lot of letters in common. You don't have to go too far to get from one of those words to the other, and you don't have to go too far in your inventory to get from one to the other either. So Yagao's Twisted Fate is at a point in time now where there's no more room for errors, really. Not in a 5,000 gold deficit at 17 minutes. Not in a game where your opponents are looking to put themselves at Soul Point and there's no way you can even contest. Now, the light shining in the darkness here for JDG is this is not an Ocean Soul game. So at least this is the first one in the series where that Soul isn't going to have that massive impact on it. Yes, Cloud Soul still means that there's going to be low ultimate cooldowns on your opponents, and we've seen some effective use of those ultimates so far, but it's not an Ocean Soul, so that's at least something.
It is something, but I also think that the 10% flat move speed is super underrated. You know, it's not as just like straight up, this just works no matter what. But look at the value that pros place on things like Swifty Boots, because they're so good at controlling their character and dodging out skill shots. The 10% move speed is just even more of that, right? You know, good luck actually catching Huangfeng and locking him down with Swifty Boots, with you know, all of the additional move speed too.
Oh, one more arrow in his back to take Kanavi down. That will be his first death of this game, but SOFM just makes it look free.
Yeah, that was a big chunk of damage. That's the lethality plus the warrior coming through. Might be Emax second, you know, some kindreds do W second, but the Emax obviously is that additional burst, the missing health damage coming through there, and that looked like a lot coming out of SOFM, but now comes the engage. I don't think this is going to work. He got no damage, Zoom.
Sword Art gets over the wall, using the magical journey. Sword Art's still in some trouble, but they're guiding away from it. Zoom continues the chase, needs a little bit more. He won't find it. Sword Art just gets out. This seems so desperate from the side of JDG.
Yeah, they just look like they're done with this game, kind of. They want to go next, it feels like. And that's just an engage. You know, no one from his team is looking to follow up on that. Even if you kill off the support, you're trading your life as a top laner for that of a support, which really just isn't worthwhile. The ultimate, the flash, playmaking ability, you know, that you have as this Volibear to maybe find a way back into this game is no longer there. Just results in another kill going the way of Suning. They're up 8,000 gold now, and this is where mental strength has to come in huge for JDG. They have got to calm down. They have got to be able to shake off a game like this. You had a horrible level 1. You just got slammed in game 2. You're the favorites, and there is a chance that you start to get shaken by that. They need to regroup. They need to play out this game as best as they can and then go into game 4 with a fresh mindset, because this one is getting a bit messy for them. You know, I think that had that level 1 happened and they just didn't contest anything until third dragon, then fought, it might have been something where you could make something happen, but having contested every step of the way, it feels like now they're so far behind that I don't know how they can ever contest at Seoul.
Well, if you want a summary of this game, the only place you have to look is that scoreboard. Look in the very top column there. The rest isn't even required. When the gold popped up, It was 4,000 gold, the 1v1 difference between Bin and Zoom. And look at the inventories. It's Trinity Force, Essence Reaver, most of Infinity Edge versus one of the best garage sales you ever saw in your gosh darn life. Bomby Cinder, Glacial Shroud, Chain Vest, Kindle Gem. None of these are a completed item. Every single one of these, he bought off the table in somebody's driveway, just putting together a collection of odd things. And it's not enough to survive in the middle of a team fight. It's not enough in a 9,000 gold deficit. And now the Baron is started up by Suning Gaming. They set it as a trap. Sword Art's coming through the wall on the magical journey. Zoom now finds himself on the flank. SOFM, he's shut down Suning Gaming with an incredible mistake as Zoom now re-engages. They're still trying to find some more. Angel's in the middle of 5. He goes into the stasis, keeping himself alive as Bin's looking for the damage onto the mid laner, able to find it now. Huan Feng grabbing the kill onto Yagao, but now Huan Feng also dies. Suning Gaming, they just dialed up Uber Eats. They delivered free delivery over to JDG. Everybody's getting fed. That was a throw.
What is happening, Flowers? They were so far ahead. This game felt almost guaranteed. They go for that play. SOFM can't get the ultimate off. Now they get aced, and they might lose Baron here as well. We'll see if anyone from Suning can get out there fast enough, because this is a pretty tough Baron to take. It's still very early on, but they're TPing to it. I don't know if SOFM can get here in time. He does have ultimate and smite. Sword Art can get him over there. He's trying to delay. It's going to be close.
SOFM is here. Over the wall, can he get it? No. SOFM jumps in. Baron will go over to the side of JDG, but it is already 2 kills for the follow-up attack from Suning Gaming. They have managed to at least get something off the back of this, but what was a 9,000 gold difference has now shrunk back down to a little bit over 5.
There's some hope now. There's a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here for JDG. The problem is they die right before Soul comes up. So the initial play, yes, it's super aggressive, but you're so far ahead, I don't really have a problem with it. But SOFM way late on that, and then not just kind of taking the L and backing it up, they actually commit more to it. You're ulting in as Angel onto the Bard. You're flashing in for a taunt after the Bard dies in a 3v4. And it felt like they were really overextending, trying to make something happen from that. And that is kind of like the bad end of when you go for these plays that are skill checks and you come up short, right? Yeah. That is the argument essentially really on screen for why Damwon plays like Damwon, right? Well, they will just slowly try to cut you out of the game, not give you opportunities like that. They wouldn't go for a risky play like that. They wouldn't try to make that sort of play happen. And sometimes it can turn back and bite you. But Suning, they do grab the soul. At the end of the day, it looked bad, but they're still over 5,000 goal ahead. They still have a 23-minute soul. They are still monstrously ahead in this game.
Right, and the current state of the Red Bull Baron play is plus 500 gold for JDG. Remember that Baron at a baseline gives 1,500 gold because it's 300 per player. So despite the fact that that Baron did go over to JDG and it feels like they did find that light at the end of the tunnel you just mentioned, it's still Suning's game to lose. It is still complete control over the map for Suning Gaming. You can see it demonstrated in the state of the Baron, the fact that the gold lead has just drastically shrunk from that 1,500 because there's no way to get out onto the map and take control of things. JDG is still without a single turret this entire game. The MasterCard Gold Graph showing us exactly the state of what I'm talking about right here.
There's the little oopsie post 20 minutes.
Yes, you can see the thing shrink a little bit. It's not quite as red as it was, but if I asked you how many colors are on that graph, the answer is still 1, and it's still red. So Suning Gaming still in a great spot here. That Baron will be live for another 45 seconds. I expect we'll see them wait that out before they do anything much.
I think the one thing you're maybe holding on to as JDG now is, all right, Loken, this is you. You can 1v9 this game. Ezreal's on 3 items. Maybe he can make something happen. It's going to be incredibly difficult, of course, but they do at least have one strong member to play around.
All right, Jhin opens up the ulti here. Kanabi able to walk out of that one.
Sidestep.
Yep. Good mechanics there, making sure he stays out of the way of it, being cognizant of where he's at. Twisted Fate ulti sees where Suning is, but I don't really think there's a chance to go in and do anything with that one. Still, no stopwatch, no hourglass on the Twisted Fate. If he goes in, he's got to have a way out or some sort of a contingency plan. Does have rapid fire cannon. Always important when Twisted Fate gets this item because it guarantees extra playmaking potential with the long range stuns. Flash stun into Huan Feng. forces out the cleanse. But when you have to spend your own flash to get it, it's not really that worth.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they thought it was maybe on cooldown. You know, Mikhail's got used earlier on Kanavi's ultimate, so maybe they misunderstood exactly what had gotten used, because I think that's why the TF ult got popped. I believe it was asleep on SOFM, but maybe there was some sort of miscommunication about, oh, Mikhail's got used versus Cleanse got used or something. Yeah. Hard to know exactly what happened there, but in the end, it is that Cleanse down. So that's something that they can maybe look towards. Mikhail's is down, Cleanse is down. If you could get some sort of a flash engage on Huangfeng and kill him off right at the start of the fight, maybe Ezreal can get you the rest of the way. So we'll see if they can get anything done here. SOFM, kind of funny, he's just farming the camp over the wall while Zoom is hitting it.
Well, that's one way to do it. Just a little bit of cooperative PvE gameplay. All right, let's take stock of where everything's sitting. 6,000 gold lead. Baron is worn away. 2 minutes till the Baron's up. 2.5 till the Elder. Zoom is in a bad spot. And all of Suning is about to tell him exactly how bad of a spot it is. Zoom wants to escape, but I don't think so. Huangfeng, again, the man getting paid, the one taking the kill, exactly where they want that money to go. Look at the itemization on the Jhin. Infinity Edge, Storm Razor, Rapid Fire Cannon. Still has more to work on, but damn is he already strong. Tier 2 falls in the bottom lane, and that means every turret not located in the enemy base has collapsed. Suning now pressuring the bottom lane inhibitor turret of JDG. They'll take that one down without a fight, without a contest. And now they're looking at the inhib itself. If you get this inhib removed from the map in time for those big buffs spawning, it does a lot. It creates a ton of extra pressure, and they'll do just that. Suning not wanting to stick around now, trying to get themselves away. Zoom is alive. Suning taking the magical journey, getting themselves away. Yagao went for the flank, but it was subverted by the magical journey. Suning continuing to run away, but now here's your engage. It's Angel who gets caught out, but Angel who flashes away. Sword Art now the nearest player to the side of JDG. Yagao looking to catch up to these guys, but remember, the Twisted Fate has no flash to pair with the gold card. He used it in mid lane. So despite JDG's best efforts, Suning was able to find the right track out to stay alive.
Yeah, nice disengage there from Suning. Did feel like in a more even game, maybe that's an overstay, but because of how strong they are, they were able to stay around long enough, rush down that inhibitor. You could tell JDG wanted to try to stall things out. They had Yagao pushing up on that top side, and I think they were hoping that Suning would not hard commit to going for the inhibitor. That would be a trade of wave top for maybe the inhibitor tower down on that bot side, and when Suning stayed around, they saw an opportunity to maybe punish, to try to go for something. So, you know, even though they didn't have the perfect angle for the flank, I respect the attempt at an engage. That is playing to win, you know, instead of just playing risk averse and playing to not lose. And I think, you know, they have really kind of calmed down and been playing a lot better over these last couple minutes after they got those kills, after they got the Baron. Yeah. It feels like they were saying, all right, we can actually win this game. Let's slow it down. Let's play a little bit more intelligently. Let's see what we can get done. But it's still going to be a very difficult road for them. The Elder is almost up here. They are massively behind in gold. Yes, Ezreal is strong, but he's going to need some help. It's got to be a great engage for him to be able to get a kill right off the bat and maybe snowball through the fight.
Well, it's hard for him to get that help because the champion graph, or the chart that showed up just a second ago that was showing total damage to champions throughout the game, both Zoom and Yagao have less damage to champions dealt this game than either team's support. Lu Mao's Pantheon has done more damage than Twisted Fate. That is the state of this game for JDG. It is a very difficult point to play from because it is showing the difficulty that Yagao has had doing much of anything. 0-3-3 on the TF. The Elder Drake is up. Suning sees that Twisted Fate ulti has been used here. They're just making sure they don't put themselves in a bad spot before that one goes through. Lu Mao now going to be tanking a lot of damage. Curtain Call opens up, and it's Angel in the back of the enemy team. All of JDG having to deal with the Galio. Curtain Call shots continuing to fire through. Gangplank ulti summoned up. Very low health bars across the board here for JDG. Deadly Flourish finds Zoom, but nobody else is there. Kanavi now back in the mix. The red buff is up, but can he stick around to try to contest this one? I don't think so. JDG, they have to reset. Everybody's in pretty poor shape here. Yes, Kanavi is full HP. Does he go for the flash over the wall? Does he go for an attempted steal? He can't now anyway. The binding finds him, and now he's in stasis. Angel coming around. He's looking for Loken. Remember, the Ezreal's the one hope they might have. Angel continuing to move forward, now falls back to the rest of the team. Suning They've got the Elder, they've got control over Summoner's Rift, they've got minions in the enemy base, and they've got time for Baron.
They're going to grab the Baron here. Really nicely played by Suning, not allowing JDG to ever even have that chance at a fight. Controlling vision in the enemy jungle so completely that Yagao was forced to use the TF ultimate just basically to scout, to try to get a handle on where Suning may be, to see if there was an angle of approach, and there was not. Kanavi never had a shot at going for a smite, and that is the kind of clean play that you do want to see. Suning calming down after what was, a foolish fight in mid lane, giving JDG another lease on life. They have been playing out since then very, very cleanly. They grab the Soul, they grab the Elder, they grab the Baron. They have everything they now need to close out this game.
For the next 90 seconds, they will have both of those huge buffs. Elder is only going to be on for that duration. Baron will be up for another minute thereafter. So I expect Suning to push very, very hard during this next minute of gameplay. Look to end the game here. Use the power of a 9,000 gold lead and both super buffs to just end this game, put themselves at match point, and take us to game number 4. JDG will have to play just perfectly. And honestly, Suning will have to make some pretty big errors to lose any fight with this current game state.
Yeah, and they've already set up all the waves, so they're just not even going to get a chance to really wait it out. Bot lane already had the inhibitor down. SOFM zoning multiple members off on the side. Mid lane was getting pushed in by Bin, so this tower is just gone too. And that's going to be triple in him, because if you're not fighting at the inhibitor tower, you are not fighting anywhere except at your Nexus with that Elder up. You can see that Suning realizes this, but Zoom's stepping a little bit far forward. You've got to be careful.
Just a little bit of exposure to the enemy team means 1/3 of his health bar, and that's the tank. The tank that only has 2 items, 32 minutes, excuse me, into the game because of the state of the level 1, because of Bin getting both of those kills. It has echoed so much throughout this game. Curtain call opens, Yagao and Lumao run away. Pantheon blocking some of the damage here with the E, as now both Nexus turrets are taking a beating.
Now.
Nexus turret number 1 is down, but Elder being gone means JDG might have their only chance right here. They make the move onto SOFM, but the Lance Respite is in time. Angel finds the taunt onto 2. The fight is done before it even began. A double kill for Bin, an absolute destruction of JDG, and another promising game for Suning. They will get the triple kill onto the gangplank. They will get themselves a win, and they will take us to match point.
Suning up 2-1 now in this series. And what a crazy game. The level 1. Bin starting with 2 kills and a Sheen as he walks into lane against Zoom, who had absolutely no fun in this game. You pointed out his damage being lower than that of the supports, and it's understandable. He doesn't get to do anything except try to survive once he was put into that position. Very difficult for him. Suning really crushing through from that point. They had the one slip up mid lane, but this was an incredibly dominant game. They snowballed their advantages, stacking towards Soul, taking the Elder, taking the Baron, making sure that they were closing out this game, as fast as they could, as well as they could. For JDG, they have got to just be able to try to shake this one off. It is hard. You are the favorites. You're expecting to challenge, for the World Championship, and now you're at match point in the quarterfinals, but you have got to shake it off and just say, hey, that's a level 1. It went bad. It happens. And try to go into this 4th game here with a clear mindset. Because if they do not, I think they're going to be run straight out of this series in a 3-1.
Well, the promising thing about that is what you pointed out after that throw in the mid lane, where Suning was just a little bit too hyphy on how far ahead they were, and JDG managing to come back a little bit. It seemed like they were able to get back some of that level-headedness.
It did look a lot
Hopefully they can come into game 4 with that mindset you're talking about. We're stepping away right now, and now that game 3 has concluded. But as we go, MasterCard want to highlight the best fans the world has to offer, and that's all y'all. And as we do that, we're going to look at MasterCard's Fans of the Decade. Today, we say hello to Chris Skinner from the US. He's watched almost every LCS and LEC game over the past 7 years. My man is a fan and been a fan of TSM since the early days of Dyrus, Reginald, and the Odd One. Make sure you keep showing your support for the teams at Worlds, and we'll see you again for more action right after the break. Pog. I got you, bro.
Spec gets caught down. He's got PA, remember, but he needs Mega. Oh,
This was the most disgusting ultimate.
But look at him! He's still alive! He's still surviving!
To me, this play is all about mechanical execution.
Prey trying to get back in! The chase! The resonating strike!
This is one of my absolute all-time favorite moments.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free, and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting. Oh, we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting. Oh, we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where Suning bounced back with 2 convincing wins, are now on match point. And there we see the coaching staff absolutely going off. Why wouldn't you? So we wanted to take a look at the trends in this series so far, as well as look forward to win conditions for both teams. Lyric, thank you for joining us once again. It seems that what you had expected is coming true, albeit a bit faster than expected, because you called it a 3-2 for Suning.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect it in quite this way, especially after that last game where it seems like JDG's old rival level 1s is coming back to haunt them. But hey, you know, we take those.
Can you give a bit of context to that? Has JDG had problems with level 1s in the past?
We definitely saw it in group stage, right, where Damwon had a great level 1 against them, PSG had a great level 1 against them, and then in both top esports series this year, there was level 1s going back and forth.
And it kind of helps to the fruition of when Suning win, they're winning really hard. You know, both of the victories have been absolute shellackings from Suning. And now I'm curious if JDG, the casters we're talking about, will find that mental reset to pump the brakes and try to take us over to Game 5. Because right now they're just getting run over from level 1.
Yeah, let's take a look at a couple of things that we thought would be influential in this series. Let's start with the team fights. And just to be clear here, JDG fantastic at team fights. Suning good at team fights, but perceived as a bit worse than JDG. However, 2 games in a row now, they get a huge lead before they even go into these team fights. So how important have they really been, Jordan?
The big thing for me is that we've seen Angel have such a bigger impact Game 2 and Game 3 than he did in Game 1. Like, he's been able to get out of lane. He's found a lot of great angles, especially this game with his E's, his taunts. He's had a lot of good ultimates. And it just keeps going back to that point that Frost was nailing home earlier, is that it does look like, sure, the coordination is there, but they're landing a lot of great, like, individual plays. You'll see a great bubble come in, a great barrel hero there that really sets up Suning for these teamfight wins.
Yeah, and that was your Mercedes drive to victory, the Wombo combo from Suning, and it's just those individual mechanical outplays, which is why I think it's really interesting the adaptation that we've seen in draft from Suning, that they're grabbing these high priority, high agency champions, and you're willing to see, you know, that ceiling really take off for them. So I guess my question to you, Lyric, is where do you think the ceiling is for guys like Hongfeng, Angel, and Bin? Because we've gotten so much exposure to the likes of Loken, Yagao, and Zoom that we know that they're great players, but do you think this is a top esports trajectory that Suning right now, or their trajectory has finally eclipsed JDG, and this is the fruition of that?
So in LPL, we've been saying Hongfeng is the next Jackie Love like all year long. So I have big expectations for this guy. Everyone can see Bin has a very the Shy-esque flair to him. So once again, these two especially are going to be massive superstars in my opinion in the coming years, and heck, maybe even now.
Well, let's take a look at the top lane matchup in more depth. We prepared a little graphic here, and it was so talked about, the top sides for both sides of this matchup. And I guess it was, we haven't seen everything of Kanavi yet. SOFM has outshone him in this series. And I feel kind of similar about Zoom and Bin, because Frost, you were a bigger fan of Zoom, but he just hasn't gotten the same place to shine in this best of 5.
To be fair, that was not Zoom's fault at all. Bin rocked into that lane with the Sheen, and Zoom was just like, please, FF, go next. I don't want to be here, please. The thing that I will say is that I feel like Bin is almost, what's the word I'll use? Insulated from the meta, because right now it is so about the jungle that there's not a lot of attention that's being given to the top side, and that allows Ben to thrive. He's such a dominant 1v1 top laner. He goes for hyper-aggressive trades, constantly being forward into the lane, and even in weaker side matchups to kind of push his luck, and he's never really been punished for it. So I don't know if we're not in this meta, if Ben would have the same success. Obviously very talented, whereas Zoom is, at least the tape that we have, so much more well-rounded. He can play weak side, he can play strong side. His team fights are impeccable. Even in games that JDG are losing, his Renekton is insane.
And I'm going to give it to you there, the fact that Zoom does look great, but it doesn't seem like he's getting the most help from his team in those last 2 games. But to the point of meta and this and that, you don't have a choice. You have to adjust to the way the game is being played. Are you surprised with how this top lane matchup has gone so far, Lyric?
A little bit. So the thing about Bin is it goes back to that volatility. He plays every matchup like he's winning, and it either results in him completely smashing and taking over, was great this game when he gets those 2 first kills, or it ends up like game 1 or even worse, where he's taking a lot of bad trades. He ends up 40 assists behind or more. So it's been a bit of what I expected, but I'm just surprised JDG as a team haven't put more resources into Zoom, because we see Kanavi gank top lane so much in LPL.
Well then, with that, we now have the story set up for both teams. And as we take a look at this Mercedes drive to victory, Suning's Wombo combo in the final fight one more time, I just want to kind of hammer home what we are about to see here possibly. A Suning that comes in as a third seed from the LPL, the Scrim Gods yet inconsistent in the league. All of a sudden, that's match point versus a JDG that was touted as a tournament favorite at the beginning of the tournament. I'm each going to give you a chance to talk about your win conditions. First up, JDG, Frost, how do they bring it back?
First and foremost, JDG needs to deny Suning from playing their game, which means you need to control SOFM. This guy will take over an entire map. Obviously, level 1's not going according to plan gives a huge advantage to the enemy jungler, and because they're constantly losing these early games, the other thing that I need to see from JDG is they need to have late game insurance. Right now, they have compositions that fall behind, and then they don't actually have a lot of scaling options, and so it's impossible or that much harder for them to fight their way back into it. I think you need to put all attention on Kanavi and slowing down Sofum and get those late game scaling champions back on their side.
All right, Jordan, quickly, how does Suning close it out?
So for me, I want to see Suning stick to comps that can win out in the early game. It could be like game 3 where they do have those scaling options there, but we need both of these side lanes to win so SOFM can play this very farm-heavy style he wants. He can go look for these 1v1s. And secondly, I want to keep seeing Sordar and Angel get onto the map. I highlighted earlier the big difference from game 1 to game 2 and 3 is the fact that Angel has been so active, and he's honestly completely outdone Yagao in both map plays and in these team fights.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Very, very close series, but Suning, they have turned it on its head so far, and they are looking to secure their spot in the semifinals with a win in Game 4.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. In this assist, Core JJ shows G2 Esports the true impact of taking down Team Liquid's top laner.
But looks like TL wants to fight anyway. Core goes to dunk, only hits one, stuns in the AD carry, burns the stopwatch. They're going to find the kill thanks to Jensen. Re-engage so good, G2 knocks down the Team Liquid support. The chase is still in, Mickey X running a bit low. The flash stun on tactical, QSS keeps him alive, flashes in for the auto, Ren finds it, but he's traded back all the same. Cap's now fighting Brox, another kill comes in for Jensen, and the chase is still on. Jankos dangerously low, Q is gonna land, and Jensen finds his third kill of the fight, and Team Liquid take that battle.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when
Welcome back, everyone, esports fans one and all, to our second quarterfinal match of Worlds 2020. So far, we got ourselves a slugfest as Suning is on match point against JDG. Going into this fourth game, I think that JDG will be especially on edge at level 1 because the level 1 in that previous game was just not where they wanted to see it. Remember that JDG do have side selection going into this fourth game. Because of the fact that they lost the third, they will once again elect to play on blue side. So we're going to see things like we did in that game 3. The Gangplank is banned away second by JDG this game. So for the first time this series, we will see Ben on something else.
Yep, going to be forcing him off of that GP. He has been doing pretty well on it, even though Zoom had been getting the best of him in the laning phase for the most part. Last game, you can't really count. I mean, he started with the Sheen at level 1, but for the most part, Zoom has been having the better laning phase. But Ben, his cross-map ultimates have been great. He has always been a skilling threat on this champion. We do see Graves' first pick here for JDG.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see if it's going to be a Lilia or perhaps a Kindred response again. Kindred can work well into this, but the Jhin, big priority on this. Jhin has won every game thus far in the series on both sides. So Bongfeng going to be able to grab it, and he's been having a monster series himself.
Yeah, I really like the fact that we saw both Zoe and Jhin picked up before the jungler. Your opponent's already picked up theirs. You will have an extra pick before the second part of the bans come through. It's wise to wait and just get these priority picks that have done so much work in the series so far. So Jhin and Zoe over to Suning. Twisted Fate picked up for JDG. Again, anybody that missed the information when it came up on the screen in the last game, when we got to that end game point and Lumao's Pantheon had done a little bit over 5,000 damage, both Zoom's Volibear and Yagal's Twisted Fate were under 5k. The Twisted Fate was very underwhelming in the previous game, so Suning let it go through the draft again, and we'll see if Yagal can redeem himself on that champion, as Renekton will be played by Zoom now for the third time in the series.
I mean, it was a rough game, let's be honest. It didn't look like JDG's mental was fully in it for a lot of that game after the early game went very bad. But you know, before that game, Yagao had a 70% win rate in this season, you know, in this year on TF. So it's not as though he is a poor TF player. He definitely is very strong at it. It's not going to be full parity in the picks, as we do have mid versus mid. We have jungle versus jungle, but Jhin coming through for Suning, while the early Renekton pick goes up there for Zoom. Looking towards that, we know that it will not be the GP answer. Camille has been banned out as well. Ornn has been banned out as well. So I'm going to be interested to see where Bin does go. It could be something, you know, if he wants to go for that 1v1. Sometimes we do see these LPL top laners go towards things like the Kennen. You know, I mentioned the Quinn earlier as a really aggressive option. There's also the Jace that he really does like. So he's got a lot of options here, and it is double marksman ban over towards Loken. Interesting to see they prioritize taking away the Aphelios instead of something like the Senna or the Ashe, because Ashe has been the most played for Loken at Worlds thus far, and I think it does work quite well when you have this style of setup, where you have lanes that can assist your jungler, a pushing jungler, you know, who can invade and take camps away. You can scat out the Kindred with the Hawkshot, and most of these marksman versus marksman style jungle battles do come down to who actually gets the first hit, who face checks who. Because as Kindred, if you are the one getting the jump on Graves, you should always win that, and vice versa is also true. So the additional scouting information here from the Ashe is going to be invaluable, not only for the Graves, but even, hey, post 6 on TF, you spot that jungler by himself clearing camp, maybe TF then is prompted to use the ultimate, look for a kill.
Plus, if you have TF initiating with a gold card, follow up with Enchanted Crystal Arrow, if they're very well in sync, can do a lot. Now, this would be an exciting support matchup.
I would like this.
Hook City,
let's
baby.
Go.
All right, I like to see this. Thresh versus Blitzcrank. Plenty of pick potential for either side, but what's that?
Give it to me.
This, could it be? Isaac,
it could.
Hold on. I think I hear something in the distance. Hold on 1 second here. Just a couple more seconds to make sure if if my ears are deceiving me. I think
you're being baited.
I think it just might be. Come on. Gosh darn it!
You devoted like 30 seconds.
I know.
To the lead up for that.
I don't even get my punchline.
You got played like a fiddle, Captain Flowers. You have been baited and outsmarted, good sir.
Oh no! Well, Volibear has picked up for Bin into the top lane as opposed to the Jax. My joke gets no payoff. My punchline is deprived. Volibear is here.
Ruined.
Now, last time, Volibear had a really rough time against a Gangplank that started off with the dream laning scenario. This time, things will not be as bad you would expect unless the level 1 is just once again some sort of insanity.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's always possible. We've got Blitzcrank versus Thresh in the support role.
It is definitely possible. You know, I do think that Volibear should win out in an isolated 1v1. Renekton can be a very powerful skirmisher. There is the ability to outplay in that matchup still. But Volley can be really tough for a lot of champions in those early levels. So will be interesting to see who gets the favorable laning phase this time around, as Zoom, I think, has been outperforming Bin as far as that is concerned. This support matchup is super interesting, though. Blitzcrank considered a strong answer to Thresh because anytime Thresh goes for that hook, the animation is long enough that you can then just immediately hook the Thresh. You can hook him during that windup, pull him in, and go for that Thresh. So it really often forces Thresh to take a very defensive stance. And Sword Art, we may see him just playing more for zone control and not actually committing to these plays, because if we see him go for the hook, Lu Mao, you can expect him to be on point, grab him in, and try to look to actually focus down that Thresh.
Yeah, we've got Aftershock on both of those supports, meaning that once they hook, they will be able to follow up and be confident in their tankiness.
On both laners.
Yup, cleanses on both of the AD carries, respecting the CC on either side. Summoner Spellbook also for our 2 mid laners here this time around, so a lot of versatility in what those two could do, specifically around neutral objectives. Summoner Spellbook Smites have won games of League of Legends plenty of times before, but I think what you pointed out specifically about the Ashe tracking the Kindred and what Twisted Fate's able to do to track him as well, SOFM will have to be very respectful of what this composition can do to try to keep him down this game.
Yeah, the global presence is something you've got to be nervous about. You can see JDG is like, all right, screw this. We're not fighting level 1. The jungler, as well as support, go out, drop a trinket ward, level 1, base, reset, grab the sweeper. So they wanted defensive vision. This was not any sort of step past the river. They had a defensive tri-brush ward on the bot side. They had a pixel brush ward up on that top side river. So really trying to make sure that they can just get into a normal game. JDG was favored in this series. JDG is looked at as the smart team in the LPL, the team that plays the macro style, the team that is calm under pressure, that has incredible team fighting. So they want to try to play a more measured game. I would expect them to be fairly risk-averse in this elimination game, and we'll just have to see if Suning can really kind of push the pace and punish them at all for that.
So fun fact about JDG in the group stage, when this team had leads at 15, 10, or 20 minutes, any of those 3 times, if they had a lead, they won the game, period. There is no exception. They had a perfect record with leads at 10, 15, and 20, which is very impressive for telling how the game is going to go just based on the early game outcome. So if they're able to keep things stable, if they're able to have themselves some strong laning phases here and get off to one of those strong starts, I think they have what it takes to push us to a Game 5, to take us to Silver Scrapes, and be competitive with Suning, who has had a very strong showing in Games 2 and 3.
Yep, and JDG in the games that they lost fast. And we do see a little bit of a wraparound here from Sorta. He's got to be careful about getting too close to that tower for a hook, but yeah, I mean, they lost those 2 games in group stage, and both of them were, you know, bad early games, and then quick losses, and there's that windup, and Sword Art could be taking a bit of a bad trade here.
Sword Art loses almost half his HP, not quite, but the more important thing here is Loken also took a bit of a wallop down there. SOFM in the mid lane. Angel, I won't be able to get in range in time to do much here to Yagao, and considering Kanavi's here, I don't think they'll be able to get a whole lot more with this. Both junglers just showing up to try to assist mid laners with that wave management, and it looks like the lane's going to equalize back out.
Yep. The other thing to keep in mind on that bot side trade is Sorta actually committed his Ignite to it, right? So that is pretty big. And Bin actually takes 2 tower shots. That was so smart. Zoom stepped forward and froze the wave as he saw Bin going by to try to proxy that. So Bin was actually looking to collect that next wave and then get a free base. Instead, Zoom sees what he's doing, steps forward, stops the minions from moving up into tower range, forces Bin to take those tower shots, and now has a bit of an awkward base timing there.
Yeah, playing smart, observing very small details like that can put you in a great spot. But Bin has used his teleport. He's back onto the map. He's going after Kanavi. Now, he's in a 1v2, but he has backup coming first. And considering that truth, on the side of JDG, they will not try to contest this scuttle. That means SOFM can secure it, and that's a 2-crab start for the Kindred.
Yeah, and that's really big for the Kindred. Being able to get ahead of the curve is always going to be very, very important. And when you got both those grabs, you know that he already got a mark. Going to be starting there as the first mark will always spawn on a scuttle crab. So SOFM going to be feeling really good about that. And Bin going to have to be a little bit careful because Zoom hasn't even used his TP yet, right? And, you know, you are in this situation now because of a misstep. You had to use that early teleport. You didn't get to walk back to lane. You didn't have that sort of a luxury.
Ooh.
Cleanse forced out there. Nice hook as immediate punish. Lumao was going up for a vision, and as soon as he stepped away, Loken a little bit too far forward and Sword Art able to punish.
Yeah, Sword Art making sure he hits the shots. With both supports being these hook champions, being these big playmakers, it comes down to you gotta hit the shots, man.
Yeah.
If that punish opportunity is there, it doesn't mean anything if the guy can outplay you and juke away from the skill shots. But Sword Art at least getting that summoner spell here nice and early. We'll see if they can punish. Remember, Cleanse does have a much lower cooldown than something like Flash, so the window is smaller for that punish. But they will still have a couple of minutes of extra playmaking opportunity here. You can see Bin already down about a wave's worth of farm up here in the top lane. He'll keep on farming up, but that TP discrepancy will be something we keep our eyes on. Does manage to take down that last little melee minion there before it would have got stolen away by the turret, and gets a decent trade off onto Zoom here until the very end.
I mean, Zoom is honestly just such an impressive laner. I've been constantly impressed by this guy as well as 369 throughout the entire year. How consistently they have been playing, for their teams. He's been such a rock for JDG really all year long, and outperforming Bin pretty heavily in this 1v1, and there is potential for the dive now. He's not 6, he's just dead.
Bin has no way out, man. See you later. Here's the Gator. First blood, and it's on Kanavi's graves.
Really nicely done. Easy kill on that dive. And you could see Bin's greed got the best of him. He started backing off like he was actually going to give up the play, right? He's going to give up those minions because Yagao was already moving. Yagao was missing, so he knew he had the right instinct, but then he got greedy for the farm. He's like, what if, though? What if I get 6 and I can survive? And instead ends up going down, and now Loken on the bottom side might just be dead.
Yep, this is that punish we were talking about, but it's 1 for 1. Sword Art ends up getting killed because of the turret aggro. Lumao trying to flash around and outplay this one. Wanfeng takes 2 shots from the turret. He doesn't hit his deadly flourish. That's what I'm talking about with hitting the shots. You miss the shots, the play is done. Lumao's able to walk away, and now SOFM at least secures the Drake for his team. But the other thing that needed to be pointed out about that top lane play as well, a couple of waves of farm completely missed by Bin. He is very far behind now.
Yeah, Bin is put way down. And the other thing about that 1 for 1 is that Sword Art died. Who cares, right? Loken died with the wave at the tower. That's the real punish there, is that the kill went on to Blitz on one side, the kill went on to Jin on the other, and they denied that farm. Yagao, nice sidestep, but may still be in trouble.
Yep. He gets a little bit sleepy, but there's not any trouble to follow up the bubble. So he walks out. The use of the summoner spells on point here. Let's take another look at the bottom lane dive.
Yep, here it is one more time. Sword Art pulls aggro with the Ignite, making sure he has that. Does get the Aftershock up, but then you see Lumao getting the kill himself. They try to look for the follow-up. The flash from Lumao trying to outplay the Paddlestar did land, but with the root missing, Wanfeng had to back off. He had taken quite a bit of damage from that tower, so they do force him out. Good job by Lumao to survive, but still a strong play made by Suning, and they get that beneficial reset. The kill went the way of Wanfeng, so he has not only the BF, but the Swifty Boots on top of that, which is going to be really helpful when you're playing this kind of skill shot based matchup, right? You talked about the hook accuracy, having move speed to be able to sidestep a lot of that is really useful.
It's a pretty impressive gold lead here so far for the side of JDG as Kanavi finds himself in a fight with Wanfeng here. It's gun versus gun, but now Sword Art is pulled into a bad spot. The damage continues through, but Lamb's Respite will keep him alive. This fight's about to get spicy real fast. Enchanted Crystal Arrows fired off, and SOFM's grabbing the kill onto the enemy jungler, but jungler for jungler, the sacrifice is through. Support for support will not be the case. Lumao barely survives, and Wanfeng will try to hobble away from this one. Beautiful! Perfect cleanse, but it will not matter as the Renekton has joined the fight. Zoe's damage is very impressive, and Angel gets the return kill onto Zoom.
Nicely done, though, by JDG. Overall, coming out on top. Sword Art trying to give his life for the added bit of damage, for that play to come through. He was hoping that Suning would be able to finish off multiple kills there. At the very least, this gets Bin back in it. Yes, Zoom made the roam. Yes, Zoom got the kill, but he has no teleport. Bin denies a lot of this wave, takes a plate, maybe 2 for himself. Doesn't look like he will get 2 as Kanavi comes up to answer, but gonna even out a lot of that. And this started off the initial play here from Kanavi, going aggressive onto Huangfeng. You can see the flash out of that hook from Sword Art. Sword Art gets hooked in by Lumao, and SOFM has to come in here with the flash ultimate in defense, but then SOFM is postured very aggressively, and right out of the expiration of the ultimate, he's not back with the other members on his team, so he gets smoked by the ult there from the Ashe. Lumao survives. They come in, slice, dice, flash. We saw the follow-up kill. Angel able to trade one back. Overall, really scrappy stuff, but JDG is getting the best of it, and a lot of this is off of the top difference. Zoom bouncing back, looking incredible again here in Game 4 after what had to be such a tilting Game number 3 where you were starting out through no fault of your own against a level 1 GP machine.
And I really like this early game from JDG because the gold lead is favoring them so much. Nearly 2,000 as Angel uses a heal to barely get out of the way of the Enchanted Crystal arrow. If that arrow hits him, he's 100% dead because of the fact that Lumao can just follow it up, pull him in, instant kill, no problem, nothing to it. But the mid lane tier 1 turret will barely survive. Now it falls, but the curtain call is here. Sword Art shows up, but he's on the front line, and after that stasis ends, he might be in some trouble. Manages to walk away. Yagao uses a stasis of his own, but Bin gets the kill, and Suning may lose their first turret, but they get a kill in response.
Yeah, it is that solo tower gold, though, and Zoom is taking plates on this top side, so still going to be positive play here, probably overall for JDG as far as that gold goes. You know, Bin made the roam, and now it is Zoom kind of cashing in off of that. You can see he is building pretty heavily for this 1v1. You got the tabbies, physical damage top laner, physical damage jungler, but straight into the executioners, which is going to help a lot of the sustain that Bin does have, both from his kit, you know, in the second W, that heal, as well as from the grass procs and things like that. So when he gets towards Cleaver, it's going to be tough for Bin, who looks like he's just going to be going for a pure tank-style build after getting behind early.
Yep, Bin's trying to be the meatball here for his team. Make sure that somebody on the front line can absorb those gold cards, those buckshots, and honestly just everything that the Renekton's going to be dealing out. Still, nearly 3,000 gold lead. 11.5 minutes into this game for JDG. Exactly what you wanted to see out of this team going into a do-or-die situation here in game number 4, being down 1-2 in the series. This team has everything they need to push this into a mid-game lead, really make some things happen. Do need to watch out for Yagao on that TF. We remember that he made a couple of sketchy ultimates in the previous game. He no longer has the stasis to facilitate that sort of playmaking, so until the full hourglass comes online, we'll need to be a little bit more careful. Serrated Dirk for Kanavi. We'll see the Umbral Glaive on the Graves here yet again. I like the choice. Everybody except for the Volley Bear is going to be taking a lot more damage because of that lethality build, but the Drake is up. Suning does have a lead in that department in this game, and they could look to extend that lead here a little bit further. They have control of the bottom side river right now. However, Zoom has teleport to join this fight if JDG want to contest this. The traps are being revealed. The sweeper also finding some wards here, but SOFM has already secured the Drake for his team. Now they're coming in. That's a nice pull from the Blitzcrank. Immediate kill onto SOFM as Yagao is low, but he's kiting around. He's just fine. Angel with a sleepy trouble bubble. The Paddle Star weaved around the Blitzcrank to find some critical damage and force JDG away, but that is still a Drake traded for a kill.
Yeah, big flash hook there onto SOFM to try to get something back. But unfortunately, JDG did end up actually committing their teleport out of Zoom. So, you know, not as big of a win as they would want. They were hoping to extend that play, try to get more kills on the back end of it. As you say, Suning does pick up another one. I'm not sure if SOFM ever got out of the CC chain to have a chance to actually use his ult because he did get flash hook. The silence is going to follow that up. The punch is there too. Yeah. A lot of CC going to be layered on top of you, so will be critical for him to go towards some tenacity or perhaps even a QSS when there's all this point and click CC. You have everything from the Blitz, including the silence that can deny you, the gold card, the Ash Arrow, the stun from the Renekton. Can be very difficult in situations like that to be able to get good use out of the ultimate, but you also have to consider the fact that you are a big source of consistent damage for this team, right? And he may feel that he needs to kind of run that risk to make sure that he's doing optimal damage for his team to be able to win this game.
Now, up top side, both of them have just now hit level 10. Bin trying to keep this as close of a matchup as he can, but it's still a 20 CS lead. It's a little over 3 waves for Zoom on this Renekton. And remember, this is the champion that he played in both games 1 and 2. Had an impressive laning phase in both. Of course, in game number 2, they were not able to find the win despite that. But this is a champion that this guy looks ferocious on. Goes back to base right now, does have enough money to finish the Black Cleaver. This is more completed items than he had at about 30 minutes in the previous game, so things going much better for him when he doesn't have to deal with a 2-0 opponent at the start.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, it turns out League of Legends works that kind of a way.
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
And
this guy doesn't even have a sheen. Pretty late.
Well, now we got Sword Art going in, but the follow-up CC is there from JDG, who force him right back over the wall with the flash, and with the enemy support on the run, JDG is confident to step up here. Kanavi with the dash over the wall, continuing to clear out some of that vision, steps away from the trouble bubble as it bounces into the trouble puddle, and JDG with priority over mid lane will continue shoving this out, sitting down wards, sweeping out those of Suning. And you can see on the left side of your screen, the 3 richest men on the Rift are all wearing JDG colors.
Yeah, and look at the jungle difference already is getting pretty big. Yagao has a lot of gold injected into him. Obviously, some of that is the TF passive, but this Graves is already really, really strong. Again, ahead a good 40 CS, kind of similar to what we saw happen in that first game. And he does have the Umbral Glaive for the vision control. The Black Cleaver also going to be pretty effective this game for Renekton. He has double marksman on his team. Armor stacking going to be happening, from that Volibear, and potentially Thresh will be building up some armor. So shredding through that, always going to be useful for that Graves, as well as the Ashe. And looking for a Hex Flash play.
Lumao, of course, can't make a move onto SOFM because there's about 19 Krugs in the way. But he's still got his rest of his team behind him. He's still a big threat if they try to save this tier 1 turret, which they won't be able to do. So now that is a 2-0 turret lead for the side of JDG. 4,500 gold ahead. Now, Ocean Rift means that it's important to stop this soul stacking before it gets to soul point, before you're at that do or die situation where they could just find a soul as a win condition. So here in a minute and a half, I fully expect JDG to be in position to not let Suning take this 3rd Drake. Yagao shows up in the bottom lane, trying to stop Bin, clearing away the minions first and foremost, as Bin tries to disengage here. Sword Art is coming down to help him, wants to give him that lantern to escape, pulls him to safety. Yagao could try to follow with the ulti, but nobody else is close enough to help him, and he's almost out of mana, so seems like he would be teleporting to his own death. Opts not to do that.
Yeah, nice roam from Sword Art to be able to protect the Volibear there and get the TF ultimate out, because TF ult won't be up for this dragon fight now, which can be impactful. Going to be harder for him to follow up on any sort of plays. But as you say, this is the Ocean Rift. This is the potential Ocean Soul here. If Suning can grab this dragon, they do have a true frontliner this game. They're going to have the volley, building into this really tanky bear. And if he can get towards that Ocean Soul, he's going to become incredibly difficult for his opponents to deal with. You can see SOFM did decide to make a pit stop for the QSS, as I had been talking about earlier. Because there is so much CC, it's going to be so difficult for him to get a high-value ultimate otherwise, and he's just feeling like he needs to be there for that utility. But JDG pushing in mid lane. Bot lane tower is going to be theirs as well, and Lumao threatening with a hook.
Lumao going after it. Nice sidestep from Angel, keeping himself away from the clutches of the Blitzcrank. Lumao stepping out of the range of the curtain call in time to avoid the 3rd and 4th shots. That 4th bullet isn't too intimidating when he's not so far ahead, when his opponent is also still at full HP, so you get no execution damage. Suning, however, does have control over the bottom side river, but remember, this is a 5,500 gold lead for JDG. Yagao with the flash into the gold card, but Lumao's already at 1/3. Lumao is locked down. Lumao is making a big pull, but it's only on to the enemy tank. Meanwhile, Kanavi is still in the pit, still looking to deal with the Ocean Drake. Zoom's coming around from behind. Zoom's able to find the damage down to SOFM. Kanavi's already going to be killed. That could be huge. Zoom is very big. He tries to get himself away, but the Deadly Flourish lives up to his name and locks him down. It's a double kill to Huanfeng. It's Suning winning a fight when it looks like they have no business winning a fight. A triple kill for Huanfeng. He wants to keep going, but the Flourish is not deadly enough. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble will not put Blitzcrank down from a nap, but Angel is still looking for a kill. That was such a huge win for Suning to keep themselves in this game.
And such thin margins there to be able to win out on this fight when you're so far behind in gold was incredible. The skirmishing ability of these two teams really being showcased here as they even get the tower off the back of it. They are now at soul point. This is a very realistic way to win this game. So Yagao flashes in, they force out the QSS, so it was always going to be a play to burst down SOFM, and now you have to track when Volley goes for the engage. On the other side, Zoom comes back in, flashes onto SOFM, but there's no follow-up. They needed to kill him in this stun before the ultimate comes through. But no one is in position because Yagao is already getting pushed out of the top side. Loken and Lumao are so low, they couldn't follow up, and that was their window. That is what they had bet the TF flash on, as well as the flash from this Renekton. Once you don't kill off the Kindred there and he escapes over the backside of the fight, Huangfeng was untouched, Angel was full health. They are able to pile through and get so much damage done. So JDG had a clear game plan to try to target this Kindred and punish him despite him having QSS, but when you go heavily for that, both flashes from solo laners committed to it, you have got to make sure that that Kindred dies before ulti or it's going to be lights out.
Yep, and Kanavi dying early too in the pit. But now the TP's coming in. Now there is your ulti, but Yagao cannot find what he needs to find. He's in a bad spot, and Volley's coming around from the side. Bin makes sure they get a kill, but Zoom gets one in return. SOFM leading the charge, and Suning has managed to find two. Zoom in danger, now being pursued. Angel looking for a little bit more, but Zoom is alive. There are still 3 players living on the side of JDG, but Suning lost only their volley bear.
What a hook from Swordart. The timing on the TF ultimate was picture perfect there. He is hooked as he's loading in after the ultimate. That was just insane. You can tell how on point Swordart really is. He feels totally locked in this game. Let's watch this one more time. Look at that hook.
So
There's just
good.
no chance. And because Swordart has already dropped the lantern and Huangfeng and Swordart are stacked, and it's a frame perfect hook there, how are you supposed to click on the right guy? You have no chance to actually take a moment to get that perfect. So it's very understandable that Yagao wasn't able to actually adjust and hit the right person. They're stacked on top of each other and you're instantaneously hooked. That is just a beautiful thing coming out from the veteran, the lone player of these 10 who have ever been to an international event. And Swordart is really playing so damn well here. This guy has been really a treasure to watch over the last many years that he's been playing. You know, he's played something like 80 games internationally.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see him on a strong team here performing at a high level after all these years.
Absolute ice in his veins. The man keeps his cool always so far in this series as that tier 2 turret will fall. Suning now catching up to JDG, man. Remember, this game was a 5,500 gold difference.
Yeah.
5.5. And now it's down to under 2.
And it's Ocean Soul point. You know, that is really frightening because Bin, sure, he's been put behind, but who cares? If you have a Volibear who's building full tank with Ocean Soul, that is so much of added value. He becomes incredibly difficult to burst down. And look at the marksman difference. Huangfeng is having the series of his life here today. And he is 4-1-4 again. We know that this man can do everything he needs to do to take over a game on the Jhin. We have seen it happen multiple times already. And he is in a position again here to potentially carry this game and knock JDG out of the World Championship a lot earlier than anyone was expecting.
And I really want to compliment the draft. After Suning saw how important Jhin was in the first game, that game that they lost, they've prioritized Jhin since then, taking him whenever they can early on in the game, and I love to see it. I love to see that prioritization as SOFM does get the Lamb's respite down in time, keeps himself alive. Now Kanavi's rooted up, but he's not in any real danger. Oh, Huangfeng, good use of the cleanse there. Wildcard sidestepped by SOFM, who is still just barely alive. That's a very important near pick, though, because even though they didn't get the kill, the Kindred now has 20% HP. Okay, up to a little bit higher of a value here. Bin trying to get away, but he's 1 versus 5. The rest of the team's catching up. Yagao makes sure he provides the CC. There's your chain coming through, but a nice unstoppable ulti to buffer through some of that CC now. Zoom could be in danger, and Suning are mounting their counterattack. Loken's already nearly killed off. You gotta block the shots, Blitzcrank. You gotta block the shots. Loken and Zoom both get themselves out, and now a situation that looked like Suning might not be able to contest the Drake. It's incredibly low health bars on 2 very important important players of JDG. This is Ocean Soul for Suning.
They have to contest. There's no choice.
If JDG gives this away, the game becomes exponentially harder. The Renekton taken so low. The TP coming in. Suning with the Drake down nearly now to 0 HP. It's going to be slain by Huanfeng. If the man didn't already do enough this series, he just got the Ocean Soul for his team. Loken is down. Huanfeng's on a rampage. And boy, is he not stopping.
He don't miss, Captain Flowers. Huanfeng gets the Ocean Soul, gets the double kill. They are gonna get the Baron here as well, it looks like. And Suning may just have gotten everything they need to win this quarterfinals.
JDG, lossless in groups with leads at 10, 15, and 20. They commanded over a 5,000 gold lead earlier on in this game, but it has slipped through their fingers. Suning will nearly tie the gold up with this Baron take. Less than 500 separates the two squads now. And let's take a look at this replay of how they did it around the Drake.
He held the fourth shot. Look at this, the whole time. Held the fourth shot there. He actually got it with a Q, it looks like. He didn't even use that fourth shot, so Smite did come down, I believe, from Kanavi, but that actually just went down so incredibly quick. And I think it had to be the bouncing grenade from Huanfeng. So, you know, when that replay started up, I'm like, oh my God, he got it with the fourth shot, but not even the case. Chase is down for multiple kills here. He's on the IE now as well. You can see the gold lead all but gone. When you add in the Ocean Soul power plus the stats from the Baron buff, this is not even. This is not close to even. This is monstrously in the favor of Suning. Plus, you also have to consider the fact that the gold is where they need it. Bin is poor, but who cares? He has a monstrously strong marksman to protect. That's all you need to do right now. Everyone just needs to make sure that Huanfeng does not die, and you're not losing these fights.
I talked in game number 1, I jokingly said, when your top laner can say, at least I'm not dead, it's not really a bragging point. But that's all Bin has to say. That's all he needed to say in the bottom lane for them to turn things around. At least he's not dead. Can Kanavi say the same? I don't think so. The deadly flourish guarantees it. And SOFM is the one to pick up the money. They're going for the mid lane inhib. Nobody's there to stop them. You gals in the bottom lane, knock knock buddy, you gotta get home. We got some problems as Suning is going after the Nexus turrets. Kanavi is still dead for another 30 seconds. It is a 5v4 on the map. Sword Art with the hook onto the Blitzcrank won't be able to find the kill all the way, but Zoe's artillery will guarantee it. Zoom nearly going to be killed off now. Lamb's Respite keeps Sword Art alive, and Suning will take down both Nexus turrets. They are in a 5v3 on the map. They are in a situation to take this game, and Suning will take down their opponents from the LPL. The third seed will defeat the second, and they will move on to the semifinals.
What an ending from Suning. They find the pick, they close out the game, and as one star falls from the LPL, another will rise. Suning Gaming, a team to remember and one to watch for here as a true threat for the World Championship.
We came into this talking about how if you're a rookie at Worlds, if you're one of these players who hasn't competed in international competition before, the pressure can be immense, it can be suffocating, it can be crushing, but it can also be the greatest catalyst to showcase phenomenal talent. And Huanfeng is that. This performance, this series from him on the Jhin was nothing short of incredible, and I cannot wait to see what this team is able to bring moving forward. In groups, they were the third seed from LPL that managed to take first in the group. Now in quarterfinals, everybody was predicting JDG to be the favorite. JDG was one of the favorites to win the whole damn thing, and Suning just said no, not so fast.
I mean, this man has been touted as the next Jackie Love, and I would say, no, he's the first Huanfeng. This guy is a name you need to remember. He has put his stamp on Worlds. This was an insane series from this guy. Played out of his mind. all of the games, all 3 Jhin games, starting off with the most memorable Jhin ultimate I have ever seen, going past the towers to ult at the enemy soul laners from their base, closing out this game with an incredible performance, with taking that dragon for his team, taking the soul for his team, putting the team on his back. It is really the new era of LPL players here, showcased brilliantly tonight, and they are a force to be reckoned with.
And I think the most important thing that I'm taking away from that 4th game is the fact that Suning showed us something moving forward into the semifinals. They don't just play from ahead. They don't just win early and translate it into a win like they did in games 2 and 3. They were at a 5,000 gold deficit, and they came back. What a fun team to watch. Looking forward to their performance in the semifinals. They will be against either Top Esports or Fnatic, whoever wins that quarterfinal still to come. But now that things are over, we're taking a breather. On the other side, the analysts will look closer at Suning's win. Meet us back here after this.
Another twist of the night, the turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing. God, now, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. In their world's debut, Suning have made it all the way to the semifinals as they take down JDG. let us not mince words here. This is a tremendous upset from a dark horse from now on for the tournament in Suning.
It really is.
What a win.
Yeah, I think that expectations were that given Suning finished 11th in spring, yes, they did get 3rd in summer, but they ended up falling short against Top Esports. It was JDG that took Top Esports to all 5 games, and expectation was, well, you have a clear top 2 and then Suning underneath. And so coming into this best of 5, especially for their first Worlds appearance, like expectation is that they're not going to be able to perform, but they performed out of their minds. Bid in the top lane was one of the standout players. Huanfeng like had a fantastic series. Like all of the pieces really came together. They really clutched up when it mattered, and it was a fantastic performance from the entire Suning squad.
Yes, and we should sing all of their praises. I do want to get your take also on, for me, what was after game 2, almost the disintegration of a JDG, of their basics that we know. Keep it calm and steady. Keep it together in the early game. Put the pedal to the metal in the mid game. Win those team fights. What happened to this team?
Well, I feel like game 3 was obviously a very unfortunate level 1 thing where everything went wrong, and I think that was a game that they needed to reset.
Of course it is.
Of course it is, and we've talked about how important level 1s are, but it's one of those situations where JDG, I don't think were hard outplayed. It was one of those oh, okay, things went very wrong very early and they couldn't bounce back. Game 4, however, I was like, okay, JDG, they've gone for a bit of an interesting draft. They didn't have a huge amount of magic damage, and it felt like that they needed to be the proactive ones in the early game, but there were a couple of fights that were just so beautifully played by Suning. We talked at the beginning of the day how we felt that JDG was going to be the better team-fighting team. I said that specifically, where I thought that against G2, that was where Suning was faltering specifically. And so when you came to these mid to late game fights, the way in which Suning just finessed JDG was phenomenal to watch. And I have nothing but good things to say about them, and in particular their AD carry. He was so talented and so good in his positioning and how he played, and he really showcased how powerful Jin can be in the right hands.
And the upper player of the series was Huanfeng, and, you know, we're all going to look at that Jin flank. It's probably, yes, there it is, I love it. This was just immaculate, and I love players who take the game as you know it and flip it on its head and do something different. And in general, you know, we had the Misfortune game. They ended up losing, but he still played well. The Jin was immaculate, and when you look at
this was the fight.
Oh,
this fight from Huanfeng was really good, and people need to pay attention to his positioning and everything, because he just does all the right things. He's never really in any threat. He uses the Kindred ultimate. He positions really well, and then he's able to get a big chase down at the very end to actually clean up the fight. It was just such great team fighting from the whole squad of Suning, and of course he was the one that kind of hit the final nail in the coffin, but I'm kind of just surprised. I'm amazed, and again, it was Frost that was talking a lot. She was a big advocate of Suning being the dark horse coming into the tournament. And I know some analysts were saying that Suning was a bit of an underrated team. And I think that in group stages, we saw them and okay, yes, they did beat G2, but I think there are still a lot of weaknesses that you can point at and highlight that better teams should be able to exploit. But it feels like that coming into the quarters, they've been able to fix a lot of those problems. And I don't know, they've got a tournament buff. Maybe it's the Bin Dad buff. Who knows what it is, but they're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team you can't do anything but like and love. Their logo is amazing. The players all have individual fantastic stories. You know, Bin's dad saying, yo, if you're gonna go to Worlds, at least make it to semifinal. Otherwise, that's not worth. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but he did tell him get to the semifinals, which they do now. Huanfeng with the amazing story. SOFM saying at the beginning, all I want to do is people to know who I am. Everyone knows who you are, SOFM.
And Sorta, I think this might be, now I'm not confident on this, but I think this might be Sorta's first ever semifinal. I think that he, multiple times on the Flash Wall specifically, he made it to quarters, but almost every time he was knocked out. And the fact that he's been able to qualify for the semifinals with this largely young team with new players, very inexperienced on the international stage, I can't believe how much of a big deal this must be to him.
It's crazy. It absolutely is. So Suning are going to move on now to face TES or Fnatic pending that bout tomorrow. And yeah, it was an upset today. Is an upset on the cards tomorrow, Andrew?
No. I mean, I would love it. I mean, one of the great things about Worlds is that upsets do happen, and we do see them. Like in the quarterfinals, they're often not that common. Normally in the best of fives, like you usually get to see teams like exploit their weaknesses, but I think it was Reckless that said in best himself, there are only strong teams in the quarterfinals. Damwon showcased how strong of a team they are. Suning have come up clutch, and now the Europeans get to showcase what they're capable of. Last year, they had a great performance. Let's see if they can do the same this year.
Yeah, I'm a bit shell-shocked, I gotta say. JDG, you know, one of the tournament favorites, and they're just out just like that. It's what you talked about at the beginning of the day. It's cutthroat. You gotta show up. You have 5 games to do it. You have to win 3, and at the end of the day, they didn't. Suning came out on top. Amazing result here, and that was all from us here in Berlin, but we'll be right back with more content. Dash and Friends for Worlds Cooldown.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to World's Cooldown presented by State Farm, where we're recapping today's quarterfinal series between the LPL's JD Gaming and Suning. I'm Dash, joined by Raz, Spawn, and Lyric to break it down. Lyric, I'm coming to you first. That was everything I think we could have wanted in a series, except for maybe a 5th game.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. We saw some great team fights, amazing skirmishes coming out. We saw a lot of individual outplays coming in. I remember Bin GP Barrel in one game really stood out to me. And, you know, despite whatever Spawn may say in the future, I knew it all along.
There it is. I get it in the caveats early. I like it because ultimately, Spawn, it was Suning that came out on top in 3-1 fashion. This is the series we were robbed of domestically. We get it on the world stage, and it's the LPL 3 seed that comes out on top of the 2.
Yeah, and this is one of the first times I've ever worked with Lyric, and I must say I'm a big fan of his work. I've been, following along all year, and he's brought a great coverage for the LPL. But as soon as an analyst starts a prompt with, my head is telling me JDG should win, but I'm going with my heart, that is a hedge and a half, and that is a JDG pick, if I have ever heard one. But credit to the man, apparently he did put it through in his pick'em, so you got to give him that one.
Exactly. The money was where the mouth was when it comes to the pick'ems, and he will have the points to his name when it comes to that. Raz, get in here on this series because it was a wild one.
Yeah, I did the patented flip-flop, basically, by game 2's end. Because I knew this would... Oh, my God. I couldn't even say I thought this would be closer. I thought this would be a game 5. I thought it would be a game 5. I was wrong is what I'm saying, Spawn. Stop it. I was wrong. Because Spawn, not only were the level 1s better from the side of Suning, but I felt as though their overall team fighting was just a lot better in the terms of Huanfeng. I think Huanfeng had a much better performance than Loken. For me, that was probably the biggest difference in the series.
Yeah, and I agree, because I think when we were talking about this game yesterday, and I just want everyone to cast their mind back 24 hours, better get pause right here, go pull up yesterday's VOD. Raz and Kobe sitting here telling me that this is another Spawn LGD tip, that this was never going to happen, that I do this all the time with LPL teams. But I did mention that these 2 AD carries will determine how this game goes, because they both just farm up for the team fights, and I said whichever AD carry out team fights should be able to carry their team to advantage. Now, Lucan is a very good team fighter, but today Huanfeng had just a career-defining day. Like, he will look back at this day when he's probably retired and hopefully has a world championship and some other accolades under his belt, and he will think, this was a day on the international stage where I just cemented my name in greatness.
Game 1 started in the way that I think a number of people would have expected, with JD Gaming taking it, the only one that they would take in the series. Lyric, what was your assessment of Game 1 and the way it played out? Was this to expectation?
It was a bit weird to me because the big defining thing was that we saw Bin take the GP into the Renekton. He played the first 3 waves wrong, and he got absolutely clapped by Zoom. Zoom was up about 40 CS the whole game. Yagao was completely hard pressuring Angel in the mid lane on Zoe against Galio, and their bot lane was winning. So we saw Kanavi have 3 winning lanes. He was able to invade anywhere he wanted on the map, and it just gave JDG the start they needed to snowball this game.
Yeah, and that's what this game came down to me about, is when you had a look at the draft, you actually thought maybe double winning side lanes, which when you're SOFM, that's straight to your game style, but then top lane completely got destroyed, as Lyric's saying. Bottom lane, they, like, on the 1 wave of prior, they were able to burn, like, double jungle summoner spells as well at the crowd camp, and I thought that was just a brilliant engage coming across from the JDG lineup. And at that point, alarm bells are ringing, because if you're thinking SOFM's getting invaded, the matchup's supposed to go the other way, like, side lanes are losing, the matchup's supposed to go the other way. You start thinking, maybe things haven't changed all that much for Suning. Maybe this is just, Zoom is better than Bin, which is what we kind of saw in the LPL, and that even though Bin is able to bully around top laners that are not as good as him, Zoom is just class above, and that's the way this series is going to go.
Raz, talk to me about these junglers, because while Spawn has mentioned perhaps the series was decided by the AD carries, I think a lot of people had a focus on the 2 junglers, SOFM and Kanavi, coming into the series itself.
And for good reason. Both these teams work and operate in the same fashion. SOFM and Kanavi will a lot of times pull their teams for them, like, neutral camps and objectives. Like Scuttle Crab was one thing, but also the Krugs was another one, where I felt like SOFM was actually doing a good job being able to get his team pulled towards these objectives. I will say, though, that I think JDG, at least from Game 1 standpoint, were doing the better job at the major objectives. When they were calling for Rift Heralds, they were there first, Suning was answering late, and then Suning was paying for it. It was the later on fights that were making it a little harder, but it was a JDG win in the beginning for Game 1 because of their overall masterclass and how they set up for the objectives.
Well, and that was one of the things talked about. I remember Flowers and Azale on the cast referencing the statistics coming out of group stage for JD around their global objective control, and it was on display here in Game 1, ultimately netting them the win. And again, I want to hop back to that top side because as we will see in future games, top side break in both directions. This time around, it was Zoom who came out on top, Spawn.
Yeah, I mean, he is just an absolutely terrific Renekton player, isn't he? This is a guy that plays it like, unlike anyone else, he's not a Blade of the Ruin King Renekton either. He's a good old-fashioned Black Cleaver Renekton, gives him a lot more power in the team fights early on in the game. And the thing that I just love about JD is how they approach the objective from multiple angles. And this is going to be key when you watch them team fight, despite the fact that they're now out of this tournament, because you will always see Zoom get backline access. And when you play Renekton, if you're fighting front to back, it can be quite frustrating. But if you get backline access, he will blow up an 80 carry very easily. And I think that Zoom is one of the best top landers in the world at being able to get that backline access consistently.
Yeah, like just seeing that graph, by the way, 63% forward percentage. Like, not only did he have such a large advantage and was pressuring the lane like Lyric and Spawn were talking about, but like, he made his presence felt. That's what I felt like was really nice about this series. Both Bin and Zoom were testing their limits when they had huge advantages. And in this one, it started out with Zoom.
All right, well, today's State Farm Assist of the Day does go to JDG's jungler Kanavi, whose smart play and fancy footwork kept Suning at bay to devastating effect.
I hate Lilia, and this is one of the many reasons for it.
That's your takeaway?
Catch her. Yes. She is literally a fly rotating around these people. They just want to go back to base. They just want to be able to defend. And JD used this opportunity that Kanavi was giving them to just hard push topside into a inner turret, an inhibitor. And what could they do? I was upset watching this live.
Well,
because I feel for them.
If Lily is a fly, I know that Raz is hoping the next champion's released with a fly swatter to take care of that one.
There's an item update next season. Maybe the swatter comes into play.
You know, Raz, the worst part of it, too, is it wasn't even only this play. There were so many times in these games today where Lilia was caught out of position every time, and she always got away with that movement speed by a sliver. And, yeah, I'm completely on the same side of this as Raz. This champion's too annoying.
It's too annoying. It's too annoying. Too bad you got to deal with it, or teams have to figure out a way to deal with it as the World Championship rolls on. And from Game 1, we roll to Game 2, where Suning strikes back and ties the series at 1-1. A bit of a turn of the tides here, Spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this game really was decided for me through the bot lane pressure that was there early on. There was just, I think, 2 or 3 repeat ganks down into the bottom lane by JD Gaming, but they weren't able to get much apart from summoner spells. Then it is actually Angel that gets the first rotation down there. You see the first blood with no summoner spells left available. It just becomes a little bit of a rolling snowball for the Suning bottom side. Sword Art in this game had some of the best banger engages, but also some of the weirdest clangers that I have ever seen. There were a couple of unforced errors from the man, but overall, he put up a very good performance.
But Lyric, I want to keep talking about Sword Art because he is now a mainstay name on the international stage, but perhaps putting up his best performance in history now, years into his career.
It's really interesting, too, because I feel like this split specifically, his role had to kind of change because we saw in Spring, Suning were an 11th place team. They couldn't play the meta. They were terrible at coordinating engages. And luckily the meta kind of swapped to carry junglers, carry tops, and a lot of engage on the 80 carry. But Sword Art also changed his role to being more of a Mickey X type figure. I mean, a Hillsong type figure where he will go for a lot of crazy engages that honestly are kind of he's going to go and he's going to die, but he's willing to get the fight started, which pushes all the other members of Suning to go into the fight with him. And that's exactly what Suning needed.
Yeah, he throws his body at the problem, and Raz, one of the beneficiaries of that is, of course, Huangfeng. We talk about maybe the player of the series here, and in terms of a young player who's stepping up and making a name for himself, Game 2 was the beginning of that.
Yeah, a real sniper this game. I really enjoy watching his Jhin, especially, I know, talking about his support in Sword Art. Like, the way they play out fights, set up for fights, do really well for Huanfeng, and he's just zoned in on the game. So being able to watch his Jhin play, I think, is a real treasure. I also just think that the comp that they had going into the JDG really allowed for him to thrive. Going into Lilia, Galio, like a lot of these mid to low range champions, you like being set up with Zoe, Jhin, Leona, and Graves makes it so you can always play in an arm's reach, and I thought he recognized that really well.
Yeah, Raz, and one thing I really liked about what Huanfeng did was this game, it really also felt like he set up for his soul laners. I actually really feel like we need to highlight Bin and Angel this game, because Angel played out of his mind on the Zoe. He had so many great bubbles that were set up by those Jhin ultimates. And there's one barrel this game that blew my mind. I think it was the first Rift Herald fight top, where he just hits a single perfect barrel, which allowed for Huanfeng and SOFM to clean up the fight, because just like game 1, Suning were behind on the Herald setup again, but this time around they were actually able to take the fight with that barrel.
Yeah, it did feel like in a number of instances it was individual play that opened up different mechanical plays for players like Huanfeng to pop off. I mean, 9-0-12 the KDA at the end of that one. And you mentioned the Zoe there from Angel. The analyst desk following game 2 immediately started talking about whether or not that pick alone would start warping draft and champion select because of Angel's performance. Now today, we have an entire team fight to prove that every second counts with Suning's coordination around that Rift Herald, Spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, when you watch LPL teams brawl, generally it does come down to a second, but if you look at the sleep that is about to come out, if that was half a second earlier, you know, that bullet time shreds 2 members. But as you're talking about, Lyric, that barrel was insane. Picture perfect timing coming across from the gangplank. And we call this folding, other coaches call it other things, but as soon as your front line is running back at the same time as your back line, when you're playing something like Jhin or Gangplank and you have that separation, it becomes so much easier to teamfight. And I think what Lyric and Raz are describing is the ability for Huanfeng to be the last man in and really fight around the fold. And that just allowed him to have so much space in these fights. And as a Renekton, you have to be able to push the front line back. In this fight in particular, Zoom wasn't able to do that. And, you know, Suning just run away with it.
Making every second count, of course, made possible by the Cisco network. I would have seen a Jhin in that position in the river in my solo queue game and been ready to hard flame when that fight goes awry. But luckily, the GP comes through, helps him out, and makes him look like a superstar off the back of that. And hey, speaking of GPs, let's talk about Game 3, because Suning took a pretty early lead here, but had a tougher job closing it out than maybe some would have expected.
I want to start this off by saying this reminds me of the LPL finals, because a game can literally just be decided on the level 1 invade. This one is that game. No one wants to see, if you're in the enemy team, just tabbing a top lane GP starting off with a Sheen first. Like, that's just unbelievable to deal with.
Look at that. He ran back the 40 CS lead that was built in game 1, Lyric. 2.5K gold at 15 minutes.
It's also just so sad to me, because when we came out of draft this game, I thought, okay, JDG had more tools to make things happen early, but I really like the comp Suning picked into JDG's champions. If they get on objectives first, it should be impossible for JDG to play this game. After that level 1 lead, I was like, well, okay, I don't even know what JDG can do now. Like, they need to pray to some sort of god and hope that this can come back. They need Suning to just walk into them.
Like, for me, the biggest takeaway, the reason why JD like felt really forced into fighting was because they didn't scale well this one. Like, they literally had a hard disadvantage from the top side of the map, and they could not like essentially hold back and scale in this game, because the enemy team, I felt like, outscaled. So it was really difficult watching it just from this perspective, and just seeing that JD were just throwing Hail Marys from, as you can see in the replays, to at least find an angle back in.
And I think scaling's one thing, But like kind of what Lyric was hinting at, it's like the way the comps play into each other. I think it was just really hard to fight from a deficit into the game playing Kindred. Because like the kind of like idea is, right, you slingshot the Volley Bear and the Pantheon in, and once again you hope that the team fight becomes like kind of over a concentrated area. But when you have Kindred ult and game playing barrels, it becomes really difficult for, you know, people without mobility to be able to follow up on that. You can just see Twisted Fate got zoned away from multiple areas in this game. Like he did absolutely no damage. So I was just looking at it and I was thinking, you know, in the side lane split push, and if they're able to utilize Twisted Fate or make the map big and then get to objectives first, like this could be a way that JD looked to play the game. But as soon as Suning has that advantage and could just set up the map, like diving into gang playing Kindred is just suicide.
It also stresses, for me, the importance of level 1s. It doesn't matter how the win comes if you get the win. And so an intelligent ward placement in that side lane brush from the mid lane to spot out the invade and then capitalizing on that as a team. Boom. That's all you need to make the opposing team comp irrelevant. Then, hey, that's a victory in my book, and it's a victory on the official books as well. Lyric, before we go to break and say goodbye to you, I want to just get one last thought on the fact that Suning is qualifying through to the semifinals. A bit of a surprise to some, and how you think they might continue to level up and be a contender in this World Championship.
I think it's going to be really interesting because Suning are a team who have improved from regular split to playoffs and now to Worlds. And it's like so obvious in the areas they've improved. Everyone is stepping up. I think it could be a bit rough in semifinals. You know, it depends on the match tomorrow. But if they go up against TS, we've said so many times, right? Suning are a team that rely on individual outplays. Well, sadly, you're going up against probably the best man-for-man roster in the world. Maybe if an upset happens and they face Fnatic, I feel like stylistically, that's great for Suning. Maybe we see a Suning that ends up in the final.
And Lyric, before you go, I want to hit you with another question. I'm going to play host again.
There we go.
How good was Kanavi in the LPL? Just before I start the next segment after the break, like, can you just give me a quick spiel on how Kanavi had a season in the LPL?
Man, I think, like, I actually need to walk back to spring because Kanavi was the first person, like, JDG were the first team playing this style where you all in on jungle. They were picking Kindred way before it was meta. Kanavi was hard 1v5 in games. He looked absolutely amazing. And that's why, you know, this Worlds has been kind of disappointing from Kanavi, but more JDG as a whole. But Kanavi was king of LPL.
King of LPL. All right, well, Spawn is gunning after my job, so before he takes it, I'm going to toss us to a quick break. Lyric, thank you so much for joining us. That series delivered on every level that you suspected that it would. We're going to step away. On the other side, Mark Z will join us to finish up our review of the series and look ahead at the games to come. More Worlds Cool Down after this. Welcome back to World's Cooldown, presented by State Farm, where we're celebrating Suning's victory today, as well as the games to come. And we're also welcoming Mark Z onto the desk to help us break it down. Before we jump into Game 4, hit me with some of that brilliant analysis I've come to know you for, Mark Z, on the first 3 games.
I gotta say, just Huanfeng. It's all Huanfeng. I am so in love with this guy's play. He had it was almost like a boiling pot with a lid on it coming into Worlds. A lot of people were hyping him up and saying, like, don't sleep on him. He's going to be incredible. And I feel like now on the world stage, that lid has been totally blown off with his Jhin performance in the Best of 5. And even in the group stage, it was starting to, his legend was starting to build. And I think when we look back at this Worlds, he will be one of the major stories we're talking about.
The one thing that I was really concerned with from JDG's perspective coming into an event like this, going up against Suning, was like the talent factor, right? Because you're right. Coming into this series, I was like, Huanfeng is an amazing AD carry. SOFM is a really talented jungler. Bin has performed to be like a stellar top laner, although he's going up against Zoom. Like, that talent factor is something that you always recognize with Suning, but I also recognize the fact that they don't have nearly as strong of a team play as JD coming into the series, and I was just flat out wrong because we got to see, I feel like, the ceiling being burst right open from Suning. They got better and better.
I love this conversation, Spawn, because it's so often we talk about teams and realizing their potential. And if you're realizing your actual potential on the world stage, that is exactly the right time to be hitting your peak, and Suning seems to have found it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, whilst game 1 and 2 back and forward, game 3, level 1 was determined. This game was like actually a really hard-fought battle that Suning were able to come back into. I do want to talk about Kanavi at the start of this game just a little bit. He leached about a wave and a half of experience and lost both Scuttle Crabs and kind of destroyed Yugao's laning phase. Like, my mid laner would absolutely tilt off the face of the earth if that happened to him. But for the rest of this game, it was just really great team fighting. This team fight in particular, Kanavi once again enters the pit for some reason, despite having a really great flank coming across from Zoom, gets blown up. But you can just see how well the kiteback is occurring from the Suning lineup. And once again, how one-touch this Jhin is on the back end of the team fight. Coordination and team play, as Raz is stating, was definitely there throughout this series.
Team fighting on point, but Mark, something else we got to talk about is the objective control, because most people were looking at JD as being stronger in that regard, but sole point on the table in Game 4 for Suning.
Yeah, I feel like there were a number of times where JDG kind of went for that gold lead trade for some of the Drake control that you see with Rift Heralds, and they definitely prioritize those quite highly in the series. And I think, that's an okay position to go for if you're really confident that you're a better team fighting team. But Suning really surprised in that regard. So when you're going to that second and third Drake, where you're hoping that this Goldie will bully the other team off of them, Suning stood strong, was able to still pick up those dragons, which I think is a big testament that they, especially in this game when they were down quite a bit, at that, I think it was the third Drake fight, and still were able to win it. That was when it was like, oh my god, wait, Suning are 100% legit, because JDG was hyped up as the team who's incredible in team play situations. I think they underperformed a little bit too. You can point to Kanavi, Lu Mao, Yagao, like everyone was a little bit less than I think what we were expecting. But I think that also is because Suning did not fold when they fell behind.
Yeah, and I think the point that you had mentioned about getting a gold lead and accruing that from the top side of the map while you're losing Drakes, that's a great way to play up until third dragon. You must fight for third Drake. You cannot lose that. That's the risk you're taking, is ultimately saying, okay, we're a much stronger team. We're positioning ourselves for the team fight. But then if you just lose that fight and lose that Drake, suddenly, the game is no longer in your hand. So that for me is always the issue, is if you're trading sides of the map with your comp.
Yeah, well, now it's time, though, to return to the man of the hour, Huanfeng. Again, as somebody who was talked about, you mentioned, was that boiling pot on the stove, ready to pop off, and that's exactly what he did in this series to push his team into the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, you just have to come back to what we were saying about this young man before Worlds. He has the potential, but can he do it? Let's not rewrite history. There were still question marks around the AD carry of Suning. We knew he was brilliant, but can you step up on the world's biggest stage? And boy, oh boy, has he done that so far. 704 damage per minute? That's nearly more impressive than the KDA at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this whole game is insane, especially Jhin is not always the highest damage carries, so to see 21k in that last game, I think it is nuts, and he is such a force in the bot lane for them, and with how important Drake stacking is and all this stuff, I'm feeling really good about Suning going forward. We'll have to see, you know, the competition level, whoever comes out of the next quarterfinal between Fnatic and Top, but the Suning don't look like they're any sort of cakewalk for anybody.
Raz?
Yeah, and I think the contrast between the series today and the series yesterday is ultimately what's going to decide the tournament, is how teams play out games. Like, being able to play, like, in terms of Damwon with a humongous goal lead. They'll try and get a chokehold on you. Their vision control and how they play with Fog of War is fantastic, right? The enemy teams ultimately with their, like, DRX in this case, but it happens a lot of times for me when I watch LCK games, is that they'll try and look for opportunities to get it back into the game, but they won't throw themselves in there and make extra risk to claw their way back in. But then the LPL teams will do that. If you're far behind, you will fight consistently to be able to get yourself back into the game off one big play. While the enemy team, if they have a huge lead, they won't play reserved. Like, they will try and snowball the lead that they currently have. So, like, for me, I would love to see those two styles clash, because we got to see that with Suning. That high-risk gameplay has a hell of a high reward, and it works on the world stage with the likes of FPX and IG being champions in recent times.
Well, we are going to see it, right? It's guaranteed. Like, if you just look at how the bracket is like held out, you have like Gen G and Damwon that are going to play a similar style. You know, if they're behind, they are going to look for probably a higher percentage play. And then you have the two European teams in G2 and Fnatic that definitely do not play that way. And then just LPL teams everywhere else. So, like, we know that eventually Damwon is going to have to fight someone. They're not just going to get an early game lead and be able to, like, roll over the top of you. Like, someone else is going to fight them back. But the question is just going to be, like, how good is this Damwon lineup? Because right now, they look pretty damn good. So I'm a little bit worried that, you know, we are saying this is a great way to play League of Legends. It gives you a chance to win the game, but it also flushes the game down the toilet really damn quickly if you lose those fights from behind and you don't get it going back in your favor.
I'm also just interested to see how the confidence builds for a player like Wang Feng, who made some pretty impressive plays. We cited that Rift Herald play. I know the analyst desk was talking about the behind enemy lines ultimate onto the back line. You know, these are not plays made by somebody who's trepidatious, and I imagine coming away with the 3-1 victory is only going to motivate him more to reach for the stars in that regard. But today, it was Suning's domination at the Ocean Drake in Game 4 that became their drive to victory, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
This was a huge Drake fight. You see Huang Feng can do it all, secures the Drake for his team. It actually lands the root on people and the nice follow-up flash forward. Talk about not playing scared. That's definitely Huang Feng in a nutshell. Keeps chasing down, gets the second kill as well, taking out both bot laners of the enemy team.
I like the zoom in on Blitz on the body or the Galio body.
They love their death shots, man. Let me tell you.
Oh, that's painful. Oh, that's the final image we'll see of JD Gaming at the World Championship. All right, well, let's talk about JD and their departure from 2020 and a Worlds run, Spun.
Before we get into JD as a whole, can I please present the front runner for the Dade Award?
Oh boy,
Mr. Kanavi out of the jungle.
There we go.
Because I was a huge Kanavi fan coming into this tournament. I think I talked about him a lot in the lead up. This guy is an explosive jungler, like redefined carry meta for me as well. I agree with everything Lyric was saying, and I'm glad that I had the LPL expert say it before I said it, because what a disappointing tournament for Kanavi overall. He didn't play spectacularly horrible, but like if you look at the level we expected him to play, this is the best jungler out of the LPL. That is not the level that he showed at all, and I can't think of a single like hard carry performance coming out of him, and I was just he was spectacularly mediocre.
I think it's important just to recognize what the Dade Award is here, Mark, before we give it away to one of the players at the world stage.
Yeah, the Dade Award is the kind of underperformance award, receives a lot of hype coming into the tournament and is unable to fulfill that hype. I think Kanavi is definitely the front runner right now. If somehow Top Esports lose against Fnatic, I think people are going to be looking at Knight unless he's like 1v9 still in that loss, because his group stage wasn't super impressive. But I do want to give some credit to Zoom, because we're talking about a lot of people coming in and underperforming on JDG. Zoom was still a monster in most of their games. He was absolutely beastly, and yeah, that sucks that he had to play against a GP with Sheen, and that was probably the only game that, you know, like he didn't have a large impact on. So I think Zoom lived up to the hype as one of the best top laners in the world. Just the rest of the team was not able to match that level that they had in the LPL.
Yeah, and I want to kind of piggyback off the points that we were making around Kanavi, simply because, like, for me, the most confusing conversation is, like, after group stage, when I thought about who are the top 3 junglers right now that I felt were performing really well, yeah, Kanavi wasn't on the list, and that's crazy, thinking about how strong he had performed domestically in a really, like, I felt like the jungle pool in LPL is insanely competitive, and for you to be #1 there says a lot about how you were performing as a player. So, like, I had, you know, Canyon, SOFM, I had Selfmade. Those are the names that came to mind as top performers as junglers in group stage. And Kanavi needed this series to kind of prove himself. And I felt like he had good moments. But ultimately, yeah, it didn't come out. Those team fights, you know, there were misplays that ended up losing them the series.
Yeah, falling just short here on the world stage and exiting in the quarterfinals. Now, before we look ahead at tomorrow's games, let's hear from Laure, who caught up with Suning's Sword Art following their win over JDG.
And thank you very much, Dash. Laure here. Suning make it to semifinals on their first showing at Worlds, and I have Sword Art with me to talk about this series. First off, congratulations on reaching semifinals. Excuse me. It is also the first time Suning wins against JDG since 2018, actually. So what was different today for you guys?
那首先恭喜你们是成功进入到了一个半决赛，这也是从18年开始是苏宁首次是打赢了京东，所以说那你觉得是为什么会有这样的不同呢？
我觉得以前会打不赢京东，可能有一部分是我打的没有绿毛好吧，但我现在我也蛮常看他怎么打比赛的，所以只要我的节奏能跟绿毛五五开的话，我觉得我们就有机会赢这样子。
I think for the previous matchup, the reason for we didn't manage to get the victory against JD Gaming is kind of I didn't manage to perform as well as Lumo's performance, but actually I learned a lot from him and I tried to learn from his performance. And if we have the similar performance, at least on the same level, I think we got the chance to grab the win.
And you all performed super well here, but Sword Art, I remember during the group stage we talked about the fact that you're the veteran players within this lineup. You guided this player to their journey into Worlds. What is your take on their success so far?
那今天你们的表现毋庸置疑都是非常的好，而且我们之前有提到说你是虽然是带领着很多新人的选手一步步走到了这里，那你觉得是你们中间会怎么样的一个磨合呢？
中间的磨合的话，最主要就是我想办法在比赛的时候保持冷静吧，因为可能大家也会有一些紧张之类的，然后我就想办法把我们整个队伍的稳定性做好的话，我觉得我们个人实力肯定是没有问题的。
I think I try to keep calm in the games, and because if some other players on my teammates they make us a bit nervous, so I try to keep down. And I think in terms of the personal abilities, we are kind of very strong.
Yeah, you're all super strong and on the same page here, but Sword Art, talking about you, this is actually the first time that you make it to semi-finals. You're one of the most experienced players here at Worlds, so tell me, how do you feel right now?
那这也是你个人首次进入到一个半决赛，你也是在这次世界赛上算是比较非常有经验的一位老将了。那你觉得你现在有什么样的一个感受呢？
现在什么样的感受吗？就觉得今年运气特别好吧，跟到一群很棒的队友，然后感觉我们每个人都互相互补吧，就可能我经验比较好，然后他们操作更好这样子，我觉得就刚好是我们5个队的人吧。
I think in terms of myself, I think I'm super lucky this year. I'm able to meet all my teammates. I think I'm very experienced, but other teammates, they're really good at mechanics. So we are kind of like learn from each other. And the five of us, we are the right persons and we met each other. We are a very good team.
Well, we will see you in semifinals next week, but thank you very much for the interview. Congrats on reaching the next stage. And Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Laure. Awaiting the winner of our next series, Fnatic versus Top Esports. I want to dive straight into it and discuss what lies ahead. Raz, coming to you first. Thoughts on the series overall?
The next series, Fnatic first. I mean, for me, it's going to be a Top Esports victory. I feel like in terms of matchups, I'm excited about the top lane and jungle matchups. I think like if there's going to be a matchup that's going to matter a lot, it's going to be Karsa going up against Selfmade and seeing how Bwipo goes up against 369.
Well, you mentioned that top lane. Let's start there because the LPL top laners are some to be feared when it comes to this tournament if today's series is any evidence of that. 369 versus Bwipo.
I feel like Bwipo has definitely been a player that stepped up a lot for Fnatic in the group stage. He was really, really good in finding those aggressive opportunities to go in, comboing with Hylissang quite well. I think going up against 369, he'll have a lot tougher time in lane phase than he did against a lot of the top laners in Group C. None of them were necessarily world beaters, and 369 is kind of the one people are looking at as potentially the best top in the entire tournament. Not afraid to take crazy counter picks, not afraid to go for all-ins. Bwipo is that way as well. Bwipo has a really wide champion pool. He's really aggressive in lane, and so this will be one of those laning phases, I feel like, where it's boomed every game by level, level 6, level 7. There's going to be top dives going down, and someone will be crying at the end of every game. And I think it is probably 369 favorite a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like, I've been saying this kind of the entirety of Worlds, but when you're in a similar style matchup, sometimes the skill discrepancy is more apparent. And what I just hope is that we get to see Bwipo play on the edge and actually play towards that and really take the challenge. And from his attitude so far at Worlds, like, you have to say that he's definitely going to start the series that way. We'll see whether it evolves down to, maybe a little bit more weak side Bwipo as it goes on. But Fnatic are definitely a team that plays around the top side well. And, you have to treat the lane as kind of a 2v2 at the moment because of how impactful the jungle role can be. And definitely not writing off Bwipo and Selfmade when they go up against Karsa and 369 because they're a dangerous duo.
Yeah, you mentioned that skill discrepancies will probably come out the most. I would say also just like this strategy coming into the best of fives, because I see Fnatic as more of the alchemists of the world. Like, they always come out with something new, and it really feels like it starts with Bwipo. Like, beginning of the split or year, that is, like the Glacial Augment Cho'Gath to counteract like a Kalista bot lane. Like, that composition was something that I thought was really smart. So there might be something, now that they're going into their first best of 5 of the tournament, that they have ready for us.
Talking about possible difference makers and individual stars, we have to go right back to the mid lane for top esports. We had the conversation earlier about the Dade Award, and we're expecting him to step up here in the best of 5 if he himself wants to avoid it. Spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a look at Knight, this is a guy that's been heralded as the best mid laner in the world. When you watch him play against players like Rookie in the LPL, it is an absolute joy to watch. And Knight is going to have a spectacular best of 5 to start clawing that back, because he's down with Karsa at around about 18% team damage in this tournament so far. He's had some moments where he has looked good, but this is a guy that I want to see playing at that world-class level and start taking over in 1v9 in games.
Yeah, and I don't expect the spotlight to shine too bright for him, because when he first came into competitive League of Legends, and I'm talking about like from the LDL to the LPL, and he actually first started playing in the LPL under Suning, so I think that's going to be really fun to see if that ends up panning out as the tournament goes on. But like, he rose up to the occasion, and when he goes into playoffs, he plays just as hard without really many misplays at all than he did when he first comes in. So I don't think that there's going to be any potential for a Dade Award being awarded to him. It really needs to be, for me, Fnatic having a strong strategy to put him behind and to target the mid-jungles duo of top esports.
Well, from the mid to the jungle, let's talk about a name that's a little bit more household, Mark, in Karsa. We'll start with him before going to self-mid.
Yeah, just overall, this matchup is super interesting because they are as far apart. Power farming junglers. Karsa's still not quite that way. I mean, yes, he can play the Graves and some other stuff, but he's at home going to lanes and activating his laners to go and try and make plays happen. Joining up with him, whether that's in the support position, mid lane, top, he's always there whenever his laners need him. That is as far away from self-made as you can get. I mean, self-made is the guy. He's the self-made man, and he's not going to go put himself down to go help out his teammate. He's building himself up every game.
I mean, I think those stats that were just underneath us is a perfect representation of that. Highest KDA of all junglers in the group stage, second highest K plus A at 15, Raz. So Selfmade's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to handle it.
But I think this is their way into the series. Like, as I mentioned, I think that Selfmade is the top 3 jungler in the tournament. He's been performing insanely well. Of course, he gets the resources, but he delivers. And I think that's the difference here, is that if Fnatic have an avenue versus Top Esports, is that Top don't play that meta, as Marcus talked about, of playing towards your jungler. So level 1s, expect that. Invades, expect that. And I don't think Selfmade will be playing back in the series.
Yeah, and I really look at this as an opportunity for Selfmade to kind of like Hwangfang did today, cement himself on the world stage, because we know this guy has tons of talent. He had a spectacular group stage as well. But Kasa is maybe the best like control jungler of all time now. Like, he would be up there in my book with like a Bengi or something like that in terms of facilitative jungle. Like the role he was able to play on RNG, now the role he plays on this Top Esports lineup. I think that he is that good of a facilitator. So now as Selfmade, you take that challenge. You think like, the way I get to the world semifinals is through the tournament favorite. You know, number 3 is already out. And the way I do it is by carrying my lineup, because Fnatic in every interview has constantly said, we know who the carry on the team is. It's Selfmade. We know that we have to play around him. We know how we're going to have to warp the game state to be able to facilitate this guy. But he's doing it against the best control jungler, I think, that still plays the game, which is just going to make for awesome viewing experience.
The one thing I'll throw in
go ahead. Sorry.
Is just that I think there's usually this like stigma around carry junglers that they're in the jungle power farming all the time until they hit their items to actually fight. Though Selfmade is, more about pumping himself up, he still goes to lanes when they have the opportunity. He's not afraid to make plays with his teammates. It's just that he wants to be efficient. Like when he gets there, he wants that fight to be happening. He doesn't want to camp in the brush. He wants them already low for that turret dive and stuff. And I think that's something that Hylissang and Burpo did really well in group stage that they'll need to emulate to help Selfmade out a little bit to take over these games.
Well, he's already world-class. He's looking to tomorrow prove that he's the world's best when it comes to jungling. And he will have his work cut out for him because, again, I think it is important to highlight that for many, this is the most lopsided series in terms of expectation, with Top, the tournament favorite, against Fnatic. We'll see, though, tomorrow. It all has to play out on the Rift. That's why we play the games. Before we call it a day, though, let's jump into our honors, where we give a Feels Good award to those that deserve it. And today, we're going straight to the middle there. Spawn, you get to kick us off.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with Hwangfang. And why? Well, go watch the rest of the cooldown show, because I think we've talked about him enough. This guy has elevated his gameplay throughout Worlds and has just been an absolute spectacle to watch on this big stage.
Yeah, definitely watch the cooldown again, but also go watch the games again if you really want to know why he was getting the honors for his performance here today. And Raz, what about you? Where are you throwing your weight behind?
Ooh, for me, I'm hearing Hwangfang, and I'll double it up with the extra person in that bottom lane, Sword Art. He's had some amazing hooks this game. That veteran leadership certainly played to it. He gets his first semifinals push now, and for being at Worlds so frequently with Flash Wolves, it's nice to see that it's paying off. And even just hearing that interview that he had about just hoping and kind of making it so his players don't feel that sense of nervousness, that they can play at their best, like that's captaincy to me.
Yeah, it sounded like Jimmy Butler, didn't he? He was like, I got 4 other guys out there. I'm doing it with these 4 guys. Like, I know that, like, maybe I'm the best known name on the world stage, but, like, these are the guys that are actually going to get it done. I agree with Raz. Like, that's really true leadership coming out of the bottom laner.
Well, I'm sorry, Mark. They stole the Suning bot lane. So without those as an option for honors, where are you going?
I'm going to behind the scenes, the prep. I don't know if it's the coaches, the players who's drawn up these level 1s, but that level 1 in game 2 was just great. Or was it game 3? It was game 3. Excuse me.
Game 3, yes.
Yeah, with the GP and just being able to start with Sheen. I mean, it was the speed to lane, drop the ward down so you can see them there, and then they walked forward to bait the engage out of the enemy team so that they're right on top of the barrel that they hit over the wall. Like, all of that was just so beautiful. And this tournament, there's been a lot of great level 1s, and it feels a very snowbally meta where once you get a lead like that, it's very hard to come back in. And so, if you can get a W in a best of 5 off of a level 1, keep it up.
I would love to win a game in 1 minute and 15 seconds. Just saying. I would climb a heck of a lot faster if I were able to do that. Let's take a look at the Worlds bracket that we got tomorrow. We've got 2 more quarterfinals left to go. Of course, Top versus Fnatic was the one that we just talked about. That takes place tomorrow. And then we followed up with Gen G versus G2, looking to move ahead to play Damwon or Suning in those semifinals.
It's overall, real EU hours, man.
Yeah.
It's real. Yeah. That's what I wanted to point out.
I'm full-blown EU fan, man. Give me these upsets. I want to see these interesting matchups in the semifinals.
I mean, already.
Actually, is G2 versus Gen G?
It's close.
Upset?
It's closer.
I think it's like I'm going to say G2 favored there. Like, I agree with you. I want to see some Europeans get through as well. And I actually think G2, you know, they were in the conversation of, you know, the 4th or 5th best team, depending on what their performance is going to be at Worlds. Well, you've already got JD gone. You know, they're going to have to play down one to be able to get to that final. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what G2 could once again do on the world stage.
Yeah, being upset by seed, maybe not by expectation, right?
Yeah, I agree as well. I think G2, the only question I would ever have is the consistency. I know that's what EU fans have been crying about like all year long is G2, just play at your best, please. Because when they do, like especially in these best of 5s, they can take a Gen G. I actually also favored G2 over in that series. But the only question I would have is obviously Fnatic has to go leaps and bounds to go up against top esports, a tournament favorite.
Well, and that's where I would say, for me personally, when I look at G2, I'm glad to say that to me they emulate a little bit more of a style like these LPL squads, where they will show the fight at any stage of the game, no matter what the state of the game is. They will fight tooth and nail and make sure that they're pushing their opposing team to the absolute limits. Whereas Fnatic, I feel like that one might be a little bit tougher to overcome what is, you know, the mountain of top esports.
Yeah, and I think just seeing Fnatic being able to take Gen G down once before, you know, that you've seen them bleed. You can follow that blueprint. Yeah, Top did lose to FlyQuest as well, but I think Gen G looked a little bit more vulnerable in quarterfinals as well.
Well, 2 more quarterfinal series left to go. Only 6 teams remain in the World Championship. That is going to do it for us here tonight. So for myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for more World.